Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. How do I position this thing? Let me adjust my seat. So there it is right there. Pardon me. There it is right there. Yendeba. So there you are right there. Here I am right here. And here we are. So here we are. Good to see you again. Always a delight in your company, of course. Never taking for granted that you will turn up. So it is always with gratitude that we receive you whenever you do turn up. So good to see you. Good to have you here. How are you? How are you? Did you have a good day? What's been happening? Bring me up to speed with what is going on. Pardon me. Bring me up to speed with what is going on in your life. So bring me up to speed with what is going on in your life. You know what is going on in my life, which is that I have no life. So who has a life and spend this much hours on the internet. I know a lot of you will ask. I do pretend to have a life outside of this, but I enjoy your company so much I cannot keep away. So good to see you. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. And how are you? So how are you? So all the niceties out of the way. Now to the serious business of the day. So the usual protocol before we do anything. Of course, every day we ask you to click on the like button. Some of you do that as a matter of routine. A lot of you don't, not a lot of you, some of you don't do it as a matter of resistance. And a lot of you do not do it as a matter of convenience. Maybe you are not close to where you can click on the like button and you'll say, oh, I'll do it later. Oh, I'm watching it anyway. So that like button is an essential part of the whole process. So please click on it. I implore you to do that. It's so important, you know. The like button and the subscription button, very important. And you do it free of charge. So I don't see why you would not do it. So click on like and subscribe. Is that long-winded essay that I just delivered? So click on like and subscribe. And then having done that, so those are compulsory. So after clicking on the like and subscribe, if you want to come and join us on the screen, we're forever canvassing for new and divergent voices. So if we haven't heard your voice before, we want to hear it. And if we have heard your voice before, we want to hear it again. But of course, the conversation can only really take place if people turn up. So you'll be that voice that turns up today. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come partake in the hijinks that often happens here. Hijinks. So the hijinks are, and of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's always ever present. So avail yourself of that. If you click on that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, it's just 3 easy steps, and then you can go wild with your wallet. Just go wild with your wallet. So go wild with your wallet. So what are we discussing today? It started off as a slow news cycle day, but the news is starting to peter through somewhat. I thought we will somewhat scramble for a conversation, but what topics have turned up? So what topics have turned up? Tinubu appoints Nuhu Ribadu, Alake, Edun, others as special advisors. So yeah. So yeah, I will be drinking plenty of water, as you know. I always do in the course of it. But the Tinubu team is starting to come together slowly. So this is it's coming together nicely. Let's not say slowly, because it's in his 3rd week in the job now. Tinubu appoints Nuhu Ribadu, Alake, Edun, others as special advisors. So the team coming together, but there's a caveat to that. So a lot of these names, you were in the course of discussions, people were attributing and allocating ministerial posts to a lot of these names, but they are now being slotted into special advisor roles. So why is that? The headline again: Tinubu appoints Nuhu Ribadu, Alake, Edun, others as special advisors. So quite why that is, you'll find out shortly. And quite why that is, you might well find out immediately. Why Tinubu changed Ribadu's portfolio from National Security Advisor to Special Advisor on Security. So what happened between the speculation and the announcement for what was being speculated to have pivoted to somewhat of a lower position? So that hopefully gets explained by this space. Tinubu changes Ribadu's portfolio from National Security Advisor to Special Advisor on Security. And this article now attempts to explain the reasons why. The article attempts to explain the reasons why. So I was saying Tinubu's team was taking shape slowly, and then I changed that to nicely. But Reuters has a different adjective for what is going on. So what is Reuters saying? Baba go fast. Nigeria's Tinubu stuns weary investors with quick reforms. So never mind going slowly or going nicely. The rest of the world, they seem to have been turned. They've been turned into a head spin. They're in a bit of a tizzy. Do you understand? And that is a word, by the way. They're in a bit of a TZ over the speed at which the hand they shake man, leg they shake man is moving. A bit of a tease was going on globally. Baba go fast. Nigeria's Tinubu stuns wary investors with quick reforms. So start as you mean to go on. Essentially, it's what Tinubu is saying. Start as you mean to go on. So now, on to this one now. Let me just give you this one as a straight headline. Marketers' fuel cargoes arrive July as NNPCL cuts import. So I am bringing you this story because really it caps off. I might not give you the full reading. I might, but I might not. I always hate it when it's a long essay, because then I'm conscious of the time. But I am bringing you this headline really to cap off that no more fuel subsidy space, and to give you not to cap it off really, but to give you the latest development as to what is going on within that space. Marketers' fuel cargoes arrive July as NNPCL cuts import. So I'm bringing you this because there was something that was mentioned in yesterday's conversation that the content of that headline pertains to. So the content of this headline pertains to previous conversations as well. Naira depreciates to 40.78%. That should be buy, shouldn't it? And Naira depreciates to 40.78% as CBN lifts restriction. So it's really to that space then, because it is the adjective that you choose to describe what is going on, isn't it? Is your choice of words. So a lot of people will say that that the Naira has been devalued, and there's an argument for that adjective. But the proper description, a lot of people will tell you, is that the Naira is finding its natural value. So that is it. It's not a devaluation or a depreciation, but a process really of organically market forces are finding its true and natural value. Naira depreciates to 40.78% as CBN lifts restriction. So a throwback somewhat to some of the conversations that we've had previously. So the dizzying speed at which Tinubu is moving, not only Reuters is impressed, it looks as though a lot of the opposition, they're now hopping on board and very quick to make that leap, of course, the notorious prostitute known as Reno Omokri. Reno Omokri, if Tinubu continues like this, Nigeria will reclaim her rightful position as giant of Africa. So this is Reno Omokri. And I could have given you 149,000 sort of Instagram post by Reno Omokri, all gushing and loving in with Tinubu suddenly. It will write this flowing, flowery essay extolling the virtues of Tinubu, and then in the final paragraph, he will say, yes, but I'm still with Atiku. I will reclaim our mandate. The guy has already dropped his trousers from the Jagaban of Bodilon. If Tinubu continues like this, Nigeria will reclaim her rightful position as giant of Africa, the artist formerly known as PDP stalwart Reno Omokri. So, we're catching up with a lot of the storylines that we have discussed because we discussed so much. So we catch up then with the latest development in this space as well. We keep using the term the night of the long knives. The night of the long knives. I think that's actually a Shakespearean metaphor. I think that actually comes out of a Shakespeare. So that's a Shakespearean metaphor. The night of the long knives. EFCC summons ex-aviation minister, Sirika. I'm not quite sure what this guy's name is, actually. In some instances, they spell it as Sariki, and another instance as Sirika. Whichever way you spend it, he's going to drink Gary in EFCC facilities. EFCC summons ex-aviation minister, Sarika, questions Nigeria air officials. So I wonder how much money they will actually be able to recover from some of these people, but certainly, I think it was World Peace, wasn't it, yesterday, that was saying this guy should be picked up. So it looks as though the the powers that be are listening to World Peace. He wants everybody picked up, and everybody did being picked up. So we'll touch base with that to find out what is going on there as well. And then we'll land finally on this. So the debacle that was the Naira swap, what is the solution? Tinubu mulls extension of old Naira notes deadline. So I think the Supreme Court, didn't they? They extended that deadline. I think it was to December. But if Tinubu extends it beyond December, then really they can as easily abandon the new Naira notes. And they should abandon the new Naira notes because it's been corrupted and almost certainly been stockpiled by Emefiele and his band of merry men. So they should just abandon totally and write off that new Naira note. And then in the course of that next year, they can do a proper Naira change. Tinubu mulls extension of old Naira notes deadline. So we'll touch base with that as well to see what is going on. So a lot of that. So plenty to go through. When is there never not plenty to go through? I thought we would struggle to put a session together today, but it looks as though the session has put itself together nicely. So and there are about 3 or 4 short little video clips to play for you as well, to play to you as well. And we want to. So let me remove this from the screen. Let me remove that from the screen for a moment. A real delight. One of your favorites, one of your favorite voices within on this platform, I think is going to join us today. So prepare yourself for a treat. We want to introduce a section within this session. We want to introduce a section within the session which we are going to be calling Empty Head Rufai Hussaini. So listen to that. You all have my Instagram handle. So if you can see, if you come across a no more than a 4-minute clip of a Rufai Hussaini yet again, and that it shouldn't be difficult to find, by the way, because there's plenty to harvest from that space. So if you come across a no more than a 10-minute clip of Rufai Hussaini just demonstrating just how empty in the head he is, then please send it to me, because we want to introduce a section, Empty Head Hussaini Strikes Again. We'll call it something like that. Empty Head Rufai Hussaini Strikes Again. So to that end, I'm sending you all out. You all have my Instagram handles. So anytime you see a 4-minute no more than clip of Empty Head Rufai Hussaini demonstrating just how empty in the head he is, then please send it to me. And I have a good example of what I mean, which I will play to you in a moment. But before I play it to you in a moment, let me take a micro little water break to re-energize and recalibrate. You know where we're going? We're going to the Kegites. But before we go to the Kegites, a reminder again, please make sure you are subscribed. And if you've not clicked on the like, then please do that. If you are watching on your big screen, on your telly, just whip out your phone, click on the like, and continue watching, and make sure you're subscribed as well. So do all those, and then if you are new, if you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard and all that, so do the necessary. We always canvas for it, so surprise us with one of these days, but by just showing an abundance of it, just as a matter of routine, just click on like and subscribe. But you only click on subscribe once. So if you click on subscribe the second time, you are unsubscribing. So all that, let's hear the Kega.
Only water, only water, where is Sima? Water, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Akoko Orun Meiko, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. You know, I think that's deep Yoruba mythology and fable. Akoko Orun Meiko, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku koni riwagbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Can you imagine a prayer more important than that? Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So I was inviting that you guys, anytime you come across a 4 minute, no more than 4 minute clip of Rufai Oseni just demonstrating just how dumb we know he is, please send it to me. An example of what I mean, the light in this, the light in this.
Okay, so what I'm just saying is, let's get our facts right. Because see, we are the arbiter, we are the gatekeepers. What is it backing up your facts? Okay, wait. Well, I just told you that the CBN was manipulating the rates and pushing it back at 470. Was there an official statement to that effect? That's what we're asking you. Okay, so, that's what we're asking. Was there an official statement, REUTERS? Okay, so now you're saying that effect. I get you. As long as there was no official statement, then he fell flat on his feet. It's as simple as that. Is it today we know that CBN is manipulating the rates? Okay, so it's not today we know now. Fine. If you admit that the CBN is manipulating the rate, then why are you saying it's not a fact that it was trading at 630? Did the CBN officially come out and say value? The value? They are the invisible hand there that were manipulating the rates. When we argue, let's argue sensibly. Yeah. Did the CBN officially release a circular like this to devalue? Of course they won't release a circular because they are the ones moving the rates. The rates moved at 630. You cannot escape from. You can't say like the fox guarding the hen house. You can't expect the CBN to come out with a circular when they are the ones manipulating the rates. Okay. You can't do that.
This is not a dialogue. This is
right ahead.
This is a panel.
The Daily Trust has been vindicated. The Daily Trust was right. That's it. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
So there it is right there. So that's a good example of what I mean. I hope you heard that. So that is, I think they are trying to build it as some sort of a duo. These are REUTERS and Rufai sort of thing. So there is the guy, REUTERS, explaining then that the CBN manipulates the Naira, and Rufai then asking why have they not put out an official statement? And the guy said, no, they are acting in a shadowy manner, so therefore they cannot, of course, put out a notice on that. And Rufai doubles down that no, they have to put out a notice that they are surreptitiously manipulating the Naira. And REUTERS aghast, thinking, am I having this conversation? I just explained to you that so if you have something like that, Rufai demonstrating just how empty in the head he is, please send it in so that we can all point and laugh at him. So let's point and laugh at Rufai, but I'm going to play you 2 more clips. This is Lamido Sanusi going to pay homage to Tinubu. So this is how it goes, of course. The great and the good going to pledge their fiefdom to the new Tsar, to the new king. So that's just how it goes. The great and the good going to pledge their fiefdom. So pledge his fiefdom, and there's nobody that knows how to pay is it fealty or fiefdom or whatever. He's going to pledge his allegiance. Let me put it that way. At least, there's nobody that knows how to pledge an allegiance more or better than the eminent former Emir of Kano. And by the way, you only have a temporary window to continue to refer to Lamido Sanusi as the former Emir of Kano. because they are going to reverse, they're in the process of reversing all of the things that Ganduje did to reinstall this guy back onto his ancestral throne. But we'll wait for that to happen and we monitor that space. But watch this.
Okay. Oh, good. Where's the 345?
Excellency.
Mr.
President.
Monetary policy. Mr. President.
So there it is. So meanwhile, back in the Zoological Republic of wherever, they're telling us that the Obi space brought 10 truck full of evidence to come and deliver at the panel. As though did you hear? Anyway, let's just leave that space. No, there's no point mocking the afflicted. So let's just let's leave that space. Let's leave that space and move swiftly back to the reality that we're dealing with. So Emefiele arrested, and some of his atrocities now coming out, including his clansmen now seeking to expose him. Watch this.
Okay.
Where your CPM governor for the last 10 years has built as his house in the village in Abu. He has his own mosque. Isn't that incredible? One man.
It's good to do.
Some other guy, probably his cousin, has decided to match him. I don't believe this. This is in Abu, of all places.
Where's the report?
Oh, get it now.
See, over here now, take it. See what the people say to me. Just not going to give them all the details.
This is ridiculous. These guys are probably going to be in Lagos 5 years, you know.
Yes, well, it's the wanton waste really that is what strikes me. Anytime I see these things, it's the wanton waste. Look at that. That was bigger than most universities. What this guy built as acres and acres and acres of land. Just he put some edifice on it. He probably visits that place maybe no more than 5 times in his life. Maybe a couple of Christmases, he'll go down and feed the whole community. They'll give him a chieftaincy title. He'll rub them on the head. You know, it's just a wanton waste. But that is what the salary earner, governor of the central bank, Godwin Emefiele, built in Agbo. That's according to his clansmen. So that's according to his clansmen. So enough of the clips. Let's go straight to the readout. So I'll try and speed through it as quickly as I can, because I know, of course, you are all here for the conversation. But of course, let's set the backdrop for the conversation with the readout. Let's kick it off with this. So there it is. Tinubu appoints Nuhu Ribadu, Alake Edun others as special advisors. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of 8 special advisors. You remember he asked for 20 and the Senate approved. Tinubu on Thursday appointed Mr. Dele Alake as special advisor, special duties, communications and strategy. Mr. Yau Darazo as special advisor, political and intergovernmental affairs. Mr. Wale Edun as special advisor, monetary policies, and Mrs. Olu Vahijen. Please, if you know how to pronounce that name, educate me. Mrs. Olu Vahijen. And I've got a clip of her in performance, by the way, which I'll play to you at some point. Mrs. Olu Vahijen as special advisor, energy. Other appointments as disclosed by Abiodun Olodun Joye, Director of Information, State House, Mr. Zacchaeus Adedeji, who is the Special Advisor, Revenue, Mr. Nuhu Ribadu, Special Advisor Security, Mr. John Oguchukwu Awujumogu, Special Advisor Industry, Trade and Investment, and Dr. Mrs. Sama Ibrahim Anas, Special Advisor Health. Ribadu, a former chairman of EFCC, etc. So that then tells us who Ribadu is. So there it is. So the Tinubu team slowly taking shape. These are names that we will very quickly familiarize ourselves with in the course of the next few weeks. But the names that immediately pop out that we're somewhat familiar with are Dele Alake, who a lot of people thought would get maybe the information minister, the portfolio that Lai Mohammed had. He's now the special advisor, special duties, communication, and strategy. So I'm not quite sure if there is a... So I'm reading Oga's comment. That's what made me chuckle. I'm never quite sure. I've lost my thought now. So yeah, Dele Alake, a special advisor, special duties, communications, and strategy. So a lot of people, like I said, anticipated that this guy was going to get the Minister of Information, the position that Lai Mohammed occupied. So now the other name that pops out, Mr. Wale Edun. So Wale Edun, a lot of people thought he would either be the Minister of Finance or the CBN governor, but he's been given then a special advisor monetary policies. So that's that. And then of course Nuhu Ribadu. A lot of people thought Nuhu Ribadu will get the national security advisor position, but then he of course gets the special advisor on security. So now there's a lot to read and unpack from this. So a lot of these names that we had thought would get specific ministerial portfolios because they seem to be the natural fit, they've gotten special advisor positions instead. So what does that tell us? It is either they are not as rated as highly as we thought they were within the hierarchy, within the powers that be. So it's either that, or the special advisor position is going to get more preeminence than a ministerial portfolio. So the special advisors then, they are more in close quarters working relationship with the presidency, and therefore more potent and more immediate to decision making than a minister. So essentially, they might well be superintending ministers, because you cannot have a name as big as a Wale Edun as a special advisor. You can see Nuhu Ribadu as a special advisor, and if you see who this woman is, because I've been researching her somewhat since her name came up, Mrs. Olu Vehijen. If you see who she is, then you know that she's bigger than a special advisor. So that is to then tell you then that they might be rebracketing and pivoting that special advisor in its importance. But let's expand on that. Let's expand on that with this piece. Okay, so maybe this one, maybe this piece gives us more of an answer to that. Why Tinubu changed Ribadu's portfolio from National Security Advisor to Special Advisor on Security. So now, let's see what underpins it. President Bola Tinubu on Thursday approved the appointment of former chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Nuhu Ribadu, as a special advisor on security. Correspondents had exclusively reported that President Tinubu had penciled Ribadu down for appointment as National Security Advisor out of 3 names considered for the position. But the new development, according to presidential sources who spoke with correspondents on Thursday, indicates that Tinubu may have scrapped the office of the National Security Advisor and replaced it with a Special Advisor on Security. So I had that thought as well, but it's easy for me to say I had that thought now that I've read it out. But that was one of the things that I was thinking, that maybe a lot of these positions will be made redundant, and it looks as though that might well be the direction of travel. The new development, according to presidential sources who spoke with correspondents on Thursday, indicates that Tinubu may have scrapped the office of the National Security Advisor and replaced it with a Special Advisor on Security. The Security Advisor functions would, however, remain the same as the National Security Advisor. The presidential source revealed that President Tinubu may have opted to name Ribadu as Special Security Advisor instead of National Security Advisor to avoid hurting the nation's military chiefs, who may not consider a retired police officer as a competent superior. The rivalry among security agencies in the country is well documented, especially the lack of love lost between the military and the police over roles in national security. The police force has always complained about military incursions into its constitutional mandate of being in charge of internal security. The development had led to claims that security funding was channeled more to the military to the detriment of the police force. By appointing Ribadu as a security advisor, the presidential source said security chiefs will now report directly to the president instead of the National Security Advisor. The decision to bypass the traditional appointment of an NSA, if unaltered, will confirm concerns about the silent rivalry between the police and the military. Another presidential source echoed that the decision to do away with an NSA was due to Ribadu's background in the police force, which might lead to perceived bias in favor of the police, etc. So, Ribadu is widely recognized for his remarkable track record as the EFCC chairman. So it goes on to eulogize about Ribadu. So it looks as though to fray delicate sensibilities might well be why that decision has been made. But we'll see how that space plays out. Let's go on from that to this. Let me speed through the readouts and then bring the panel on board. Baba go fast because it ends with a question mark. Baba go fast. Nigeria's Tinubu stuns weary investors with quick reforms. So I'm only really bringing you this because this is coming from Reuters. I'm only really bringing you this because this is coming from Reuters. So this gives you an international texture. It's just to check really what the rest of the world is making of what is going on in Nigeria. And this is written by Rachel Savage and Libby George. So Rachel Savage and Libby George, what are they making then of what is going on in Nigeria? Nigeria's new president in office for less than a month is, let's take that again. Nigeria's new president in office for less than a month is pushing to put Africa's largest economy on a reform track that investors have eyed for decades, fueling excitement that money could flow to the nation that many had deemed uninvestable. President Bola Tinubu's bold actions, including removing restrictions on the Naira currency that allowed it to hit a record 790 to the dollar, and subsidy removals that tripled petrol prices, could take stress off the battered finances of Africa's largest economy. But investors, burned by previous reforms that ultimately proved hollow, says it will take time to build trust, and listed a myriad of questions over the final shape of the economy. The reaction is one of finally, said Tunde Adileye, a partner at Lagos-based SBM Intelligence. If this stays, then it would mean that Tinubu had been able to remove the two subsidies that have crippled Nigeria fiscally and monetarily for the last decade. Tinubu is from the same party as predecessor Muhammadu Buhari, dubbed Baba Go Slow for his pottering pace, taking 6 months to appoint cabinet members. By contrast, Tinubu lifted fuel prices cap days after taking office on May the 29th, suspended controversial central bank governor Godwin Emefiele some 10 days later, and on Wednesday, removed FX restrictions. The tangle of multiple exchange rates for everything from international school fees to food imports created foreign currency shortages and hobbled investment due to issues getting money out. So it then goes on to give you a graph. So unless we get one of our finance people in, then I'll leave this till we get maybe if Kulata or Fatai or Enigmatic or somebody like that, one of the finance, one of the mathematics heads. If they come in, then we'll tackle this. Foreign direct investment in Nigeria plunges. So this tells you then the story of what went before to land at this point. So this is you don't have to be a financial expert to understand this. This is the foreign investment graph for Nigeria. Foreign direct investment in Nigeria plunges. So this then tells you the journey of foreign investment, especially through the Buhari administration. So right here is 2014. So where my cursor is right here, this is 2014. And you don't need to know the figures to see what has happened. It's just plunged all the way. It is almost to zero. So these are some of the gifts that Buhari left behind. It says just the fact that you have seen quite a bit of movement in a relatively short space of time has gotten a lot of people in the market excited, said Goldman Sachs economist Andrew Matene. Nigeria's international dollar bonds and the country's stock market have been boosted by the speed of reform, backlogged and burnt before. Investors, though, remained wary, citing years of damaging currency controls. Goldman Sachs pegged the backlog of FX demand at a staggering $12 billion. So, somebody, one of our financial people will probably explain this better, but I have some understanding. I've worked in banking previously as well. You may not know that, this paragraph, investors don't remain wary, citing years of damaging currency controls. Goldman Sachs pegged the backlog of FX demand at a staggering $12 billion. So this backlog of FX demands, so monies outstanding to be gotten from the foreign exchange spaces is pegged at a 12 billion backlog. So that is to tell you that all of those airlines that are wanting to take their money out of the country and is stuck, all of these international companies, the oil rigs, the XYZ and the ABCs, that all have money stuck within the Nigerian system that they're looking to repatriate, but they cannot due to the economic climate of Emefiele and Buhari. The culmination of all of that is at $12 billion. So with Tinubu opening the gate now, you could well see a wind rush of monies out of the country to the point that it could actually hemorrhage the economy. If they don't manage this thing carefully, it could backfire on them. If they're saying there's a backlog of demand to the tune of $12 billion, then that's a heavy hit. But we carry on. We are still to see whether this will allow the FX backlog to clear, where the new market rate will stabilize, whether this will catalyze inflow into the country, and that there will be no issues pulling money out of the country, said John Mumo, a partner at Blakeney, an Africa-focused equity fund management firm. Joe, then it goes on and on. We'll probably revisit it, but essentially, cautious excitement from the international community, and especially excited by the speed of movement. The speed of movement, let's go quickly to this. Marketers' fuel cargoes arrived July as NMPCL cuts imports. So what does this mean? Let's find out. The federal government on Wednesday confirmed that other marketers have joined in the importation of premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, following the recent removal of subsidy on the commodity. So it revealed that about 3 mega oil marketers were currently expecting PMS cargoes in July, while many others have applied for licenses to import the product. As the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, the sole importer of the commodity, was cutting down on its PMS import. This came as the Natural Oil and Gas Suppliers Association of Nigeria expressed optimism that the new foreign exchange policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria, as revealed by deposit money banks on Wednesday, could lead to a reduction in the pump price of petrol. So I'm not quite sure what that means. Because if the naira is more expensive relative to the dollar and the petrol is already more expensive, so how then is this now new monetary policy? How is it likely to translate into reductions at the pumps? I don't understand that. So let me reread it. Maybe my brain is not calibrated to that function. The federal government on Wednesday confirmed that other oil marketers have joined in the importation of premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, following the recent removal of subsidy on the commodity. It revealed that about 3 mega oil marketers were currently expecting PMS cargoes in July, whilst many others had applied for licenses to import the product, as the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, the sole importers of the commodity, was cutting down on its PMS imports. This came as the Natural Oil and Gas Suppliers Association of Nigeria expressed optimism that the new foreign currency policy of the CBN, as revealed by deposit money banks on Wednesday, could lead to a reduction in the pump price of petrol. So I hope they go on to explain this. Speaking to journalists after a meeting with oil marketers in Abuja on Wednesday, the Chief Executive, Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petrol Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed. Why is it always Farouk Ahmed or Danladi? I hope the country where its natural face are going forward. Not to say that Mahmoud or Danladi don't have a space, but Chukwuemeka has a space too, as does Gbadebo. So all this Danladi ahoy that we had under Buhari, I hope that we have it differently this time around. Speaking to journalists after a meeting with oil marketers in Abuja on Wednesday, the Chief Executive, Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, said some newly licensed importers of petrol are expecting their cargoes in July. The NMDPRA met with members of the Major Oil Marketers Association of Nigeria, Depot and Petroleum Products Marketers Association of Nigeria, as well as NNPCL officials. Ahmed said, the market is open already. We have to follow the regulations. So we have rolled out policies that are user-friendly. Some of them, marketers, have already started putting their applications in place. This is because we don't want to create a gap. The NMPCL is slowing down on their importation. So we have to have someone who is closing up on the gap that NNPCL is creating in order not to have a shortage in the country. But the NNPCL is also monitoring the replacements that they have, we agreed that NNPCL will continue to import until such a time when we have a critical mass of other importers. So yes. So what that is telling us is that the NNPC, let's forget the L. I'm still not comfortable. I'm still not up to speed with that L that the NNPC, what they are telling us is they will continue to import petroleum products just to ensure that we have petroleum product security. So we have petrol security. So they will continue to import as they continue to license privateers, marketeers that come into that space wanting to be petrol importers as well. So once they've now reached a critical mass, that is to say they have sufficient enough privateers that want to import petroleum, sufficient enough to bridge the gap between what NNPC does, then NNPC will phase out in the importation. But NNPC really should still stockpile in petrol farms sufficient enough to act as a buffer for the country. So I think that's the system that they're trying to perfect. Let me take it from that paragraph again, and then we'll speed through. NNPC is slowing down on their importation, so we have to have someone who is closing the gap. So it's all of that. On licensees, of course, we are processing them. About 2 or 3 marketing companies came to us last week to say they have already booked cargoes to come in July. These are some of the very interesting propositions that we have received. It stated that the NMDPRA was fast-tracking the process of issuing licenses to others to import petrol. Again, we are interacting every day with NNPC to ensure that the market is well supplied and there is no gap in importation. On Forex, the NMDPRA boss said the market was currently deregulated, adding that, "I don't believe that we should subsidize FX." Ahmed said, "Those prices that the NMPC rolled out, which they sell now, took cognizance of the exchange rate of about 650 to the dollar. So if the Naira improves, then the price will change. It can go either way." So I think that answers then my confusion. So what they're expecting is that the Naira will plateau at a lower benchmark than the benchmark they set, because of course you remember that NNPC set the pump price petrol at whatever amount they set it, and they set it at a benchmark of 650 Naira to the dollar. So if the Naira continues to gain against the dollar, then that reflects in the pump price. But then, of course, profiteering, they didn't take cognizance of profiteering and the Nigerian factor. Profiteering and the Nigerian factor. All right. Should we move on, or I think we'll move on. Maybe we'll come back to that as well. So maybe we'll come back to that. But I think we get the gist of what's been said. So let's get the gist of what's been said with this one as well. Naira depreciates. I think what I needed. Naira depreciates to 40.78% as CBN lifts restrictions. So we'll see how, and all of these things that is going on, by the way, it will settle within 2 to 3 months, and then we'll actually know the true value of that country. Naira on Wednesday depreciated against the dollar as the investor and exporter window are exchanging 600. Let's do that again. Naira on Wednesday depreciated against the dollar at the investor and exporter window, exchanging for 664.04 to the dollar. The news agency of Nigeria reports that the local currency dropped by 40.78% when compared with 471.67 it exchanged for the dollar on Tuesday. Can you imagine? some of the people that got some of those ding money from Emefiele just a week ago, they will be singing and dancing now. You know, they will be instant billionaires, the depreciation followed the directive by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to banks to remove the rate cap on the Naira at the investor and exporter window. The directive will allow for a free float of the nation's currency against the dollar and other global currencies. The open indicative rate stood at 473.83 to the dollar on Wednesday. An exchange rate of 791 to the dollar was the highest rate recorded within the day's trading before it settled at 664.04. The Naira sold for as low as 461 to the dollar within the day's trading. A total $193.33 million was traded at the official investor/exporter. I wonder if this is a bidding process. So they make available X amount of dollars, and whoever wants to buy it, so they say we're selling the dollars for 461, and then somebody comes in to bid it 461. Somebody bids 400, and maybe it's a bidding process that plateaus it to its natural. Meanwhile, Professor Ndubisi Nwakoma, Director, Center for Economic Policy Analysis and Research, University of Lagos, said the CBN directive for a free float of the Naira was a good development. The CBN decision is a good development, hoping that unnecessary arbitrage round-tripping will be eliminated from the market. We expect that the foreign exchange rate will trend down when foreign capital inflow increases, following from these. So it's going to spike up and then come down is what the market is anticipating. The negative side is that many assets and foreign sector related to Naira prices, like external debt, amongst others, will be adjusted upwards with some minimal effects on inflation. Inflationary effects may not be much, given that many economic agents had been sourcing for their foreign exchange at the parallel market before now. So there it is right there. So the Naira drops by 40%, but like I said, it's finding its true value. Okay, let me give you three more, but I will try and speed through them though, because I was going to abandon, but there's none of them that I feel that I should abandon. So this one is short read, so let me give you this. This is Reno Omokri dropping his trousers for the looter from Lagos. We can't call him the looter from Lagos anymore, the Jagaban of Bodilion. If Tinubu continues like this, Nigeria will reclaim her rightful position as giant of Africa. Reno Omokri. Reno Omokri, on his Twitter handle, has said that if Tinubu continues like this, Nigeria will reclaim her rightful place as giant of Africa. Nevertheless, let me add that if President Tinubu continues like this, there is no way that Nigeria will not reclaim her rightful position as the giant of Africa. Recall that correspondent has it that Reno Omokri had appraised the president that has appraised the president that has fulfilled more electoral promises in 2 weeks than President Buhari has in 8 years. Reno listed Tinubu's recent deeds and promises to Nigeria. So Reno, a man that likes to he likes to imagine himself some sort of intellectual, and he likes to document things. So these are the promises that Reno insists that Tinubu has already made. No matter what you say about Bola Tinubu, you must admit that he promised to hit the ground running, unify the exchange rate, get rid of the fuel subsidy, revisit Naira redesign, assist indigent students, open up Nigeria to foreign direct investment, be an accessible president, and work for a private sector-led economy. So all of that already achieved. There's no equivocation about that. As repulsive, and as I always say, this guy, he'll be gushing in his praise of Tinubu, and then he will feel then that he has to add something article. So I suspect that's what he's about to do now. As repulsive as I find some of his past, I must say that the man has fulfilled, and he is fulfilling these promises in just 2 weeks. Reno further said, despite Tinubu's good works, he believes Atiku would have done better, and praised Atiku to succeed at the tribunal. So do we really believe that Reno praised that Atiku should succeed anyway? What he really praised is that Atiku should go back to his kingdom in Abu Dhabi, the Waziri of Abu Dhabi. I am convinced that Waziri Atiku would have been better, and I pray for our petition at the PEPC to succeed. So he always adds that one as a jara. So forget that, Reno, we see you. Reno, we see you. So I'll only really give you the headline for this, and then I'll make the last one the last readout. So the headline for this: EFCC summons ex-aviation minister Sarika, questions Nigeria air officials. So they have to go after these people fairly quickly because the money trail is still fresh. If you give them 2-3 months, then the monies are gone. But let's go on to this one as the final readout. So let's go on to this one as the final readout. Tinubu moves extension of old Naira notes deadline. President Bola Tinubu is thinking of extending the validity of old Naira notes. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, had redesigned the Naira last year and set a deadline that was extended after outcry. However, ruling in a suit filed by some aggrieved governors, the Supreme Court shifted the deadline to December 2023. But in an advisory report released by President Bola Tinubu's Policy Advisory Council, chaired by Senator Tokunbo Abiru, a December 2024 deadline is set to be considered for the old Naira note. So it is that's an 18-month extension. So that's an 18-month extension, not December this year, but December the following year. So that's an 18-month extension. Abiru, who was the chief executive officer of Polaris Bank before he was elected into the Senate to represent Lagos East following the death of Senator Gbenga Oshinowo, his predecessor. Also on the council are Dr. Yemi Cardoso, a strong ally of the president, who played a key role when Tinubu was governor of Lagos State. The policy also outlined the planned achievements of the incumbent administration within 8 years, revealing Tinubu's plan to seek a second term. So they are planning for 8 years. So as I often say, this is your president for the next 8 years. And after that, your next president, so note these names now, your next president after Tinubu, that will be in 2031. So your next president after Tinubu in 2031 will be either Kashim Shettima. It was either going to be Kashim Shettima or El Rufai, but I think El Rufai may be playing himself out of the equation now. So it's either Kashim Shettima or Kwakwanso. So that's the next 16 years of your life already scheduled and booked in. The policy also outlines the planned achievements of the incumbent administration within 8 years, revealing Tinubu's plan to seek a second term. Tinubu currently has a 4-year mandate, having been elected on February the 25th, 2023. Listed amongst the plans are doubling the economy to $1 trillion, achieving 7% average annual GDP growth. So they were talking about 6%, and that was poo-pooed by KPMG, but then they've now added an additional digit. Listed amongst the plans are doubling the economy to $1 trillion, achieving 7% average annual GDP rate, lifting 100 million. I think they should abandon this thing of lifting people out of poverty. I don't make that as a promise. Just do it and then we see it. Because this was how Buhari mocked the space for 8 years. Lifting 100 million people out of poverty, creating enabling environments to generate over 50 million jobs, amongst others. Also listed in the advisory is the president's position on abolishing of multiple exchange rate windows, a window which was finally implemented by the CBN on Wednesday. Correspondents understand that the council will be inaugurated at the presidential villa in Abuja on Thursday. So that's Tinubu then hitting the ground running, So he hits the ground running. Let's see who we have assembled. So we have Ajale Koko with us. Good to see you. We have Ola joining us. Good to have you. Bishop joins us almost certainly to be being in his car. And after a period of hibernation, one of your favorites and mine, Baba Akure joins us as well. So Baba Akure, it's been a while. Baba Akure, are you there? Baba Akure,
longest time. Thank you very much for having me tonight.
Look at that. Baba Akure joins us again. What happened now? Is our fight over? Is our fight over?
Oh, for where no fight to.
Yes. You've been very busy up and down, Abi, Nigeria everywhere.
You can imagine that. I was in Nigeria for like 6 weeks. I couldn't even, in fact, came back again. In fact, I have a ton of work on my desk. Even tonight, I just okay, let me just pop in and just see what is going on. Actually, I listen at the background anyway, while still working from the office, but just too busy.
Yes, good to have you. Good to see you. How has it been for you? A lot has happened since you last joined us. Tinubu settling into Aso Rock, making some sort of moves. So, what are you making of these last 2 weeks or so, Tinubu? What are you making of it? We know he's not your man, but what are you making of it? Are you there, Baba Akure? I think it's frozen. Are you frozen? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
No. I was asking. I was saying that yes, I can hear you as well. So if you can hear me, then it's fine. I was saying that just since the last time we saw you, a lot has happened. Tinubu has been settling into Aso Rock. But we know he's not your candidate. We know he's not your preferred choice. But what are you making then of the last 2-3 weeks or so, the moves he has been making and the waves that he has been causing?
Anyway, thank you very much, woman, and I greet everybody, Professor Ajan Legoko and everybody and co. Well, to me, I was listening to you yesterday when you argued with somebody anyway that are you too carried away with what he has done? And somebody was saying that, well, I'm not going to really catch myself in that manner, that I will wait until when the dust settled. That was one. That is, I just paraphrase what that person said anyway. Well, I give him kudos anyway for what he has done so far. And if everything goes well and the court case over, I'm going to tag him as a rebel government. Why did I say that? Because he has done a lot of things that we have not seen in the last since we moved back to democracy in Nigeria. I'm not going to be surprised because the way things are going, I'm not going to be surprised if the country is restructured before he finishes his term anyway.
Are you hoping it will be? Are you hoping that he will? Because a lot of the things that he's doing, a lot of people will say that a lot of people will say that it's a child of necessity. Because we could not really sustain the naira at whatever rate we had it anymore. So it was somewhat forced to float the naira, and there is no money left for the subsidy. So what can he do? He will have to end it. So a lot of people say that his hands were forced in some of these decisions. Or do you agree with that? Or do you think
I don't believe that. It is what he intends to do. I think, you know, when you are not in the government, there is nothing you can really do, right? You cannot force government to do certain things, but when you are there, you already have in your mind that, okay, this is what I want to do. I think when he was campaigning, I think there are some certain things that he didn't really do that he's doing right now. Like, you know, he kept away a lot of things that he want to do. He has this in his mind, because if you look at him and Awolowo in between 1978 1983, you will see that Obafemi Awolowo said exactly what he exposed all what he want to do. And that was the reason why they shortchanged him and he couldn't get to the presidency. And I think this one hold back some secrecy that what he really want to do, and he is carrying it out now when he has the power. And I think that's why I'm tagging it as rebel government. I'm not going to be carried away with what he has done so far.
Do you think it's moving too fast? Is it moving too fast?
No, it is. When you want to do things like me, that's how I do my things too. If I want to do things, I do it sharp. I don't waste time, because wasting time, it can cause another thing. I like the way he move already. Just do things sharp, and then you settle down, and then you start do a lot of other things, not just lingering and just waste time. So we need somebody who has action. But am I carrying away with what he has done so far? No, I appreciate what he has done, but I am not really going to caught up in that because I don't want to be disappointed. I have supported a lot of people before, and they disappointed us. I'm going to bring the issue of this man in Ondo State.
Akeredolu.
What's his name? Akeredolu into this conversation. When he first got to the governorship, got to the seat in Ondo State, Olusegun Mimiko hold some staffs, back pay, and a lot of months that he didn't pay them before he left the power. What this man did was that he paid almost everything off. And I said to those state people, and I said, this is just a joke, right? I said, do not carry the way. Even I have a brother that is working with state government, and I said to him, you see, these people, they are very funny. They will push you. They will do a lot of things to make you happy. I said, when the time comes and it's running for second term, bam, everything will change. He continue like that, embrace them, do what he needs to do, pay them on time. Even sometimes he paid them 25th of the month. Before you know what's happening, 6 months into his governorship position, everything changed. Owe them, pay them 5%, 20%, 50%, 75%, and hold them back more. In fact, it is very funny in Ondo State. So I appreciate what Tinubu has done so far, but I'm not going to be carried away with what he has done. Do
you not get the sense that Tinubu, it seems like a man on a mission? I don't think that there's any more money that is out to loot. If there's free money, we take it, of course. But does it strike you as a man that is on a mission? Somebody that wants to do something. Does it strike you as that?
Like I said, one man, I don't want to be carried away, because that question, if I answer yes, I don't want to be disappointed when the time comes. I want to see him the way he is doing well right now, but I want to see him continue in that manner. When I will assess him in the first term, for the first year, if the case in the court goes well, everything okay, and everything is settled, and he continue with his presidency, that'll be fine. And I want to see him for the first 4 years. I'm not going to, because of what he has done 2 weeks. Like I said, I appreciate what he has done so far. And I think that might bring Nigeria back to where it's supposed to be, like Renan Omokere said. But I want to wait. You know why? Because I don't want to be disappointed. That is just the fact. I want to be watching and see what he's doing, what good is. He has done well right now, and I'm not going to say he has not done well. We might feel some pain an issue of subsidy removal that skyrocketing the price of petrol. But
do you agree with
I
that,
think
by the way?
everything will stabilize.
Do you agree with that, by the way? The subsidy, do you agree with it?
For him removing that?
Yes.
For him removing that?
Yes.
If that is what is going to make Nigeria better, I'm not going to against him. Because we all want Nigeria to be better. The issue of running away from home, it's a fact. It is getting out of roof. If Nigeria is better, nobody will really have time that, this is the only option that I have. Because getting out of Nigeria is the only option that most Nigerians have right now, particularly youth. But if things are working, people will stay back home. If that is what will make Nigeria okay, let us endure it for meantime, which I know for sure the price, because you just read in one of the article now, or one of the news right now, that some marketers already imported crude oil, petrol to Nigeria. So I think when everybody have free hand and they can decide the price of what they want to sell, there's competition. Let's put that way. When there's enough competition, I think the price of that petrol is going to come down. It's not going to stay. It's not going to stay like that. We have this thing here too, where every city decide how much they want to sell their gas. When you go to this gas station might say, okay, I'm going to sell my own for $1.65. That one we might say, okay, I'm going to sell it for $1.50. So that is it. So I think to a time the price of petrol is going to come down if we have many marketers that everybody are just competing with one another. So they can, okay, well, this is how much I want to sell my gas. So if your price, if I'm not agree with your price, I go to another gas station where I will see, okay, at least this one is still different. It's 50 kobo different from that. So you will see that that person will now want to bring the price of his petrol down, gas down. Anyway, let me put that way. So I think he is doing good right now so far, but I am not going to be carried away with what he has done so far.
I have a question for you, Baba Akure. So you came here under the banner of Peter Obi, of course, and you are still in court. You're at the tribunal fighting for your mandate,
for our mandates.
Yeah, fighting for your mandate. So, as it stands now, are you hopeful that the tribunal will kick Tinubu out and install Peter Obi, or are you happy for Tinubu to carry on if he's going to go on in the manner that he started? So, do you want Tinubu removed, or for Peter Obi?
If he is okay, like let me start with this. I'm a practicing Christian anyway. Bible even said that whichever way, I'm just going to paraphrasing what Bible said. Whichever way that leader is emerged, that is the person that is destined to be there. I hope the court case is over. Oh, my brother needs to pee. Yeah. I hope this court case is over. If Tinubu is the person that is going to favor Nigeria, then let it be. God will make it so.
But Baba Akure, is that a change of position? Have you changed position? Are you a Jagaban now?
It's not an issue of changing of position. I just want better thing for Nigeria. Before we thought that, okay, Tinubu has a lot of baggage and things like that. But if somebody is performing, if he intends to perform, I'm not going to say, okay, well, do I say that the article or Obi they are not going to perform? I'm not going to say that. But we have seen things now that, okay, well, we thought this man is not going to do anything. His leg they shake, his hand they shake, he's falling down on the stage, all kind of things. But if he's doing okay, even if you want to spend 15 years, I don't have any problem with that, because we want Nigeria to be better. We want somebody who will take Nigeria out of this shallow grave and make sure that we are all comfortable, even those we that want to go back home. so we can go back home and, okay, believing that, okay, our country is better. So it's no issue of changing position. I will support if it is Obi going to do it very well, so be it. but it is Tinubu there right now, and we can see that he's doing okay. And with what he's doing right now, I think reasonable Nigeria wouldn't really want him to be removed. That is, like I said as well. I don't know. Maybe he's doing this also so that we can have passion. Compassionate on him and support him. It could be, but if he's going to do well, God will let it all the court case over, and he can continue in the way that he's doing, because he has already signed electricity bill into law that every state could generate their own electricity, which is a very good move if they really allow that to happen. And that is why I'm saying, if he continues like this, I'm not going to be surprised by the end of his tenure that this country is restructured. I'm not going to be surprised.
Babakure, sorry. Babakure, let me ask you a question, right? Most of these bills that we are seeing today are Buhari's bills, right? Because, of course, the National Assembly had not sat. So most of these things that we're seeing right now are bills already prepared by Buhari. So we are yet to see something from Tinubu and his National Assembly as constituted. But giving him kudos for even going ahead to sign those bills into law, because I mean, let's face it. Even in the past, we've had bills that have sat on president's table.
Sorry, was the floating of the naira, was it a Buhari bill or the oil subsidy removal? Were those Buhari bills?
Well, I wasn't hearing you, one man. I think I don't know what was going on.
I was asking that, was the floating of the naira, was it a Buhari bill or the oil subsidy removal?
Yeah, let him remove it.
What's going on?
No, it's Baba Akure giving the instructions.
Okay. One man.
Yeah.
Most of you agree with me, because I mean politics is over, right? You agree with me that 95% of the bill Tinubu is signing were sitting on Buhari's desk.
No, we're not talking about. We're not talking about bills. The electricity decentralization, that was very much a Buhari initiative. Buhari had actually, he just assented to it. I mean, of course, like you said, he will pass through all the readings at the parliament and all of that. So, but what the really impactful, and that is impactful, by the way, Buhari initiative, but the really impactful floating of the naira for it to find its natural value and the removal of the oil subsidy, those are Tinubu policy positions, nothing to do with Buhari.
Well, even with the policy, see, one man, look, I just think that Tinubu, Baba Kure, I don't want to take your time, please. So probably when you get to my time, I will talk, but just to make it a short one, Tinubu played to the gallery with the subsidy. You understand what I'm saying? Tinubu played to the gallery
with an anti-people policy. He played to the
no. He played to the gallery. Look, nobody was saying that subsidy will not go, right? But the thing there is that if you could remember during the campaign, sometimes we don't give credit to who credit is due. Peter Obi came out and said, "How much fuel are we consuming?" And we said it. They said, "Oh,
everybody said it though."
No. See, one man. Look, we knew when they were asking Tinubu. Tinubu wasn't anyway. Tinubu wasn't anywhere to be interviewed. What I was saying is that Peter Obi he made references to Pakistan. Go and look at that video. He said, "How can we consume about 70 million barrels, 70 million liters of petrol a day? That Pakistan, that has more cars than us, about a little bit of our population, consume far less." He made that point known. So my point is this: if we were
If we were subsidizing, because
hold on, Bishop. I want to get back to Baba Kure as quickly as possible, but I'll let
go ahead.
No, not you, Bishop. I was telling Bishop to hold on. You land, and I'll go back to Baba Kure.
Okay, yeah. So you understand. So the thing there is that now, since they subsidy Tinubu signed the subsidy thing into law, now it has gone from about 70 to about 30 million. The consumption right now. From 70 to 30. Now we know where these things were going to. So if we were actually subsidizing about say 80 to 20 million for Nigeria, are we going to lose all those monies we're talking about? So that is the issue. I don't want to go far.
Sorry, repeat what you just said. Are we going to lose which money?
I said if we were subsidizing, because we were subsidizing now, if we were subsidizing like between 18 to 20 million of petrol as against 70 million. The difference is huge. I don't know if I'm making sense. So if we're actually subsidizing 18 to 20 million of liters per day, then Nigeria we can even say, you know what, let's make it 300 per liter. Right?
We're not subsidizing. No. I think you've misread it. Let me explain. We were subsidizing about 70 million liters per day under that regime. But when the subsidy was removed, the actual consumption of the country is now showing at about 20 million.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's to tell you then that about 50 million was essentially being subsidized for countries like Cameroon, Chad, etc.
Exactly.
And they were being stolen. So that's a corruption. So with this removal now, that corruption has been removed.
No, what Tinubu actually did, one man, was just like he dropped the subsidy issue like a hot potato, right? But if we wanted to be technical with the removal of subsidy, we ought to have attacked our borders. We ought to have said, have a better distribution network, and we won't pay all this money for subsidy. Well, Nigeria shouldn't have gone through this. So one man,
no, we had to remove the subsidy. Do you agree with that?
No, we have to. But what I'm just saying is this, one man, if the actual consumption of Nigeria is between 18 to 20 million, from 70. It means that, right? We could have actually even subsidized. We could have actually subsidized it and still have more foreign exchange.
If we subsidized, I think I get what you're meaning. What you're saying, that if we establish that the consumption of Nigeria is around 20 million, we subsidize that 20 million, and then we reinforce at the borders. But I tell you that those 20 million, a good 15 million of them will still be stolen.
One man. Look, let me tell you.
The only solution was to remove the subsidy.
It's okay. I don't have problem with removal of subsidy. Like I said, I never had problem with it because I knew. But see, I would look at it this way, right? If I'm saying Tinubu, don't remove it, do we have the security architecture to actually provide security for our borders? The answer is no. So take it away. Let it go. So my brother, continue. Then I will continue when it's my turn.
All right, back to Baba Akure. Who is all of this? I'm glad you turned up today, Baba Akure, because you should have seen the abuse I was getting on Instagram. All your fans, they say, "What have you done to him? Why is he not here?" And Rotimi, I see you, by the way. I'll come to you quickly, Rotimi, because we like to document new names. But Baba Akure, a long-standing member of this platform, who has been away for a while. So, Baba Akure, this headline, Tinubu mulls extension of old Naira notes deadline. So, you were at that phase when all the arguments, then the old Naira note was extended to December this year, just for the country to make the adjustment to the new notes. But the Tinubu's Economic Advisory Council, they are now putting out the feelers out in the space to tell us that they want to extend that to December next year. Should they just abandon this new Naira thing? Not to say that they shouldn't change it, but they've made such a mess. and you can be sure that Emefiele has stockpiled a lot of this new naira. So should they just abandon it and then just redesign it totally?
Thank you very much, Woman, for that question. To me, if I will say, I'll just say, like the way they've been doing it, just spend it with one another. And until when the old until when you have enough new naira notes and you can take away the old one out of the circulation. Do you want to give you a story? When I was in Nigeria, when you withdraw a 50,000 naira, out of that 50,000 naira, you might get maybe like 3 brand new naira notes out of that. What does that tell you? So they still, in fact, to me, I would suggest they just forget about that right now and just focus on the economy of Nigeria rather than wasting money on printing money again. Let's just get this country out of this dish first. Then we can be talking about, oh, we want to. It's not that we are going to use our money in Cameroon. It's not that we are going to use it in Nigeria. It's not that we are going to use it in the United States. So it is still meant for Nigeria. I will suggest the issue of 2024, December 2024. I will suggest that they should just focus about the economy, how to rebuild Nigeria for now, and let us continue using the money that we have, rather than until 2024. So then we print another one. It's just wasting of money. Let us pay our debt, the one that previous administration put us into. Then we continue in how to bring back this country from this old that they already driven into. That is my suggestion on that anyway.
All right, brilliant. And to the floating of the naira, it's lost about 40% of its value. Is this something that was necessary? It's something that had to happen? Or that parallel then black market thing is just a conduit for corruption?
I think I was talking to one guy this evening, and I realized that the exchange rates of Canadian dollars went up. And I said, are you serious? Then we were discussing, and he said, oh, well, it's just for the meantime, which I want to believe too, that it's going to be for the meantime. It will be somehow shaking for now. There is a friend of mine that wants to change US dollar, and he said, buy US dollar, and he said they want to sell it. They want to sell it for him at 780. So I believe to a time, since he gave them power to change in any rate they want right now. So I think there will be no room for somebody to hold money or hold dollars into themselves, and it's just going to be like subsidy, like the way he removed a subsidy something. Now, when you go to the bank, so the bank might display, okay, we are going to change US dollar for 550, and you get to you get to Senate Bank. Senate Bank say, okay, we are going to change it for 540. Oh, you get to GTB. GTB say, oh, we are going to change it for 530. So you will see that to a time they will have the same. I mean, almost the same price. Rather than
market forces. That's what you're saying. Market forces. Market forces
exactly.
will determine the price. Yeah.
So then you will now see that everybody will now come in line with one another, and there will be no scarcity of. To me, that is my own belief anyway. The way I read into it, there will be no this issue of scarcity of dollar and things like that. And I think our economy is going to be much more better because we are not really going to too much depends on US dollar at that time.
All right. It looks as though you are excited somewhat by the Tinubu administration. Are you excited by it, Baba Akure? Are you willing to admit that?
Like I said, if it is him, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on. Can you?
If it is him that is going to bring Nigeria back to the way it's supposed to be, so be it. It is just like when this sinner went to Jesus and he said, your sins are forgiven. If he did great, and if he he does well in Nigeria and bring Nigeria back to the way it's supposed to be, where we will forgive his sin. Because this is you remember before Buhari left power, some people are saying even if he can restructure the country, they said that all this insecurity, all whatever is going on, will be thing of past. They are not even going to put it on his name, and they will believe that he did a tangible thing. If he could have done that restructuring. If this one is the person that is going to make Nigeria better, that we can go back home and even if he said he's going to be there until when?
Can you hear me? It's not going to give you your Yoruba nation. It's not going to give you your Yoruba nation. Or if that's what you are, it's not going to give you Yoruba nation. I don't. Okay.
Forget about
you are talking about restructuring. It's not going to give you Yoruba nation. For carry on.
Is restructuring Yoruba nation? The restructuring is not Yoruba nation. It's just a matter of each maybe each state. Which I will even prefer that each state control their own resources, and we can build our infrastructure. There will be competition. If each state they can depend on themselves rather than go to Abuja and get money. Whatever we have in those states, we manage it and we build our road, we build all our infrastructure, we subsidize or we make our education better. Then Ekiti State, we want to copy us because they see all that we are doing good. So this is not an issue of Yoruba nation. And I can tell you, majority of Nigeria will not even want Nigeria to break up. When Nigeria was good, do you see anybody talking about breaking up? It is just this young kid that they don't really know when Nigeria was Nigeria. That they don't really know good. They've been experiencing all the bad things about Nigeria. If you have already tasted Nigeria, the way Nigeria was nice and the way it was recognized around the world, nobody will really want Nigeria to break up. The country might be restructured, and everybody depends on their region, but nobody will really want Nigeria to break up. That's just the fact. If Nigeria is working good, it is just that because some people are sidelines or people are shortchanged and the issue of nepotism and things like that. That is why you see everybody clamoring, oh, we want to go. So that is it. I'm not talking about Yoruba nation. No, Yoruba nation is not in my agenda right now. It's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but is it still in your dreams though, Yoruba nation? Are you still holding?
If Nigeria can be better, and we understand ourselves,
you're abandoning a lot of position. You've abandoned Peter Obi. You've abandoned Yoruba nation. What else are you abandoning?
One man, don't push word into my mouth. I'm saying the reason why I supported Peter Obi is that for justice and equity, and believing that he is very young, that he might be the person that will bring Nigeria out of the dish. So if somebody is there and is trying to see or trying to do it, what do you expect me to do? I just have to support him. But like I said, I'm still not going to be carried away with what Tinubu has done so far. I appreciate what he has done. And I think if he continues like this, majority of Nigeria will not really care about even if you want to die there. That is just it. But
president for life, Tinubu president for life.
Because we have not seen majority of these young people, they have not seen any good president in Nigeria. So if Nigeria is good, as far back as the way it was in 1970s to early 80s, nobody will really care about government. If you have something to do, you have food on your table, and you can open your door and nobody come and boggle your house, and nobody come and cut your head off and for ritual. if things are working good, nobody will really care about who's president. Nobody will really care about that. I can tell you something, one man. That was a day I was talking to one guy here. And he said, our government, they are very corrupt, right? You know that? I just laugh. Say your government are very corrupt. He said there is too much money to steal. I said, how do you mean? He said, because these people are stealing money. I said, well, I will appreciate if you can change government. Let your government come to my country and let my government come to this place. So then you will see the difference. And I said to him, here now, you see, if it is 100 million they want to spend, they will steal 1 million and they will put 99 million in the project. I said, but in my country, they will take 99 million and the 1 million that is left back, they will still leak out of that money. So which one will you prefer? I know he said I will prefer this one. So if we see somebody who want to flush and make this country better, if you like, it's going to be there. Nobody is really going to care. If you have food on your table, you are where to do. There is job opportunity for you to make your life better. You have electricity. You have everything that you need to do as human being, not like animal. That nothing. The road is not there. Food is not there. Nothing. Nobody will really care about if you want to spend 100 years. That's your own problem. If you have power to do it. But honestly, he is doing very well so far. Because for him to have courage within 3 weeks, fire Emefiele, and I do hope it's not revenge anyway. remember, it was the same guy put him on the dock the other time. So I hope it's not there for revenge. But what he's doing so far, to me, I agree with him.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. I still want to ask you about the Emefiele space, but Baba Akure, I want to also go very quickly to Rotimi, who is joining us for the first time. And you know how we like to quickly document new people just to ease them into the space. So Rotimi joins us for the first time. So hang around and listen to what Rotimi's take is on the politics. But before we go to Rotimi, just like I said, I keep telling you that I get all this Instagram something. This is an example. This is Michael Aviawe says, I missed your presence when you were away from the show. The great Baba Akure. So that is one of your army of our fans acknowledging your return to the space. So Baba Akure, of course, back with a bang. So Baba Akure back with a bang.
Thank you very much, Mike. I doff my hat.
All right. So that's Baba Akure, of course. Nothing wrong. He's just a busy man. So as Baba Akure joins us, so does Rotimi for the first time. So unmute Rotimi and let's meet you. So Rotimi, good to have you here. Rotimi, unmute.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, good to have you here. Good to meet you. So just free flow. What are you making of the politics so far? Tinubu, the president, the moves that he has been making over the last 2-3 weeks of being in situation. Have you been impressed or not impressed? Or are you still at the court looking to retrieve your mandate? So bring us up to speed to where you are politically, Rotimi.
For me, I would say I'm convinced. And the reason why I would say that is because I've always been a fan of this guy, this man.
Tinubu.
I believed in him from day one. So, I'm not going to come here and sugarcoat or anything. So during that election, my son, his friend that they all live around me and everything, they all went for Peter Obi.
You look like an obedient to me as well, by the way. You look like an obedient.
I'm not, for real.
Are you sure?
Okay. For my children, all my children, none of them go with my own this thing. And we all live in the same house. And they all went for Peter Obi. I never tried to influence them or anything. I just let them go by their belief. But, we argue in the house and they say, Daddy, that old man. I say, well, let's wait now and see. And I lay down my, my reason for liking this man. Because growing up, this student loan of a thing that we're talking about. Some people think, because the case is in court, they're trying to, convince a lot of people. And I told them, I always go back to this man's track record. I said, look, me growing up, I have some of my friends that benefited from the free, the free WAEC in Lagos State. That's about 25 years ago or stuff like that. So it's a kind of man that love education, that love everyone to, believe me or not, some people that are not able to, that didn't have opportunity to do, that their parents didn't have money to pay for their WAEC at the time. At least they're still, they still enjoy it at that time. So he has been that kind of guy. So I'm really convinced. And another thing is, I'm this kind of person, I don't watch only one TV station. I watch, even in America here, I watch CNN and I watch Fox News. I don't watch one. The reason why is because so I can do my comparisons in between. So I watch TVC, which I know TVC is for Tinubu from what I know. And then Arise, they are always the other side of Tinubu, majority of them, maybe not all the time. And then the channel, they're kind of independent. So I'm that kind of person. I wake up 5 o'clock in the morning, watch news for 3 hours, and then go back to sleep for 1 hour and then go back to my job. You understand? So, and I watched this guy, Biwala Daniel. I think he's a spokesperson for PDP. So I watched his interview. It's an opposition. In a situation where you see an opposition being asked questions, how they are convinced by the present administration, if he was able to say, well, I give him average, that is to tell you that he's convinced. Because normally a politician and opposition will always say, no, they are bad, they are doing all this thing. So for me not to really, drag this thing too much, I am convinced and I'm not surprised. And I'm so happy that I'm not, disappointed. And I know it's not going to ever disappoint anybody. And the reason why I think it's so easy for Tinubu now to be probing or trying to investigate a lot of people. He was the most investigated person when he was the governor, when Obasanjo was in the federal. They used all the power they can use. And it's also very easy for him because ever since Buhari was there, he said it. He never collected anything like appointment or minister or anything. He gave the whole thing to Buhari to do this thing. So it's easy for him now to come out and start doing different kind of investigation because none of them ever do anything with him or start any business with him. You understand? So from my own point of view, I am convinced with everything that he's been doing so far, and I still believe Nigeria will really, really enjoy this thing. A lot of people come online sometimes, they just type something and talk about the student loan. A lot of people don't understand what the student loan, how it works. There is a benefit that comes with that student loan bill that not even United States, that we live at, not even United States, not even United Kingdom, because I have my brothers that are based in United Kingdom, that does not have that same benefit. They don't have it. I've seen a lot of people in United States here that are stuck with their student loan to the rest of their life. And it's not like they didn't find a job. The only problem is they were not able to pay that student loan because of the interest rates. And this man signed a bill for a student loan with free interest rates. It will get to a point where some people will have their children abroad and they will be sending their children back to Nigeria to go to school at the point, the way it's going, this thing is going. So if you can sign a bill that not even United States, that we all call giant country. I came to this country in 2012, not that long. I became a citizen. All my children and all the ones that are in Nigeria, I 5 of them, they all came here. But we also have to be looking into, there's another amazing thing. I don't think NANS, I think it's Nigerian Association of Students something, that he had a meeting with like 2 days or 3 days ago. Maybe if I'm missing something, I stand corrected with what I want to say. I don't think I've ever seen any president that had a meeting with the student association one-on-one like that. They will send their ministers. They will send this one to go and talk to them and this and that. Those things.
It's a different style of and by the way, we're only 2 weeks and a couple of days in, so but it's a different style of governance that we're seeing. It's a more hands-on sort of approach, because of course Buhari, who even says even Aisha Buhari was booking appointments to see him, never mind anybody else. So, but this guy, he makes himself accessible. He did say he was going to be an accessible president, but is he just doing this for this petition phase? Is it after the petition, when it's fully secured, then it will disappear into Aso Rock? So maybe we shouldn't give him too many accolades so quickly.
Thank you for that question. I really love that.
Rotimi.
And like I say, that's
hold on for Joel, Rotimi. Coming Joel, a quick interjection though.
Just a quick one. Just a correction. Rotimi, in the United States, you have a free financial aid. Then you have the subsidized loan, the unsubsidized loan. So just a correction there. The financial aid is not repayable. But if you take the subsidized loan or unsubsidized loan, that is when you start having those interests. Thank you.
No problem.
All right. All right, but let's not go too deep into America. Go back to Tinubu and carry on with your thoughts, Rotimi.
Right. So,
but can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, come in, Ajale.
But this accolation now for this student loan bill is not his bill now. He just signed it. So we can't give him praises for this. It's not his own bill. So
it's his
all these praises for him. Oh, Tinubu has done. Oh, Nigerian students can run away from America and start go and read book in Nigeria or this like that. This is not Tinubu bills. He has no effort in this bill. So we don't give him standing in the bill.
No. You did not even say hello to Baba Akure. You didn't say hello to Baba Akure.
Baba Akure.
Prof, thank you very much. But thank you very much. But I have something to say about what you just said now. Tinubu can decide not to sign the bill. We understand it might not be his bill, but he might. So now, why did Buhari why he did not sign that into law before he left? But they can rush. They can rush to go to Ethiopia in the last day.
Thank you.
And bring plane to Nigeria.
One man.
Hold on, Baba Akure is speaking now. Hold on, sorry.
So why is that very difficult for Tinubu to sign rather than go to Ethiopia and bring plane to Nigeria in the last day of the administration? So he could decide not to sign it. So that's it.
No, Baba Akure, this is it. During his own campaign, before the election, he promised something like that too. So I'm not surprised that he signed it. So, but we cannot give that full praise to him, that as if he's the one that initiated that idea. This is Bajabia Mila, and he went through all the stages of, what do you call it?
Parliament, yeah.
Yes. So don't sign it. Good. We like that bill, but don't praise him as if it's by his own initiative.
My dear brother, he signed
it.
My dear brother, he signed it because he understands the importance of this. If you have a boss, right, that hire you at your job, if you have a very fantastic idea, right, and take it to your boss, if your boss refuses to sign it, that thing can sit down there for another 20, 30 years. You understand? I'm not saying we give him all the praise or anything. The reason why I'm saying what I said was because he has a track record of that kind of thing, making sure a lot of people have
Let me ask you a question. If we are to be Obi that is the president today, do you think Obi will sign it or not? What do you think Obi will have done?
Let me answer that question. Let me answer that question. Adale Koko, you see, there's a plethora of things that are in parliament needing the ascension of the presidency to come into law. There's just a vast amount of things that can and could be signed. But it depends on your agenda. It depends on how you want to point your administration that you ask them to bring forward XYZ. So this was part of his campaign space. So and Gbadzabiamila Miller, this is one of Gbadzabiamila Miller's babies in the parliamentary space. So they just brought it forward very quickly and signed it into law. So he could have just left it there. Who would have known? Who would have cared?
No, you didn't answer the question. I said if you were to be the president, would he have signed it or not?
So
it depends on
it's a pending bill
Can I answer that
signed
question?
into law. Would Obi have signed it or not?
I don't know. Did Obi have a position on
Obi can't sign it. Obi cannot sign it. Forget
Obi
it.
does not have a position on education now.
In my own experience.
Allow me to sign. Do I have the floor?
Yeah, go on, Bishop.
It's on record. Tinubu, while he was governor, 19 executive bills that led to various establishments of various things in education, in health, in environment, I want you to remind me that is to his state assembly that eventually became law for ease of Lagos and Lagosha. I want to remind me of one executive bill that Peter Obi sent to his state assembly when he was governor. Just one. I'm not asking for two. Executive bill.
I'm not from Anambra State. I don't know now. I'm not from Anambra State.
Does Peter Obi even know what an executive bill is? Does he know? I don't even know what an executive bill is.
One man. Bishop, let me just come in here. First and foremost, let me just make this clear, because you say he sent in 19 executive bill. An executive bill is not a good sign of a government that has harmony. So when I see people, hold on, let me calm down. An executive bill, if you rule by an executive bill, it's like you're tyrannic. You have to, whatever thing you have to do, you have to send it to the hold on, please, let me finish now. It's an executive bill.
Hold on, Bishop, let him land. Joel, carry on.
An executive bill.
No, let him land, Bishop. Joel, carry on.
Let him land. Let him.
An executive bill is an executive bill. It means that it is coming out from the table of the executive. If you want to have a law, you have to still go through the state or national assembly. I think we all agree on this.
Are you confusing executive bill with executive order?
That's what I want to say. You are missing two.
You are confusing executive bill with it's executive order that you are.
Okay. Sorry. I got
all right. Back to you, Bishop. That
was what I wanted to correct him for. That maybe it's missing executive bill with executive order. I never said executive orders. I said executive bill that went to the House of Assembly and they deliberated upon it and it became law. So that's what I was referring to, not executive order. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, Agali Koko, let me quickly answer your question. Buhari left so many bills that was passed under Goodluck Jonathan unsigned. So what about that? It answers your question. So it's a choice. So Peter Obi may get there and decide not to sign. He won't be the first person to do that. And it's not a crime.
We don't even know if Peter Obi has a position on education. Does he believe in education?
He does. One man. He talked about student loan as well. He talked about student loan. He talked about student loan as well. Yeah. So he talked. He was even broader with his because we were talking about like how education could be funded, and he was talking about student loan being a source of school funding. And making sure that the school has more autonomy, the university has more autonomy, and also, building what they call it, alumni, making sure that alumni could, donate to those universities and all that. So he had a broad, I think he would have signed that bill. For those of you who are skeptical, he would have signed that bill.
But can I say something? Can I say
So,
something?
sir,
All right, say that, and then we get back to Rotimi. So hold on for Ajale Koko, Rotimi.
I remember what Obi said, though, on education. He said federal government should hands off education. Can anybody remember that during his campaign on the debate floor? Do you remember that? He said,
yes.
Which
is good.
So
which is
that,
yes,
yeah,
the way it is done everywhere.
He might not sign he might not sign the bill, because this student loan bill will be heavily backed by government.
No. That's one of the ways to achieve it.
All right, I want to get back to Rotimi quickly, but I have that conversation and we get back to Rotimi. Yeah.
See, that's the way it is done. Even here, even in the United States, the states and province in Canada, they handle education, but you still have some national student loan that you still have some federal backing in terms of loan to facilitate. So Obi is likely to back it up because I believe it was the same model that he was talking about.
So yeah,
all right, back to Rotimi. Yeah.
So
Rotimi.
From my own perspective, I really want to go back to that student loan of a thing, because I have a child in University of Arizona. So talking about the grants for students can never pay off the total amount of the school. This Nigerian new student bill is going to cover the whole thing. And then even if you get a grant in the United States, the remaining amount will still go on the regular student loan. The main thing that we can never take away, which is the highest benefit there, is the free interest. If you get a grant in the United States, it will be like partial of that thing. The remaining money, by the time you finish your school and wanted to pay back, that interest on it will still kill you at the end of the day. So we still don't want to take that part away. And then in the area of whether Obi will sign it or not, as far as I believe, I think Obi will sign it. And the reason why I say that is because Obi is also, a person, for masses. But one thing that I might take away from there is Obi might drag it a little bit more before he signs it, because the way I think Labour Party are coming is to destabilize whatever PDP or APC has been doing. So it might drag it a little bit longer, maybe 6 months or a year before he can sign it. And he will want to bring his own people. And the way I see him is a person of me, I did this, I'm the one that did this. So it might take a little bit longer, you understand? So I really believe that. So, and then, furthermore, this bringing Ribadu back is what I also want to talk about, because I think it's bringing Ribadu back to this is a special advisor of a thing. You understand? So I think the guy is, Mr. Tinubu is also looking into the team that can really work with him and do a lot of things. So this Gbadabiamila bill that we are saying is because of Buhari, it was Buhari's this thing. Buhari refused. It's not that he doesn't want, he refused to sign it. Nobody will never want to take a glory or a praise for anything good. He knew it was a good thing, but he never signed it for some reason. Nobody knows. But Tinubu came in and signed it. Then we will have to give him that, whatever they need to give to him. So I really don't have much to talk. I like to listen to a lot of different people. So if I have anything again, then I will come back. So.
All right, brilliant. Good to meet you, Rotimi. So make sure you join us just as frequently as you can. I'm going to go to Joel of Nashville next, only because he has been away for a good while. But before I come to you, Joel of Nashville, let me just take a quick sample of what Baba Akure made of the suspension, then detention of Emefiele. So just give us a quick texture of that, Baba Akure. What are you making of the Emefiele storyline, suspended, then detained?
Well, I think they serve him right. I'm not talking about the issue of trying to maybe sabotage Tinubu or political party to spend money during election, but the pains that it make Nigeria went through. And if you ask anybody, those people, those one or two ignorant or arrogant set of people that they display card that, oh, why do they have to arrest him? If you conduct a poll in Nigeria today, I can tell you 95% of Nigerians will say yes, they serve him right. Because no, it made Nigeria went through hell for just in fact. To me, I think they serve him right. They serve him right. So it will teach other people lesson that, okay, well, power is not it's not something that you that is forever. You will it will be relinquished one day. So I think, to me, they serve him right, and I'm not going to be surprised if they. I saw a video today now, and they show a lot of dollars in in somebody's house, and somebody was saying that this is Emefiele's house. I don't know if that is true or not.
We've got that video, Baba Akure. We've got the video.
Okay. So, but I don't know. I don't know.
Is it this one?
So if that is true or not, but if that is true, that just no. The devil is living in him. The devil is living in him. To me, they serve him right.
Do you want to see his house, Baba Akure? Do you want to see his house?
I would like to see it.
Okay.
Where your CBN governor of the last 10 years has built his house in the village in Abu. He has his own mast. Isn't that okay? One man.
It's good to go.
Some other guy, probably his cousin, has decided to match him. I don't believe this. This is in Abu, of all places.
Wow.
So that's the house of a salary now, Baba Akure. Yeah, Baba Akure is so stunned, it's frozen. They don't know what to say. On mute, Baba Akure. On mute. You're muted. Baba Akure, on mute.
He's shocked Baba Akure now. He's shocked Baba Akure.
Okay. You see how I was looking at the house. Even the presidents don't supposed to have that house, because how much are they paying them? But you see, they live large at the back of masses. While people are suffering, there's some people are just busy taking the money, and they're so happy of doing so. So they serve him right, and I'm very sorry. I want him to taste what Nigeria has already tasted when he was the governor of Central Bank. In so many ways, destabilized Nigeria, change the currency, and he believed that he's on top of the world. Nobody can talk to him, and then so many things. So they serve him right, and you need to go through the pain that Nigeria went through in the last 6 months.
But when did he build that house? Because we should not forget that this guy was like an executive director in a bank before. So I just want to make sure we are not putting everything on him being the CBN governor. So I won't pay so much on that house, but definitely that guy's story. But for us to be credible, we don't have to add what he didn't do as a CBN governor to it. To me, when did he build the house?
All right. Whenever he built the house, it's almost certainly from corrupt proceeds. So from corrupt proceeds, Joel of Nashville rejoins us as well. Also, it looks as though it's back in the day sort of a session we're having today. All the big names, all the old names, all the traditional names of the platform, they rejoin us. So Joel of Nashville is back to reclaim his mandate. So Joel of Nashville back to reclaim his mandate. You know, I've used this metaphor severally, but it's quite apt to use it now. Now you're here. So the metaphor, Joel of Nashville, is the story of a donkey who is a workhorse. So you use it to plow the fields, you use it to fetch and carry, and then you encourage it with a stick to work it harder. But once that donkey is dead, there's no need to beat it anymore. It's giving you all it has to offer. And the metaphor then, drop the dead donkey. So when are you guys going to drop the dead donkey? The elections are over. They drop the dead donkey now. Joel, drop the dead donkey. So good to see you, Joel. Catch us up with where you are politically.
Good day. Good to see you guys again. Ajene Koko, I agree to good morning, Nigerians, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. Our horse, unfortunately, in this case, our donkey is still very well alive and is still pushing, and we are going to push it to the last line. If you have been following the tribunal and what has been coming out from the tribunal, we are impressed. We are not, like we said, even my principal also said, we are not really against Tinubu emerging as the president. We are against the process. The process is as important. The process is more important than the event itself or the outcome. And that is the reason why we look at it and we say, we must do this. And we must show Nigerians the reason why things has to be done orderly. If Tinubu is performing today, good and fine, we give it to him. What about the person coming after him? How do we make sure that that person that is coming after him is accountable to us? Because, of course, everybody will not be Tinubu. Everybody will not be him. So that is why we keep talking about the process. We must continue to look at the process, see how we can fine-tune it so that we make sure that any person going into government is going into government based on the people, through the people. If anybody going into government knows that the person that put them in there were the people, we will start having good governance. What Tinubu is doing today is not rocket science. It's not rocket science. The bill that he has signed today is not rocket science. Some people refused to do the right thing, or decided to, postpone the ugly day. We know how Buhari went through his tenure. It happened to be the worst because even the simplest of things Buhari could not do. I was listening to Mr. Edwin Clark the other day, and he was lamenting that Rotimi Amechi did not build a railway to his place, but he built a railway to Maraba, Niger State. That is what we are talking about.
Niger Republic.
Niger Republic, sorry.
Yeah, carry on.
So these are the things that we have to start looking at. The process that brought Tinubu in must be checked. Look at
in order to be called excellency, the process that brings you in must be excellent.
Must be excellent.
There you are.
It must be excellent. So you understand what I'm saying? So my own thing is just this. Come on in. Yeah, are you done? Yeah, okay. So my own thing is this, one man. We have to get to a point of in Nigeria where we hold our political office holders accountable. Not only while they're in office, but how they come into power. So we are not going anywhere. We're in the courts, and we have a very good case in the court. Mahmoud, your boy is going.
I was reading that they brought about 50 truckload of evidence today, and everybody was overwhelmed by the volume of evidence.
But the issue there is this: one man. We are not bringing. The evidence we are bringing is something that was given to us by INEC. You said go to court and prove, and we are now in court to prove. We have the ECHA, which is the polling booth results certified by INEC. Now we are having access to the IREV and the Beavers machine. So let us go there. If Tinubu wins, we know that Tinubu won. If Obi wins, we know that Obi won. Then that will start correcting certain anomalies that we have in Nigeria. So most of the bills Tinubu is taking credit for, I will give him credit. I will give him credit. For what?
Are you going to give him credit even though they are Buhari's bills? Are they not Buhari's bills?
Yeah, I'm going to give him credit. Because Rama, if you remember, when we were doing this when we were still politicking for our preferred candidates prior to the election, I said one thing. I said that the problem is not the availability of law, but the willpower. The willpower. So I am celebrating Tinubu not for anything, but the willpower to even do it. We have to tell ourselves the truth. Like Baba Akure said,
Do you think Peter Obi has the testicular fortitude to have done it? Does he have the balls?
Definitely. Peter Obi was coming. Peter Obi wasn't coming to play, and they know. They know he wasn't coming to play. Like Rotimi said, he may not have signed the student loan program into law immediately, but it was in his plan. It was in his plan. Like there was no two ways about it. He was even more elaborate when it comes to education, because he believes so much in education. So that is that. So I give that to Tinubu. The willpower to even consider it is what I'm celebrating. Remember, we have the bills like Orosari reports sitting there. He said before Jonathan. Did Jonathan sign it? Jonathan did not sign it. So if somebody does it, I give that person kudos.
All right. Is Olisa Agbakoba, is he an obedient Olisa Agbakoba?
I wouldn't say he's an obedient, but he's a disciple of good governance.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm only really asking because I'm asking because sorry, I was putting something on the screen. I'm asking because I was inviting you to drop the dead donkey. It looks as though he may well have done exactly that. So this is Olisa Agbakoba, Dr. Olisa Agbakoba, SAN. I am very thrilled to see that this government has embarked on a technical and structural correction of our corruption-ridden economy by removal of subsidies and allowing the Naira to find its true value. We will face tough hardship in the short term, but in the long term, this is the only way to go. So that sounds like an endorsement from the obedience space. Drop the dead donkey. Is that drop the dead donkey?
And one man, you also understand too that the obedience that you see around, obedience are very cerebral people. We are not here for a do or die affair. I am sure if Peter Obi was not in court today, he will congratulate Tinubu. Obedient, and we are not. We want to see Nigeria work. And I told you that the reason why we are in court today is not because of Tinubu himself, but the process that brought him in. That must be checked, and that is that. You understand what I'm saying? So
one man. Do you permit me, please?
Yeah. No, carry on.
I have to give Joel, my brother. Hello. Long time. How are you?
They're fine, my brother.
Good. Yeah. What is the meaning? I still don't get the meaning of the process. They are not contesting Tinubu. They are contesting the process. I still don't get it, my brother.
Yeah. We are talking about Well, yeah, we are talking about now. If you look at the elections and what we have been unearthing and since we've been in the tribunal, you can see that the number does not match up. The number does not match up. The number INEC announced and what is even is IREF does not match up. So what we are only saying is this, like Festus Okoye said, elections are won and lost at the polling booths. We are presenting results certified by the police, by the INEC officials, and the agents at the polling booths. And all we are saying is just this. If at the end of the day, these numbers were counted and we lost, we congratulate Tinubu. Let him go ahead. You see, Thomas, this is one of the reasons why we were talking about making sure that everything that has to do with elections were resolved before any person takes over power. Why do we say so? No matter how you look at it, we are not seeing the real Tinubu. No matter how you want to look at it, because right now, he is not even sure of his seat. Anything can happen. So this executive bill right now could have been, oh, Tinubu did this. But now people are having this, okay, probably he's just doing it because his case is in court. So these are the issues we're talking about.
No, these things were in his campaign promises. So all these things that he's doing, they are all part of his campaign.
They are not new. They are part of
new.
What I'm saying is this, right? What I'm saying is this. It is not new. But let me tell you, I promise you, if this election was between APC and PDP like the old ways, the output of Tinubu would have been different.
Oh, all right, hold on. Let's say hello to Baba Akure's son. Were we there when he was born, Baba Akure? Were we here when he was born? We were here when he was born. Baba Akure? Oh, all right, carry on, Joel.
So you understand where I'm coming from, one man. So that is where I do that.
So honestly, I support part of where what Nashville
Joel, call him Joel.
Joel, thank you.
Yeah.
So this process of a thing needs to be challenged. Because for the future,
but it's not his place of. Sorry, if Peter Obi is not challenging the election, then it's not his place to challenge the process. The process has nothing to do with him.
Right. So, but one thing I know for sure that I believe about 98% is that Obi know that he did not win the election. You know why?
Of course he knows it. Everybody knows he didn't win the election.
Because
how could
he has his own. My brother Joel. Let's not defeat ourselves. He has his own situation room. Every party has their situation room.
Yeah.
You understand? And they all know. Either everybody wait for IREF. This election is a kind of election whereby Labour parties stood with their thing and they get all their results from anywhere and collate it in their situation room. The result in their situation room has really showed them that they did not want. The result in our situation room shows that we won the election. That's my point. That is where you're not getting it. And that is why we say that we're in court to prove that. That's the point I'm trying to make you understand.
All right. So Joel, so far though, as we wait for your mandates to be returned, the performance of Tinubu, an honest appraisal of it is only 2 weeks in. But everybody, including the international community, they seem somewhat excited by it.
One man, like I said, government is a continuum. Whoever it's expected, if you find yourself in that position, it's like a factory, right? You do not just stop. You don't just stop the factory because the machines in the factory, because it takes so much money and so much resources to restart a factory. So Nigeria is a factory. So immediately he comes in, he has to, get in and do his job. Now, how he does it with the things that he's doing so far, is it good or bad? I will tell you, it is good. What Tinubu is doing right now, even I was talking about is this guy, Alake. I said I was listening to him. I was looking at his body language. when he was mediating between the NLC and the TUC, and I was so impressed by Dele. Like I didn't know I was going. Like I've not really took my time to listen to him, but I really like his disposition. Unlike what the other one, what that Agoro, what they call it, Onanuga, what's his name? No, or Festus Keyamo. No, these people are these ones are wild. Then Alake is well calculated. Whatever he says, unless he disappoints tomorrow, but for now, whatever he says, I can look at the Alake and say, okay, I can listen to him. So far, I will tell you, Tinubu has been reaching out. Tinubu is loyal to the people. So far, from what I've seen. And he has to be. He has no choice. You see? But the thing there is that
he has a choice because Buhari administered the country differently. He treated us like our subjects rather than citizens.
One man, he has a choice. It's still a choice for him to say, I want to continue with Buhari or I want to do it differently. And if you say you want to continue in the way of Buhari, we would have shown him the way, they would have shown him the door earlier than now, right? But the thing there is that what he's doing right now, we are saying, okay, he's doing well. For the meantime, until this mandate, this presidential election is determined, keep doing your good job. That's all I can say. When it's time for us to take it, I know that we're going to do better. We're going to do far more better. Because in all of this, we are looking at, which people are we looking at? It's appointments. That is because the real governance has not really started. Appointment of who? Ababio. Now, if you have a log of wood, you're carrying a log of wood of corruption, because
you know that Akpabio cannot be reversed. That's an act of parliament. You know that cannot be reversed, and Abbas that cannot be reversed as well.
No. I'm not talking about reversal or anything. I'm just talking about the character of the person Akpabio. Somebody that the EFCC is investigating. I would have thought, in my own thinking, I would have thought, no matter what it is, it would have gone for someone else.
Hello, woman.
Without someone that has that baggage of corruption.
Like whom?
I mean, it could have been any person. I mean, even now they zoned it to the south. I would even prefer an Oshomole.
Oshomole is under investigation.
Well, I don't know, but at least you cannot tell me that amongst them they don't have somebody. That's what I'm talking about. So
a Nigerian politician that is not under investigation. Name
I
one.
know there are. No, one man. There are.
Name one.
No. There are many of them. So there are many of them that are not under investigation. So the thing there is that we know the issue of Akpabio. We followed Akpabio. Akpabio is corrupt. It's a corrupt man. It's a corrupt man. Even the process that brought him into power, into the Senate. We know all of this. So my own point is just this.
Hey, woman, can I make a comment, please? Or interject, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, woman. Hello, everyone. Yeah. If you continue to give Tinubu's opposition the chance to talk, they're always going to minimize and nitpick everything he does or says. So the Joel just saying that a government is continuum, sure, but if that was the case, how come things don't go the way they should go, like perfectly? It's not about government being a continuum. We all know that, but it's the will of the person in power to do what is right. Woman, also, I think you may be guilty of this because you're saying, well, this were Buhari's bills that he didn't sign. So what is the benefit of Buhari not signing those bills and giving all the credit to Tinubu? Well, it doesn't make any sense. It's the will of Tinubu to know what is good for the nation.
But not Tinubu's initiative, though. It did not birth the bill and then send it to Parliament for review.
Well, yeah, woman. But in the last days of Buhari, they introduced Nigerian airline. How come they didn't do the same thing when it came to the student loans and the other things? How come they didn't do it? Why did they have to wait for Tinubu to get the credit? So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they wanted to do or what they tried to do. It comes down to the person that had the fortitude and the will to do it. And Tinubu is on display right now and is being judged because he's the one getting the job done. So all this minimalist talks about, Peter B would have done it. Peter B had an idea. See, we all know Trump kind of had the same problem, so to speak, when he came to power, because why? It was an outsider, not an insider. Therefore, he didn't know a lot of people that he could work with. You see, out of all the candidates, we all know that Peter B is the least qualified because he's gonna have a failure for government. Why? Because he doesn't know that many people. He doesn't have relationship in the north and across the country. So he's more likely to employ people or people appoint people that would be recommended to him. Okay, unlike Tinubu, that strands the entire country. See, there's no candidate that Tinubu is going to choose that he would not have had a relationship with that person or know that person in one capacity or another. And that's a testament to him as a complete, robust politician that knows what he does. See, this Peter B is a candidate, if he had won, to fail. He couldn't have succeeded anyway. The man is so, as a politician.
You can't say that because that is speculative. You cannot say what he could not have done because he's not in a position not to do it.
Well, the same reason Joel and other people are saying what Tinubu, criticizing what Tinubu is doing right now, and they're giving credit to that man that does not even have the opportunity to show what he could have done. At least Tinubu right now, we see him on display doing something. But to my point again, we all know that Peter B is not well-rounded. My point is that he would not have been able to select like good candidates from the northwest or the northeast or across the country, even the southwest. Maybe just a few in the southwest. But him being able to rule the country in a balanced way, I don't see that success coming from Peter B at all. But Tinubu, on the other hand, so far, people don't have to give him credit. They can try to minimize what he does or what he tries to do. But at the end of the day, it's going to be judged by what he actually signed into law and the things that he put in place to govern the country. Not hearsay, not what he could have done.
All right, fair comments. Joel, is that fair comment though that Peter B it did not have the expansiveness in terms of reach within the country to have formed an all-inclusive government, not robust enough to be the president is what our prince is suggesting.
Well, everyone have their own their whole perception about people. I'm not going to go back and forth with him. I think elections are over. But the issue there is that Peter B has a reach. The problem of Nigeria is not the absence of good hands that can do the job. I think you're still stuck, in the past, the way we do things in the past. Everybody must know me, the big manism of Nigeria. That is not what we're doing right now in Nigeria. That's not what we're doing as obedience. And that is not the way Peter B rolls. We know that every part of Nigeria, I mean, if you ask me now to even as I am right now, to name 1, 2, 3 people that can work with me if I'm the president, I would name, talk less of a billionaire, someone that was a billionaire at 25. So look, this whole issue of he wouldn't have done this, Peter B does not have a reach. Look, he has shown you he has a reach. We doubted him all we wanted, and he came up and he showed up. And he showed up nicely. So I don't think you have a point, in trying to say, hey, Peter B wasn't going to do this because he doesn't know so and so people. Come on now. You're talking about the president of Nigeria. Even if you want to get David Axelrod from the United States to work with you, they will come and work with you. Come on now.
All right. Let me take you to this space just finally, and then I'll go on from you. And I'd like you to hang around. So I suspect you are waiting to drive, but hang around just for as long as you can, because from you I want to go on to Prince Daddy. But before I go on to Prince Daddy, let me take you to this space. So this is how the voting turned out in the at the Senate to emerge Godswill Akpabio as the Senate president. But what is striking is the voting pattern from the Southeast. So again, the Southeast abandoned to go to the North. So this is the voting pattern, and this is how they voted. So Orji Kalu, who once upon a time wanted to be the Senate president, he voted for Senator Yari. But the rest of the states, they voted for Akpabio. Akwa Ibom voted for Akpabio. So that's Anambra, they voted 50-50 Yari Akpabio. Ebonyi, they voted exclusively for Akpabio. Edo voted 50-50. Enugu, they voted 50-50 Akpabio Yari. Imo State, they voted 50-50 Akpabio Yari. So
50-50. There are 3 candidates, cannot be 50-50.
How do you mean?
There are 3 votes in each state. So how is it 50-50? Is there one and the other vote? Is it that 2 persons vote for one and 1 person vote for the other? In Anambra, it's only Tony Nwoye that voted for.
Yeah. Okay. So not 50-50 then. So I was misreading it with the one on top. So yes. So Kalu voted for Yari in Abia State, and the 2 others voted for Akpabio. In Anambra State, only Tony Nwoye voted for Akpabio, and the rest voted for Yari. So what are you making of this? Does this make for depressing reading, Joel?
No,
it is only Osita voted for Akpabio. The other 2, Chukwu, Kelvin Chukwu, and Ezie Chukwu, both voted for Yari. So what are you making of? Is this depressing reading?
One man, that is a democracy. The people in the House chose who they wanted to vote for. It has nothing to do with the Southeast. And the thing there is that you should also know that the Southeast was also laying claim to the Senate president. So naturally, you're going to see.
Is Senator Yari a Southeasterner? Senator Yari, the former.
No. It's not about Senator Yari himself. I'm talking about the candidates, the senators themselves. They had a position. Some people thought that it should have come to the Southeast. Some of them thought it could have come to the South. So what you saw there, even in Bayelsa, you did not look at Bayelsa. Bayelsa, 2 people voted Yari, right? So my point is this. My point is this, right? Each state had different interests, and they voted the way they wanted, and Akpabio emerged. And we have to leave it at that. It has nothing to do with Southeast. And I mean, if Southeast went that other way, whichever way they went, it's their position.
Everybody in Ekiti State voted for Akpabio.
It doesn't matter. You understand me?
Everybody in Kwara, Lagos State, they voted for Akpabio.
Good.
Everybody in Ogondo State voted for Akpabio. Well, there was one rogue in Ondo State who voted Yari. Everybody in Osun State voted Akpabio. Everybody in Oyo State voted Akpabio. The whole of Yoruba land, bar 1 person, Jimo for Loronshaw, the whole of Yoruba land, bar 1 single senator voted Akpabio.
Yeah, I mean, and it is expected, because those are Tinubu stooges, right? Tinubu had played a way in how they came into power. So it is normal that they're going to go with the position of Tinubu. So that's the point.
That is wrong. That is wrong. What about PDP? Osun State is a PDP controlled state, and they even lost all the vote. They lost all the Senate seats and the House of Assembly seats. So I don't think that is correct.
My brother. Okay. If you take Osun out of the picture, what about the other? What about the other
just
ones?
politicking. So just politicking. And
my point is this, right? Everybody made their choice. The Southeast ought to have the people of the Southeast, or the representative from the Southeast, chose a different person, and I think that choice should be respected. It's the time of saying, "Oh, I voted this person." I voted. No, we mustn't be in the same. This mustn't be in the same party. After all, in what they call it, in the House of Rep, what happened in the House of Rep? Didn't they all voted for APC's choice? So let's leave it at that. I think we have this thing about South. That is the Ibophobia thing. Everything that South is not.
It's not.
No, it's not about that.
It's not
Yeah.
Ibophobia though. It's a
It's not
concern about.
Igbophobia. We are not.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's
It's
not
not a concern.
about Igbophobia.
Hold
I
No,
was
the
just
issue.
saying. I was just trying to correct that something. It's not about that.
You know, we saw it at the primaries of the PDP as well. When they voted off script.
Off script, yeah. So
Yeah.
the issue there is this, right? Ojo Zokalo had people that he could, bring together, right? Because he felt that he should be the one. Now, he was going to present himself there until I saw him now saying, "Oh, I'm going to be a deputy to Yari." I was like, "What the hell is wrong with this man?" Like, he's neither here nor there. So look, we know these leaders. We did not vote these leaders. These leaders are.
What about the religious balancing that we were hearing all the way through the electioneering? That there was an overabundance of there was an over preponderance of Muslims in the hierarchy. So Senator Yari is a Muslim. So why then did the Southeast go for him? Because they made great play about the Muslim, the Islamization, something or the other. So are they voting for Islamization?
No, the issue there is this one man. The Muslim ticket is in Aso Rock. That's what matters. Right. All these ones you are seeing right now, Ababio, these ones are just arms. We know how it is in Nigeria.
Senate President.
Senate President. We know one man. Senate President is Lawan not Senate President.
Yes.
Please let us not go there. Lawan not a rubber stamp Senate President. One man. Look, the issue there is this, right? We have seen enough of these characters in government, right? We just hope that Tinubu does, things differently. And on the note, right now, the way he started, he is doing good. And to the last person that was talking about, we give him credit. No, we gave him credit for his willpower. But the fact remains that is not his bill. And am I going to give him any knock? No. We have many bills on this on the presidential table that never saw the light of the day. The president did not pen down to. So for him to have done what he did, we praise him for that. And we are saying that because he's doing what he's doing right now, does not mean that we are going to, subpedal in the tribunal. No. Look, let me tell you one man. Every one of us here, if any of us got into power after Buhari was the lowest of the lowest. Any of us could have done better than Buhari. That is the point. And one man, before I leave, I wanted to bring your attention to the IPMAN. We were talking about the subsidy. And I was talking about, the way it was removed and all that. Yes, it was removed. And we all supported that. But it wasn't properly thought out. In the same Buhari's administration, IPMAN has been working on, I should have sent you a video, how we convert petrol-dependent engines into CNGs, compressed natural gas. In the southeast, like Imo State, we are sitting on gas. Anambra, we are sitting on gas. So what has been going on, it has been going on for some time, even under Buhari, is that in certain areas in the southeast, for instance, in certain companies, right, in the southeast, they are being powered by CNGs. So now what the smart thing that they did right now is that they now brought out like a converter. So even if you're running your generator, it does not really matter. Just put attach the converter, and you will run on CNG. A liter of CNG, they say, is about 100 naira to 110 naira a liter. So if we are building a gas pipeline from Nigeria to Morocco to deliver gas to Europe, we have 200 million people markets population in Nigeria that needs that energy. At the end of the day, we are talking about cheap energy.
Can I
If
say
we
something
have,
with the, on this gas thing? Let me let
go
you
ahead.
finish. I'm sorry. Let me let you finish. I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish. And then,
Yeah. So now that we have this alternative, the people, the IPMAN, that the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, are saying that they are making that with the support they got from Buhari, that now they can now get these things. They got into some partnerships, and I think by the end of this month that they will start distributing these products across the nation. I think that is a game changer, so that we have less dependence on fuel, we have more dependence on and gas, and also it is also good for the environment. So it's a win-win situation. Now, one man, I was trying to ask you one question. Why is it that we also give Dangote license to go import fuel from abroad? I thought that the refinery has started working. Is there anything that I'm not? I saw it on the news.
That is embedded in the petroleum industry bill. You see, in that petroleum industry bill, they said that if there's a shortfall in supply, that people with refineries can import, and then they can import pro rata to the capacity of their refinery. So if you have the biggest refinery, you get to import the largest amount. So I think that's all embedded in the petroleum industry bill.
Well, man, I thought that they said that particular plant was going to give us about 60. How many liters a day?
650 or thereabouts, yeah.
650 a day. Okay, well, probably we still have some shortfall. But one man, at least you know the idea. You understand my own point, my own drift as regard to the CNG. 500 and something naira per liter as against 100 and something naira per liter. I think that will help bring inflation down, the cost of production, the cost of food production, and in fact, food inflation, which is one of the biggest issues that we have in Nigeria. So, one man, thank you for the opportunity, and I hope to click in one more some other time.
All right, don't leave it till too long the next time, Joel. You like Baba Akure, you're one of the big names. If they don't see you, they harass me. That's just the truth.
No problem, sir. No problem.
They will harass you. So there he is, back with the bank, Joel of Nashville. So there he is, the mighty Joel. So thank you, Joel. So that was Joel of Nashville. So from Joel of Nashville, let's go on to. Sorry, did you want to insert something to what Joel was saying as we make our way to Prince Daddy? Rotimi, you wanted to say something on what Joel was saying about the gas.
Yes. So I believe, Joel, I believe Tinubu will work really well and it's going to be in favor of Nigeria. Is that idea of that gas, right? Because if you listen to NESG summit, it was more like an economy summit. I don't know if anybody watched that. They asked Tinubu about, how he's going to make the economy work. I believe he promised, that was the first time I heard how Nigerian gas works. He said the Nigerian gas is on the ground. And that's the reason why we are not making good use of it. That we need to bring this gas up and have the gas competing with Russia gas. So that way, Nigeria is going to really triumph and make more money from there as well. So, just in support of that, so I'm letting you know that Tinubu has talked about that. It's part of his campaign promise as well. So Nigeria is coming, to come in with good things from that aspect of gas. So that's all I want to say.
All right, brilliant. Always good to insert information into the proceedings. So let's go from Joel then to Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, you sound as though you're driving, Prince. Prince Daddy. All right, do we have your Prince or not? All right, we don't seem to have Prince for the moment. So let's go on from Prince then to Bishop, who hopefully we do have. Bishop, are you there?
Yes, please, I am.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Bishop. So Bishop, I was really, I knew he wouldn't budge, Joel, but and by the way, we've had well in excess of 200 people watching us at some point. Only 5 people clicking on the like button. So if you want to help us out with the like button, please do. Bishop, I was trying to push Joel on this, but I knew, of course, how he would respond. Is the voting pattern at the 10th Senate to elect the new Senate president. So the Senate president has been elected, so that's all done and dusted. So we're now auditing then what happened. But the voting pattern, very interesting reading. Almost universally, 80% of the parliamentarians from the Southeast, they voted for Senator Yari. It cannot. It's not a coincidence, is it? Really, it's not a coincidence. With the exception of Abia State, 2 out of the 3 of their complements of senators, they voted for Senator Yari. Orji Kalu, who was part of the Power Must Transit to the South narrative, he voted for Senator Yari. It was that sour grapes. If I don't get it, then nobody will, sort of a thing. Anambra State, with the exception of Tony Nwoye, the remaining 2 voted for Senator Yari. And on it goes. Yes, Ebonyi State. I think Ebonyi State actually gave the full compliments to Akpabio, but Enugu State certainly did not, with the exception of 1 Osita. The remaining 2 voted for Senator Yari. Imo State, they went 50. They went 2 Akpabio, 1 Yari. So what are you making of this voting pattern from the Southeast? With the exception of 1 person, the whole of Yoruba land, they toed the line.
Well, thank you once again, woman. Good evening, compatriots, or patriotic Nigerians, wherever you may be listening from. Thank you for joining us once again this evening. Please, like woman just said, we appreciate if you can click the like. At least if we have 200 people, we should be able to get at least minimum of 100 likes. So please kindly do that. To the needful, click on the like and share. If you have not subscribed, kindly do so. Thank you. Woman, I'll confess that when I read that voting pattern earlier in the day, I was really disappointed. I was sad. Maybe I took it a little bit too far, because all the things we were saying, imbalance, Muslim, religious balance, Islamization, and people had the opportunity. And I don't know if their anger is justified, that if we cannot have it, just like you said, then nobody should have it. But if you cannot have it, Akpabio is there. A day will come that Southeast will need South-South. We need their vote. Most things that you do in politics is not immediate gratification. Sometimes you rub people's back so that when the time comes to you, it's not just like a Godfather kind of an arrangement. And when Tinubu believed he had really served people and they needed to, it's payback time. Some people felt that it was an entitlement mentality, but it is not. There's a saying that says, to whom much is given, much is expected. I don't know how a voting will now be in favor of. Let's assume tomorrow there is something that is being contested between Southwest and Southeast, and they depend on the vote of the South-South. Southeast, South-South can say, hey, when we needed you vote, you did not. Southwest gave us over 90% of their votes. So I was disappointed. Now, when we were talking about it, and Joel of Nashville, I don't know if he's still around, said that those people that voted for Akpabio were Tinubu stood. I mean, that was a little bit slow. And before we could say Jack, he already talking of Ibophobia. I mean, sometimes when we do analysis, let's be very frank. Me, I was not happy about it. I thought the old South-South, with all their plea and the way they spoke to them and, interceded and the rest, should have promoted an Akpabio and say, you guys, you owe all one, you owe us one. No? When there's a payback, there will always be a payback period at some point. Well, maybe we are not being, pragmatic enough in this. We are looking at it from the emotional aspect. And look, let's balance things. The same group of people that were shouting Islamization, still went ahead and voted for the number, and they were justifying it for the number 3 man. After number 1, number 2, number 4. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in Nigeria. And we were complaining when we had a Muslim vice president, which should not even be compared. So for me, if you're asking me my view, I think I was disappointed. I was really, really very disappointed when I saw the voting pattern, especially from some of our southern brothers. So it was actually a chunk of the north that made it possible for our party to win. It was just south, even south. All of them did not vote, not even bias.
Bishop, if I said that the Northerners, they're the most sophisticated voters in Nigeria, what would you say to that in terms of how they vote? Are they not the most sophisticated voters in Nigeria?
Some people would dispute it and say no, because we call them derogatory names and the rest. But for me, they really impressed me. I did the analysis by myself, except from the northwest, of course, Tambuwa effect and the rest, and the PDP caucus. And then we have people in APC that actually voted against. Especially, I'm not even bothered about the North. The North was able to make it up for Akpabio to win. So it was actually a much effort of some aspect of the North and the Southwest. Because we gave 17 out of the 18. If we add Kwara State, which is 21, we gave 20 out of 21. That is Southwest plus Kwara.
Bishop.
Yes, please. Yes,
please, yeah. How are you, my brother? Don't you think it's... Are you not looking at it in this direction, please? That anywhere Yoruba people align, the Southeasterner will not align with it. Are you not seeing in that direction? That because this is this is my
exactly. Exactly.
That is it. That is my own bias. But why will a Southeasterner go and vote for a Northerner? Why?
Why wouldn't they?
I mean, no.
Why wouldn't they?
Anywhere Yoruba align with, the Southeast will never.
No.
We will never.
Hold on, everyone. Let Des come in, because Des not the only Southeastern on the platform at the moment. Des.
Yeah, the thing is, you guys are not seeing it this way. In the presidential election, there was an issue, right? That the Southeasterners just almost 100% voted one pattern. And now, in the Senate president, they voted in 2 patterns. Not really, you can't say it's one pattern, because you can see 70-30%, so you can see, vice versa in the other end. So they're playing a smart move. If they actually voted for, Akpabio all throughout, we are now saying, you now see it in such a way that it's more like they're satisfying the south and satisfying the northerners. That's how you have to see it. Unlike the Southwesterners that went one side. One day they're gonna lead us, and we're gonna say, okay, you guys voted almost 100% for, the Southerners. So you guys should see it this way, not like always trying to have this Igbo-phobic. Joel said it. It's more like trying to be negative on everything an Igbo man does. That's not how it's supposed to be. Yeah.
I think I struggled. Okay, go ahead.
No, I want to navigate it from the ethnic tonality and get it back to the yeah.
I hate hearing this Igbo-phobic, something. So let's just navigate it out.
You know when I hear that Igbo-phobic, it always sounds to me is it because I'm black? When they pull you up or something, it's like playing the race card, isn't it? But let's move away from there and yeah.
I don't want to talk about it. It's disgusting. Let's move away. I'm disappointed that we could not resolve the issue and say, okay, you know what? You clap my back, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. You get it this time around. When it's our time, you owe me one. And that's what I thought. In the spirit of camaraderie, as they say in camaraderie, we'll move ahead. So it's just from bitterness and hatred, and we cannot get over it. And that's not how politics should be played. That's also the truth. Because obviously, there's going to be consequences for this in the months, in the years down the line. Yeah? that, oh, if you cannot get in the south, we say we are brothers. We say we are, when we draw the map of Biafra, oh, we say we are one. We draw the map together. But in this case, we want to go and prefer. Let's even leave the religion aspect out of it. I mean, to me, that's my view. I said to change this tomorrow.
All right, let me move you away from there. Let's go then to the appointments of Tinubu. So all these appointments now, Nuhu Ribadu, Alake, Edu, all of them, special assistants. A lot of people we had attributed and allocated ministerial portfolios for these people. So what are you then making then of these special advisors and the names that are coming up?
I think I'm more impressed not by the individuals. Those individuals are excellent. I mean, I don't know all of them. I know almost all of them except one. I know the Wale Edun's, I know the Olu, I can't pronounce that lady's name. That one in the oil sector and the rest. They are perfect. But one other thing that is very instructive to note is that Tinubu is changing nomenclature. Special advisor or revenue. That means there's going to be focus on how do we maximize. Like I did say in one of our sections here, that we have crossed the 10 trillion. I look for Tinubu to take in the internal generated revenue within the first 3 years to 20 trillion. And before he leaves the first time, 25 trillion. If we can get that internal, and it is very possible. Somebody was asking, I said it is possible. So to have a special advisor, then to have a special advisor on monetary matters. So it's a little bit, a departure from the norm, from the way we used to have it. Just having people that don't know. I want to believe that these people know the definition, what this responsibility, their responsibility entails. We've never had a special advisor on security or national security before. Now we have a national security advisor, but now there's a difference. So the same way he's crafting those names, this nomenclature for the offices, I'm sure the same way.
Bishop, is it a situation? Is it a situation where the special advisors will be more powerful and more relevant than the ministers? Is this what we're looking at?
Most of these are his own creation, but the advantage they will have is that he's forming a kind of a kitchen cabinet. And I did say here one day when we were discussing that depending on the modus operandi of the individual president in power, your kitchen cabinet might really be even be more powerful than the executive cabinet, the federal executive cabinet, because that's where the cooking, the origin of ideas. That is the origin of whatever idea is going to come, and it has to be people that are really very cerebral, that will be able to come up with ideas, and not just something that will make people clap at, something that is going to endure, that will be lasting, and will have permanent impact on the lives of people. That will look back in down the line in 5-10 years, we say, thank God we took this part. And that's the kind of thing. So for me, apart from the nomenclature, apart from looking at tribe and religion and the rest, I think it's starting off. You see, about 12 more to go. They gave approval for 20. This is just 8. And it speaks to the core of his own his discipline as a financial person. So if we can get it right in the finances and the financial aspect, that means we are tilted towards the economic aspect. And if we can solve that economy, except for the insecurity or security that holds up by the jugular at the moment, I think we're getting it right. It's not going to be a one-fell swap, but gradually, one right step at the right direction after the other, gradually, I'm sure we will get there. So I feel, I won't use the word excited, but I feel, it's living true to time.
All right, brilliant. I want to take your opinion on the extension on the old Naira note next. But before I do that, let me make a quick pit stop with Solomon, who makes a rare appearance on the screen. So Solomon, you join us.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Omar. I just came in because of that vote and people saying that what Ojizokalu did, or those people that voted Yari, they did the right thing. This is to show you how, when you say certain things, you look as if you're trying to insult people. But this is to show you how naive and gullible these people are. How will you say they played the right thing? Look at, you see, and I don't even want anybody, especially from the southeast, to be saying that they are marginalized in this country, because look at what played out. South people, I don't like the way they do their things, but you can't expect me to come and see that a south person is coming out for that position, and he has high chances of winning that position, and you leave him, even your own closest person, your own closest brother, you leave him and go and vote. Yeah, I don't, how that action or that act, does it make sense at all? These are the things we want to come and use, that he's a corrupt man. Is the Yari not a corrupt man? Even Akpabio did better than Yari when Akpabio was a governor. And you are coming to say that can the person mute?
Sorry, carry on. Carry on. Carry on.
Yeah, and Akpabio did better than Yari, and you're here saying that you are justifying the action of what Orji Zokalu did. I have been looking at this guy closely in his political movement, and I've just discovered that truly he's a selfish person. You know, when somebody cannot have something, selfish people, when they cannot have something, they will say, instead of that person that that is their opposition to have it, let another person have it. And it's a very wicked and stupid act. That is what this guy just, the action he exhibited. I don't rate it. This is to show that there is something somebody told me, an elderly person told me that knows the Southeast politics well, or that knows Nigerian politics well, told me that most of the people that came in 1999, most of them were opportunists. This guy is an opportunist. He just used, because of maybe his relationship with one or two persons, to come inside. He doesn't know politics at all. And people that supported this action, this is to show you how naive they are. They don't know politics. How will you say what this guy did? The only person that calmed me down was, I think, this guy, Abaribe. These are people that knows what is going on in Nigeria, or that are really honest with themselves and know that how the politics should be played. And somebody is here saying that.
Solomon, can I ask you 2 questions?
Who is that person asking the question?
Yes.
I don't think
you came here for him now. Did you not?
No, it's not for him. I did not.
It's just a simple question.
It was because of because of Mr. Joel that I came in. He's very.
I'm not trying to argue.
Yeah, but you know, Joel is a die-hard Peter Obi. He cannot see. It will come out of it, of course, after the elections, and we'll have him back here and enjoy him. But we cannot enjoy Joel at the moment.
One man.
Oh, are you still there? You are still there. I didn't know.
I'm here. No. Solomon, you cannot shake my head behind my back. Well, anyway, thank God that you're here.
I can't.
You shouldn't be mad. You shouldn't be mad. You shouldn't be mad.
Okay,
let me
point here.
let me just say something. Okay, I mean, we are not fighting, right? Good. The issue there is this, right? You are looking at what the Southeasterners did. For one, I told you that I don't really care who became the head of the Senate or not. But again, we also know that, hello, is anyone hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, good. So we also know how Nigeria came to be, right? So the issue there is that in all this political dispensation, we've always had everybody taken care of. Especially, when I mean everybody, I mean the 3 major tribes. So you are looking at it from what they did. They are telling you that it ought to be them. So you can say anything you want to say about how they did it. I did not support. I for one did not care who came up there, because I can never support Orji Zokalu. I can never support him. Orji Zokalu, what he did in Abia State, I can support him. It's just like you telling me to support Rocha Sokorocha for presidency. A cook. Why would I? So we are tired. We are tired of this system where everybody has to be railroaded into doing one particular function, one thing. Tinubu appointed Akpabio. Do we have a right to say we don't want Akpabio? Edwin Clark did not support Akpabio. Did not like. I said Edwin Clark. What is this guy from Delta? Did not like the idea of Akpabio. There are many people in the South that does not like, even Asari spoke against it. Right? So the issue there is this: when those people talk, they are nobody. But once you look at the actions of the Igbo man, no. What we are saying is this: this particular position in where Nigeria was Nigeria, the South is ought to have gotten the Senate presidency.
Did you vote for him?
Hold on, please. See, if we want to look at, you say, did I vote for who?
I want to say, I'm just putting it now, like, to you as somebody from the Southeast, and let me just say you are representing the Southeast, even though I'm from the Southeast. Did you give him votes? Me, I support every action APC is taking on the Southeast. We have to stop using emotions to do things.
Good and fine, and there's no problem. There's no problem.
Word politics. I don't know why we see it. If we want a sense to be to be our leader in the Southeast there, let's if they like the way they agitated for Biafra, if I know that it's not going to come, but if it eventually come, we can just turn it to Rome, like to a religious institution, so that we know that these people are human beings like us, but there is a way we can check and balance them too. But we now, my own anger now, or my own point now, is our own person that we would have. This Akpabio is closer to us. Do you know this guy now? If he's diverting development from Abuja now to South, we are going to say we are marginalized. He will pass our own frontage and go to their own place, and we will be saying that we are marginalized. Meanwhile, we could not even render him the little support we would have. I think this is a point for us to do our image politically.
Solomon, do we as a people have a right to vote who we want to vote for without being castigated? Now, if you are you going to castigate the whole of the Southeast because of the actions in the Senate? What about what happened in the House of Representatives? So what are you talking about? The people in the Senate made their decision. Those in the House of Assembly made their decision. You are talking in the Southeast, we have 2 APC governors. In the South, we have 2 APC governors. What are you talking about? So the issue there is this. No. Let's look at it very, very well. Let's look at it. You are talking about Southeast. Southeast and APC has 2 senators.
Please.
Go ahead.
Joel, please. Why do they even release this result? I think they just want to divide the country more. In my opinion, this result should... Let me finish, please.
Okay.
Let me finish, please. Because this is just trying to divide the country. How they voted in the House should be their own prerogative. They should not bring it
like a secret, right? I understand. I believe you.
But let me ask Solomon this 2 questions. Solomon, do you believe that the Southeasterners need to build bridges towards the north? And also, do you believe that without the 5 votes, is it 5 or 6 of the Southeasterners, Akpabio wouldn't have come out?
Let me tell you something. I don't believe now. It has shown me something now that it's not about building any bridge. What I feel now is playing the politics properly, like representing knowing that the politics is a thing of interest. We talk about the North. The North the North voted for Akpabio. The North voted for Yari. Do you see the way they divided? They represent their interest. We are just using emotions to come and do. It's not building only bridges in anywhere. Be as in get absorbed into the society properly. This is Nigeria. This is our own country.
Do you know the percentage of the votes?
No, but Solomon,
the Southeasterners voted 7-5. So don't say that they divided their votes. Actually,
they divided their votes. So what are you talking about? They divided their votes.
Can I contribute?
All right. I have the final word on that space, Fatai, and then we'll move on.
Yeah. Brother Eze, this particular Senate president vote is different from the general elections vote.
I know.
Yeah, no, yeah, I get it. The point you are making, right? I get it, but it's simplistic, right? This is not about Southeasterner, right? Even me, from I'm not in Nigeria, I'm not in the Senate. Even Akpabio himself did not have the consensus of the South, right? So it's Southwest people that gathered up, right, gave consensus to Akpabio, right? So, and that was the problem of this Senate vote, started from some people in the APC gang up and writing names on paper. So originally, they say in Yoruba, originally it was supposed to be free. It's not supposed to be people putting their thumbs on the scale. That is why I never got why people were so when Tinubu came back from Paris that time, he said South and Southeast go and contest it, right? And so some people went to go and put names on the paper. This is where the whole problem started, right? So now the reason Yari Odius or Carlos and Southeastern voting pattern came about because Odius or Carlos made an alliance with Yari, right? And the alliance was we will see how the momentum is building. So it was either going to be Kalu Senate President, Yari Deputy Senate President, or Yari Senate President, Kalu Deputy Senate President, and that was the option. So they already agreed. Let me come in.
Sorry, one man, please. There were some things I put in the. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, there were some things that were put into consideration. We're talking about religion. And if you watch now, in this thing they did, they narrowed this thing in a way that now it's going to in a religious way, way, yeah, that now the president is a Muslim, the vice president is a Muslim. Then the Senate president now, we all see these things are common sense. It's not, let's forget this thing we are saying that these things are common sense. We know that the number 3, the Senate president is going to be definitely a Christian, and that was how they were championing. So Yari, now we've seen that, and truly this is to show that it is hypocrisy that is our problem. And I think that hypocrisy now, I don't like when people come here and talk about side is that I'm trying to.
Brother, I get the point you are making. I get the point you are making. The point I am making is this, right? There was already 2 camps, right? Akpabio and Odius Okalu, right? So, but when the names have not been written, right, it weakened Kalu's camp. So Kalu was looking for votes, and Yari. Then they say, oh, okay, we can go for it. So he made alliance with Yari. So, but when the momentum of Kalu was dwindling, right, it was a gentleman agreement. Like, look, we are going to support you, right? But if you don't have momentum anymore, you will support us. So it was a gentleman agreement between Kalu's camp, Kalu's side, Odius or Kalu side, and Yari's side. So I get the point totally. I understand, because I get the point. Brother, I get the point. You say religion and the southern candidate, right? So when you go in a room and you make a gentleman agreement, you stick by your agreement. That is the honor of a business person.
What is the agreement?
The agreement was Kalu, Odius or Kalu, and Yari. They are going to give each other support. Right, so if Odius or Kalu was still having momentum, it was going to be is going to be Akpabio versus Odius or Kalu.
Wrong.
But because that is what it's going to be. But if the momentum, no, I'm not wrong. I'm not saying wrong. I'm not wrong at all. No, brother, let me land it. If Odius or Kalu's momentum dwindled because of they wrote the names for that, it's going to be Akpabio, right? So because his momentum dwindled, so the only person who had a fall, and you will see that it was in the last minute that the Northerners came in full force. Because even for you to know, it's not only Southeast that didn't vote for Akpabio. South, the entire Ebonyi. No one. Wait, let me finish. The entire Ebonyi. Wait now. Okay. The entire. Can I just land it? The entire Ebonyi state, 0 senators voted for Akpabio. The entire Delta State, 0 voted for Akpabio. Edo State, 1 voted for Akpabio out of 3. So what is the and if Kalu had the southeast in the bag, right? And they will say they will support whatever Kalu tells them.
And Fatai, that's from Akpabio region.
That's Akpabio region now. If his own people,
we're still getting that echo.
Really, oh my goodness, I don't know what is the problem.
Can you hear it as well? I'm sure you should be able to hear it as well.
Yeah, I'm hearing it.
No, because yeah.
Omar, can you scroll up? Let me see that Ebony real quick, if you don't mind.
All right. Let's have a look. Where is
It should be down.
Yeah.
Yes. One man. Let Fatai go out. Let Fatai go out and come back.
Yes. I'll hold the space for you. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I've seen Ebony. The 3 senators voted party line. Okay, let me just say something real quick before Fatai is back. First of all, what Fatai is saying, very wrong. He's not actually getting the point.
Ebony voted APC now. Akpabio.
Yeah, Akpabio. So what happened? Ojuzo Kalu and Yari, they almost had a physical fight, because they ambushed Kalu. At that point, Kalu was supposed to back out, just like Osita Sunaso. But because of his quote-unquote, let me say, his political stagnated mindset, and because of whatever maybe he has going on in his mind against Akpabio, or because he doesn't want to believe in Akpabio Senate presidency, and because of his treacherous nature, this political cycle actually
showed his kind of person.
Yes, Kalu has demonstrated a lot of political, I don't want to, immaturity. Let me just say that. First, he misfired when he supported Ahmed Lawal at the primaries. Then by the time he was trying to backtrack, it was too late for him. Then you wanted that presidential candidate who actually won the primaries to support you. It's not possible like that. 2, the Senate presidency, it was very clear that it was an exclusive preserve of the Southeast. It was primed for Southeast. They had the first choice of refusal to the position of Senate presidency. But after the presidential election, the result came out, they performed woefully. This same Kalu, in his region, in his senatorial district, he was alleged to have worked closely, right, against the candidate, against the party, and for Peter Obi. And the same Peter Obi's people, they are not supporting him now. 2. Number 3, it was very clear that you do not have the numbers, but PDP's articles candidates, the Kabas candidate, very known to APC apparatchiks, Yari does not stand a chance. Yari broke every rule. Yari broke every norms, right? It's his first-time senator, not a ranking senator. The first time this will happen in the Senate, that the guy who is coming to the Senate for the first time, right, is having that power to contest the Senate presidency. Why? Because he has the Kabas behind him. He has the PDP behind him, right?
No, because he had the option. The option,
Hold on.
Came from the... Okay, finish. Well, yeah, I know. One man, am I still echoing? Am I still echoing?
No, you're not echoing anymore. No, you're not echoing anymore. Yeah.
Okay. Continue. I come after you.
Yeah, it's an opposition candidate, which it was very clear to the party apparatchiks, which it was known to people, to insiders. They tried to placate him. They did everything. Tinubu paid him. You remember, Aliu Dume said Tinubu sneaked out. Tinubu, snuck out 3 times to meet Yari one-on-one. All the like 4 governors, the 4 governors in the Senate now, Danjuma Goje, Adamu Alero, and Dakwambo, the former Gombe governor, right? He met all of them one-on-one. They tried to find ways to make Yari understand this is we are still battling this issue of the ethnic, the religious, whatever. Let's leave it to the Southeast and South to dig it out. Now he wouldn't listen. They left him alone. They started doing their own game. But they were trying to work on Ojuzo Kalu. If Ojuzo Kalu is gonna back out and break his rank with him. But Ojuzo Kalu instead vehemently, right, continue that is lethargic political game. Continued like that. When it was very clear that Ahmed Lawal, who was the henchman, right, for that group, and the APC chairman, who was part of the guys in that group, and some other folks, the arrangement was Ojuzo Kalu was going to be the candidate of their group, while Yari is going to be the number two. Number two, right? Ojuzo Kalu or Osita Izunaso, if it was very clear that issues were not favoring Ojuzo Kalu, Osita Izunaso was the backup for them. So that was the arrangement. But all of a sudden, right? It wasn't a case of his popularity was dwindling or probably his fortunes were eroding or whatever. He never had such. All of a sudden, the whole group turned against Ojuzo Kalu, being a Southeast person, being a Southern person, and they started championing the Northern agenda. And this guy saw it, and he continued. That was when he came to cry on the floor. He did not cry because of Nigeria. He was crying because of the game that has turned against him now, against people that he trusted. At that point, Osita Izunaso, if you check very well, one man, that very day that Ojuzo had that
Enigmatic, please. Enigmatic, you're not talking all point. Look, hold on. You're not talking all point. You're talking all point now. I mean, how can you say? Hold on. How can you say?
Hold on for me. Let me land my point, please.
Okay, land.
That very day that Ojuzo Kalu had that outburst, if you notice very well, I think 24 hours later, Osita Izunaso, I think he went to Aso Rock to have some meetings, right, with the Aso Rock folks. So that was when the day that Osita Izunaso, came back to the middle. Now, Ojuzo Kalu was going on with, after he cried, he went on with Yari. Now, would you want to be number two to Yari, having, be championing the Southeast and the Southern agenda? But because of the fact that he has misfired all over the place, it was too late for him, and because of the ego, and because of his pride, and because of probably the whatever he had against Akpabio, he couldn't back up. That was why actually he had to continue with Yari, right? So now,
okay, Enigma, let us respond now. Let us
just talk small now. Let us just talk small.
No, I'm not saying. I'm putting. You can say your own. I will not counter you.
No, I don't know. No,
Joel, ask question now.
Give me 1 second. Let me
go
ask
ahead.
you. Okay, you said Ojuzo Kalu's fortune is not because his fortune was dwindling, that he never had any fortune at all in the first place. But you also, at the same time, you said the Southeast had the first right of refusal. If they had the first right of refusal, it meant it's your statement I'm quoting now. You said they had the first right of refusal. So which means he had a fortune. So it cannot be the case that he never had a fortune.
Don't twist it that way. Listen to me. I'm
not twisting it. I'm just quoting you.
Hold on. What I mean by they had the first right of refusal prior to the election, it was very glaring to everybody that the presidency after Atiku is coming from the north, and Asiwaju, right, is coming from the southwest with his ticket. It was very clear that what everybody in Nigeria were expecting, at least people reasonably enough to read the politics, that if Southeast could actually come back with a very good number, and that was why they were actually prepared, ensuring that some of us were monitoring the elections of Nnamdi Kanu. Of Ojuzo Kalu, of some prominent of Nnamani in Enugu State. What is going to be the outcome? Because we're anticipating that at least APC is not going to win in Southeast, but they will come back with some good numbers that they can actually have a good negotiating tool to have that Senate presidency. It was very clear that the North Central will either come with the speaker, right, or the SGF. But the Senate presidency would have been it was their position by default. But because of their because of their political languor and inertia, right, and the cavalier movement and attitude they had, they couldn't. That default setting automatically obliterated. So they have to go back to the.
Sorry, Enigmatic. Are you there, Enigmatic?
Yeah.
No, sorry, I muted you. I was wanting to mute somebody that was crackling. Carry on.
Yeah. So what I meant by that was that by default, right, as the arrangement was going into the election, it was very glaring that if Southeast had come back with a very prominent number, right, it would be by default that Senate presidency was for Southeast, right? Then they could have some challenges from South-South, but the challenges wouldn't have been enough. They would have pacified South-South with some other prominent appointments. But Southeast, they do not have the presidency. They do not have the vice president. The SGF is primed to be in the North Central. We said it over here, right? And then, or Northwest, because we're tipping El-Rufai then. But it was very clear that if Southeast, like I said again, right, if Southeast, because of their political inertia and the political languor and the cavalier attitude they demonstrated during the election, they lost that default setting. So they have to go back to the to what Nnamdi Kanu was doing now. Then South seized the moment. South seized their moment by having the number that was supposed to be supposedly was supposed to be coming back from the South. So now South had the number and they have that bragging right and the negotiating tool to come to the table. So it is scratch my back, I scratch yours. It's not about whatever arrangement that happened before it has happened. But now we are looking at who is going to be the Senate president between South and Southeast. Before the election, it was going to the Southeast, but they messed it up by themselves. So now, after the election, the actors, the major actors in the Senate presidency election, Ojuzo Kalu and Osita Sunaso, all eyes were on them. How are they going to play this game? How are they going to retreat when they see there are no road forward? Ojuzo Kalu saw the wars, but he chose to go to hit his head against the wall. So first of all, he betrayed his party during the primaries. One. Second of all, he did again during the Senate presidency election. What is the way forward for him? Is he going to go back to ABGA or Labour Party? Labour Party does not love him. They don't love him. They don't care about him. So Osita is now this man from Ebonyi State, Dave Umai, they are the one they will be looking. So Ojuzo Kalu has played himself out of the game. Yari came out today crying that he was betrayed, that he had 61 numbers some few hours to the election. So what these guys did was when Yari came to the Senate to that building around 3 a.m. 30 minutes later, 3:30, 4 o'clock, all APC members were there because they learned their lesson with Saraki's situation. So it was a very high political game. But what everybody is saying now that people are not understanding is, one, there was a misfired shot during the election by the Southeast folks, right? Going with Peter Obi. We understand that. Everything is gone. But now, again, in the Senate presidency, look at the way they've gone with the election. Their closest neighbor, South-South, forget about what South-South did, right? But Southwest and North again came to carry a unified, a party adopted candidate, and the Southeast were there voting against the South, and they went as far as the North to vote for Yari. And then, how do you want to rationalize that? It's all politics played wrong all over again.
Yeah, enigmatic. I get your point. Nobody is missing the point you are making. The point you are making is very clear. Here is the point that I am making. So, it's the Senate election had nothing to do with the presidential election. Right. So because it is the stand narratives of number that brought Yari into the game. Because when everybody was started shouting number, the Northwest then said, okay, if it's about number, we gave the number, we should get it. Because no matter how much number came out of Akpabio, it didn't change the election one way or the other. The number that changed the election was Northwest and Southwest. Okay, so maybe also North Central. So here is the point. You cannot expect Akpabio, right, to do anything about this election from Southeast. You have Kekere KOB. When you have Kekere KOB, Akpabio, Orji Okalo is not going to take out the machine gun and say everybody go and vote for APC. That is very little. I understand. No, I understand.
Let me just finish up, Fatai, so that I can go off, please.
Yeah. Let me just land it and leave it. It's my opinion. Okay, let me just express it and just let it, right? So it's not about this. The Senate election is different from the presidential election. Akpabio won in the last minute. Akpabio was going to lose it until it was Wike. It was Wike that rallied the South support. The ones that they got in the South, right? Akpabio was not the South consensus. So if Akpabio didn't have a consensus of his own region zone, how do you blame other zones? He didn't have a consensus from his own region, so you can't blame another zone. If even in his own home, he didn't have it. I'm not even saying like 2 people from Southeast, big and Southeast. So and also when you say South, and when you say South is very complicated. It's many different people. Edo is different from Rivers. It's different from Cross River. It's different from Ebonyi. So he was supposed to gather his own people first, right? Have the consensus of his own people, but it was the consensus of the Yorubas that put him on the list. And look, if I also was I was running for the race. If somebody go and write a name on a paper, the last time somebody write a name on a paper, for me, I was like, maybe I was in primary 3 when they said I should go and buy something.
What is the gain? Tell me this. What is the gain of the Southeast to vote against an Akpabio who is their neighbor? Tell me the gain. Tell me what is their gain.
It's not about gain now. They were going to vote for Kalu. I am telling you, the decision. Wait. Can I just make my point? I just make my point? The Senate presidency, the decision, either way it went, it was last minute decision. Nobody knew it was either going to be Ojuzo Kalu, Senate President, Yaris Vice Deputy Senate President, right in the last minute. When in the last minute, the Akpabio was forced.
You are not getting Ojuzo Kalu has been played out. The day Ojuzo Kalu was played out.
Hold on, Enigmatic. Hold on, Enigmatic. I'm not quite sure you fully heard what Fatai was saying. There was an arrangement between Yari and Orji Kalu for Yari to run for the president and Orji Kalu to be his deputy. So the voting that you're seeing for the Southeast is aligns with that. Is what Fatai is saying.
That's what I'm trying to correct, one man. Kalu, right? The arrangement with Kalu's group was. They were going to focus on Kalu being a candidate from South, and they could negotiate with all the South, and Southeast senators in all opposition parties, LP, Labour Party, YPP.
Yeah, but once this Wike already got once Wike got involved, I know.
In the course of that,
once Wike got involved,
in the course of that, hold on. In the course of that, Ojuzo Kalu was played out, completely played out.
Yeah, I know. Once Wike got involved, and there was a committee that was set up.
It was an arrangement.
Can I just make
it was a long-term arrangement to have Yari, but they wanted.
I understand you.
They used Kalu and dumped him. That's what I'm talking about. No,
I understand you.
All right. Land the point, Fatai, and then Solomon have the last word on that space, and then we move on. I think we've labeled it enough here.
Yeah. So in the last minute, once Wike was visiting Tinubu 1 million times, right? Right. So and also Tinubu asked that a committee be set up, which was headed by the Imo governor, whatever. So these two arrangements were the thing that shifted the vote, and you could see it was so close. It was 46% against Akpabio. So there was no certainty Akpabio was going to win it. It is these two forces that ensured that Akpabio won it, because by that time it was not going to be good for APC if Yari won it because of them all. Everybody was Muslim, right? So he was like, okay, at this point, it is now clear that Akpabio is no longer in Kalu is no longer in contention. So the only person standing from the south was Akpabio. So they had to engineer with between Wike and this committee headed by the Imo State governor to ensure that Akpabio got it, right? But prior to this, right, Oje Kalu fighting for himself to be Senate president had arrangement with Yari, right? That I'm going to get a block vote. Your block is going to vote for me, like my and so when everything became complicated, it's like, okay, either way it goes, either I be president Kalu and you be vice deputy, or you be a president and I be deputy. That was the arrangement. It's a negotiation. Two blocks come together and they negotiate. Yari also know I have a block vote. I can't just say I will be your deputy. If you are no longer having momentum, I have to be Senate president. And he agreed to the deal. And it was until last minute before he was so certain that Kalu, and that's why he was weeping on the Senate floor. My point is this was more complicated. This was a very complicated deal. And the thing that shifted the vote was writing them on the paper. They should have left it for them, the senator. They are not children to contest. And whoever won.
All right. Have the final word of Solomon, and then we move on.
Yeah. To me, Fatah has said what he have in mind, but to me, it's not about writing a paper. The person that is the president has already said, look at who he wants. They've already bargained all these things are becoming. Yari did not have any. I've checked it so far as like in every way, and I have seen that Yari did not have a chance to be the Senate president. It has always been Akpabio, and President Tinubu has already said he wants him, and most of the people in the party there have already said they want him. So Kalu, what he did was just like the analogy I gave you. That was just the kind of act he behaved. And I have to give it up to David Umahi. You see, the next national leaders we have from the southeast, David Umahi, Hope Uzodinma. I don't like Hope Uzodinma the way he came in, but see, they are the leaders, the national leaders of in this administration when in the southeast. There's nothing. Even this guy that did not come back, this Chimaroke, I know definitely they might find a way to put him in the national level. Yeah, they will find a way to put him in.
Solomon. So do you know the character of Hope Uzodinma?
Did you hear what I said? I said I don't like him, but it's quite unfortunate that he's because they've worked. This thing, one thing is where you work, you eat. You cannot go and like this. You did not give this from even the vote from the election self that even determined this guy's future in this about this Senate presidency, and he shot himself in the foot while because of the kind of acts, the treacherous acts he has been exhibiting. So you don't need to. It's where you work, you eat. These guys are working. David Umahi is working, even if they are not doing the right thing, but to us, but they are putting effort, and the people are seeing it. Hope Uzodinma the same thing. So these are the people that are going to be the national leaders in the southeast. It's quite unfortunate, but this is it. So we need to try and do things as in we should understand where we are in, with the kind of country we are in. Yeah, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellently put by Solomon. So you should join us more often because everybody delights anytime you do join. So that's Solomon, of course, the supervisor of the comment section. That's Solomon, the Lord and Master of the comment section. So let's go back to Bishop. Enigmatic, I'm thrilled you turned up because I especially want to hear your thoughts on the this special assistance that Tinubu has just rolled out. But before we come to that, let's go back to Bishop, who was going to talk us through then this thing that they are doing. They want to hold on still to the old Naira notes for another 12 months. So what are you making then of this headline, Bishop? Sorry, I had it up. So what are you making of the let me put it up. So what are you making then of the headline that the Tinubu administration wants to push the old Naira notes till December 2024?
Well, please, I know that's going to be short, but before I say that, I just want to add a final word, just one word on one sentence on this Senate President election. Please, a night before the election, we had a discussion here. We deliberated extensively on the chances of the candidate, and I was very emphatic. I was so sure that Akpabio was going to win. I'm not surprised that he won, but the level of treachery that played out, because whether we like it or not, Tinubu has a say in how his administration is going to run, and the people that are going to be pivotal and instrumental to the success of his administration. And what Yari and Kalu did was to play the kind of card that Saraki and his other PDP something played against APC. If they had succeeded, we would have had a completely distorted administration, just like we had in the previous time. And it was really a saving grace that we were able to get out of it. Otherwise, it should have been really a terrible experience. Having said that, so it was a good thing that I was surprised that the number Yari was. I was thinking he would get like 30, 35. I looked at the play, but I was so sure Akpabio was going to win. But I never knew as much people will betray their party, APC, and knowing what is at stake for their personal and selfish reason. And that's just my final word on that. Now,
Bishop, please, what was the number? What was the number? Sorry, please. What was the number?
63-46.
It didn't come close.
That's 46 was close. 46 was, was a lot.
You were
46 was
you did very close, so you did very close.
anyway, okay, I see what you're saying. Anyway, you're right. Okay, yeah. All right.
You know the first thing that Akpabio did when he got that thing. Just to this is for you really enigmatic. This clip. This was the first thing that Akpabio did after they confirmed him.
But I'm not qualified to thank him. I need to call our leader, the brand new God's will. They asked me what's the impression of this election. I say it's God's will. So let me, on behalf of my colleagues, invite His Excellency, Mr. Senate President, to please thank our brother on behalf of all of us. Your Excellency, sir.
The Deputy Senate President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Alake, my dear brother, immediate past governor, performing governor of Rivers State, yes, was weekend. My other colleagues, former governors, my brother, Governor Ganduzu, Governor Maye, Governor Shumolen, also National Chairman, my distinguished brothers from the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So there it is. That's on Thank You Visit, the first thing he did. There is nobody that knows how to throw an agbada and bask in self-importance more than a gospel like Akpabio. You will think he was the king of the universe, but there he is, going to say thank you to Wike. All right, Bishop, to the Naira extension, brief thoughts on that, and then we move the conversation then to the special advisor, which enigmatic came on for. Bishop, to you.
Yeah, I mean, the Naira issue was definitely going to come. But when they were fighting tooth and nail, what's his name? El Rufai did say that much. He assured his people because it was just going to come. They almost got their fingers burnt in that Naira redesign, Naira classification, whatever. It was just by stroke of luck that they were able to come out. They were able to come out to survive that onslaught. And they did promise that if they were voted in, they should not bother themselves that it's going to be extended as long as possible or cancelled. I think what they're going to do essentially is begin to gradually withdrawal of the old note, the one that is old, that is getting. So instead of printing old song, they will just be replacing them gradually and fixing the old ones. Now that is the normal practice everywhere in the world. To allow for 2 years, so there's no rush. As soon as the old ones, that is the worn out old notes, get into the banking system, they are withdrawn and replaced with new ones. I'm sure by 2 years, that should have. So we're just doing the proper thing now, unlike when we wanted people to exchange 4 trillion or 5 trillion naira in 3 months, and the naira is not even there, and we subjected the people to that level of harrowing experience and deprivation. So I think this is the right thing to do. I mean, some people might still be against it because the person that is doing it, but obviously it's the right thing to do.
All right, brilliant. Well said. Stay with us, Bishop. Let me go on from you, Bishop, to Enigmatic, who came on especially, I think, for the special assistant. So let me go to that space and let me build it up before I bring you on Enigmatic. A quick reread of it. Sorry, hold on 1 second. Well done, Bishop. So a quick reread of it. Bola Tinubu appoints Nuhu Ribadu, Alake, Edun, others as special advisors. So a lot of questions around them being special advisors. It says President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of 8 special advisors. Tinubu on Thursday appointed Dele Alake as special advisor, special duties, communications and strategy. Mr. Yau Darazo as special advisor, political and intergovernmental affairs. Mr. Wale Edun as special advisor, monetary policies, and Mrs. Olu Vahijen as special advisor, energy. So I've got a clip on that lady, so I'll play it to you in a moment. Other appointees as disclosed by Abiodun Oladun Doye, Director of Information State House, are Mr. Zacchaeus Adedeji, who is the Special Advisor, Revenue, Mr. Nuhu Ribadu, Special Advisor, Security, Mr. John Oguchuku, I won't attempt his last name, Special Advisor, Industry, Trade and Investment, and Dr. Mrs. Salma Ibrahim Al-Nas, Special Advisor, Health. So those are the special advisors rolled out. So a lot of questions, a lot of those people, actually the anticipation for them to get ministerial portfolios, but they've ended up with special advisors instead. A lot of those names, of course, names that we're familiar with, a lot of them names that we should be, but probably not are familiar with. Mrs. Olu Vahijen, a name that especially struck me. So I've gone to dig out a small texture of who she is. So let's just listen to a couple of minutes as she's confounded by the empty head Rufai Oseni. So let's see now what this Olu Vahijen made of the empty head Rufai Oseni.
You want to ramp up production. A lot of people argue with you that crude oil theft is not only the problem. The wells are moribund. Mm-hmm. How do you fix that? And the IOCs are not ready to spend money on them, which is the major investment you need. So how would you able to will you be able to fix that in the first place? NNPC has also gone private here. And you know that comes with NNPC doing its own part that it's not doing. Is it still going to run the model of the president to be Minister of Petroleum thing and he oversees, but there's still loopholes everywhere?
So let's talk about the IOC's exits. So IOC's exiting mature oil and gas provinces is nothing new in the energy sector. That's what happens all the time. They've been operating here since the 60s. Once your cost structure becomes too uncompetitive because of declining production, you exit to independence with leaner cost structures. That happens all over the world, and Nigeria is no exception. Yes, crude theft has accelerated that process and complicated it in many ways. But you see the IOCs exiting not the country, but the onshore business. They are going offshore, and they're staying in the gas business. So will you be able to, if you address the general insecurity, if you aggressively...
Right, so that was the woman, Oluwahejen, maybe you tell me how to pronounce her name, contending with Rufai Seni. So Americano sort of a woman, but enigmatic. So these now new advisors, their names and slots, and more so the names that we thought would be ministers. Wale Edun, everybody thought he would either be the CBN governor or Minister of Finance. NSA was penciled down for Rufai, not Rufai, for Nuhu Ribadu, all of that. What are you making then of this list, enigmatic Hondi?
Thank you, one man. Appreciate the time. So, as we can see, fantastic, and then absolutely brilliant. These are eminently qualified and Nigerians, professional of indefatigable, professional character and ebullient understanding of what they do. Of course, people probably may be surprised why Ashwaju has gone this route. The folks that were expecting to be appointed as ministers, being appointed essays. I said it maybe my last time here, right? I said this is the first president we will have that is American trained in the corporate executive structure of the US. And then you will not be surprised if you start seeing some American style of governance in his approach. So this is what you are seeing. If you look at those folks, Olu Arolo Vehigen, Zacchaeus Adedeji, Uwa Jumogu, that one is from Zacchaeus Adedeji is an Oyo man. Olu Vehigen, Arolo, I think is from Ondo State or Ekiti State, but I think he was married to a Dutch or something like that. And then Uwa Jumogu is from Imo State, from the prominent Uwa Jumogu family. So his family, his uncle, his big brother was the late Uwa Jumogu that died the other time. So they were in their 40s, in their mid-40s, and they're professionals in their, they have bona fides to the understanding of what they do. So what is the departure from what Tinubu is doing? When you look at Wale Edun, for instance, essay monetary policy, we've never heard that. I've never had that type of, I don't think we had a portfolio like that in the past. And then when you see this Olu Arolo Vehigen now, essay energy, and I was very sure that he was going to be within that sphere, either the energy or something that has to do with NNPP on the petroleum ministry. So what you are seeing now is these guys, they are subject matter experts. It's like if I get an appointment as maybe legal advisor or essay legal advisor and maybe political strategy, or essay on information technology and maybe digital economy that has to do with anything cybersecurity or stuff like that, or essay in maybe finance and business, stuff like that. So those are core areas that they can attribute to, my professional and academic forte, basically. So what you are seeing with these guys is Tinubu is trying to run a cabinet devoid of distraction. And for you to actually have a full grasp and appreciation of what he has done or what he's trying to do, I will advise everybody to go and see Tinubu's presidential advisory policy. If I find it again, I'll shoot it to you so probably people can read it. Then you understand what Tinubu is trying to do. And before I continue, I would want people to understand that in Tinubu's cabinet, by the time he forms his cabinet and he has his ministers, do not be surprised if you see ministers being fired after 2 months after being hired or 5 months on the job, right? Before he gets the right people. Because what he's trying to introduce into the administration now is they are going to create a department. So the department, they have it in the US here. They have it in most North African countries and some, even Rwanda, Kenya, Morocco, and some few African countries. They've copied that because that is the global realities now. And is basically, what is the duty and the job description of that department? So the department is going to be spearheaded by a ministerial level individual. So whoever is going to be appointed to that position is going to be at the level of a ministerial level. But do not forget to, by every capacity, SSA and SA in any cabinet level is at ministerial level to the same level. So this department is going to be a department that will be in America. Sometimes in a certain department they call them OIG. So they are going to be like an administrative portal for the whole administration. So that individual, we establish a certain KPI, we establish a certain supervisory policy, maybe quarterly, maybe monthly, maybe like the way it is done over here. When you get it, when you get hired on the job, you know what you are doing, you know your deliverables, what are going to be your expectation. Every month, every 2 months, you go back to do your power and everything to see what you are doing, and probably you are on track, right? And after maybe 6 months, they have to see your KPI. They are still setting, KPI, they will be watching you. And that individual too is not just gonna be having the overall latitude to do what he wants to do, because there's this contemplation that ministers, right, who actually want to corrupt that person to give them a pass mark so they could continue in office or whatever. There will be no checkmate, balance, or controls, basically. This person is going to be the KPMG, PwC, and one other of these consulting firms is going to be conducting quarterly and annual audit of the jobs of that department. So it's going to be it's a holistic and all-encompassing department that will be directly answerable to the president. President in
there's the suggestion that they are trying to reposition these special advisors as being more powerful than ministers. Is that how you're reading it as well?
Yes, I'm actually building it up there, one man.
Yes, carry on. Yeah.
Yes. So this individual will be answerable to the president alone, right? So the president will have the power to have the chief of staff, the SGF, and any SA to be on that meeting whenever they're having the meeting. Now coming to the essays, like I did say, subject matter experts. We can now have a certain Ganduje, for instance, a certain Ganduje as Minister of Finance. So Ganduje is going to be the Minister of Finance. Let's close our eyes and say this is Minister of Finance, Ganduje, right? Ganduje would not bypass Wale Edun to see the president going forward with this arrangement. So Ganduje will have to have a synergized let me say policy idea before they get to Mr. President. So if Ganduje is going to see Mr. President at 7 p.m., right? Mr. President would have informed Wale Edun, this is what's going to happen. They would have discussed. Then when Ganduje will be coming at 7 p.m., Wale Edun will be there. So it's not going to be a situation where the president will be ambushed by some nocturnal policies or some obsolete policies or some very corrupt-laden policy, just like Emefiele did, the way they hoodwinked Buhari. It's not going to happen because you have to cross the bars. So when you are coming to the cabinet meetings, you are coming prepared as a minister going forward to meet somebody like Wale Edun, who is going to be interrogating you, right, one man, or to meet this Oluvejen, who is a subject matter expert.
But enigmatic. If that is the arrangement we're going to have, you cannot. What if there is a collusion between Wale Edun and Ganduje before they now made the president, and they already perfected their kangaroo whatsoever?
Like the LGBT.
Before I go to this stage, you cannot, collusion could still work out between them. I mean, they can corner the president. I mean, if they want to, it doesn't stop anything, except if those people, like you said, Wale Edun is so loyal to the president, loyal that will not betray the president and will not do anything at the detriment of the president and the state. That is when what you are saying, that somebody would not bypass the president or something, or cook up some GPT.
Yeah, I understand about that. I understand.
So, yes.
The typical Nigeria or the typical political gimmicks. But before I got to that stage, right, I started by starting to let you understand there's going to be a department that will be created. And that department is not going to be a solitary department dependent on its own. It's going to be a department that already KPMG, PwC, and then the Big Four will be supervising themselves. And those ministers and the essays, all of them will have certain, they will have KPIs, they will have supervisory capacity under those, this arrangement. But what you are seeing now, this guy will be the buffer, right? They will be the buffer now. But these we can see them as the kitchen cabinet now, right? The loyalty, he knows them. He has worked with them in the past. Like this Zacchaeus now, Zacchaeus Adedeji from Oyo State. Zacchaeus Adedeji, he was a mentee of the late governor, this authority man, the Ajimobi. He was the commissioner of finance, and they currently is the DG of one parastatal in the federal government. So their role is very clear, very, very clear. So it's going to be a clear departure of the kangaroo arrangement of the all corners, every Tom, Dick, and Harry situation that we had during Buhari's administration. And you remember too, the person they are coming to discuss with, he has he has maybe a residual knowledge. Let me use that now of some of those topics they are coming to discuss. And like I said, the essays, they are there to do the job of looking into the policy or looking into what the ministers are doing. And if he does not actually trust them, nothing stops him from using them as minister instead of the essay. So the essay now is what you have, like in the US over here. There are some certain folks that when you are coming from a certain department, before you get to the White House, the matter would then be discussed in-house before the minister arrives. So when the minister arrives, it's like they're going to have a mini panel for that minister or for that department. For that department secretary, the way we call it in the US over here, a mini panel to discuss the idea you know, the minister, the secretary is coming to discuss with Mr. President. You know, Mr. President listening to subject matter experts in that field or in that situation will know how to proceed, and then we subject it to certain controls and certain tests that will be, and that's why I say that was the reason I referred everybody first to go and read and see that presidential policy guideline. When you read that, you will see everybody's let me say everything is clear, and everyone's duty and responsibility very, very spelled and very clear over there. So, and like I say, it's not a situation whereby you see a minister stay in office for the whole administration, for the whole period of the entire time of Asiwaju if you are not performing, because you go through some scrutiny, a very rigorous scrutiny. But it's not easy for you to say you are involving.
Enigmatic, let me ask you this: which one of those names can you pick out maybe 2 or 3 of those names that especially excites you? I'm sure you're impressed by all of them, but which one of those, in terms of hand, feet, gloves sort of thing, which one of those names especially excites you from the list being put forward?
So far, there are supposed to be 20. He has released 7. Then we are expecting 13 more. But of these 7 so far, I'm quite impressed by almost all of them, except the one on political and whatever. Whatever Zhao or whatever. He was.
Yes. Do you know him?
Yes, he was in Buhari's cabinet as special duties SA. He was in the Buhari's cabinet during a special duties essay, but he's very savvy. He's a technocrat, politically very strategic. He knows how to work the inner politics of the National Assembly. So he's going to be very, very good in his capacity, in his role. So the only reason why I mean I like him too, but the only objection I have about him is the one, if you will be scared of who can be penetrated, right, one man, that is probably that one, which is not going to be a big deal, you know, to the administration itself, because it's just on political and intergovernmental affairs, and then National Assembly matters, basically. So they will know how to come, or how to curtail that, and how to handle that. And, you know, Asiwaju is very big on insecurity, on economy and monetary policy. So the revenue. So the Zacchaeus Adedeji, smart guy, first class, brilliant, from OAU, Harvard, and you know, very impressive, very impressive, you know, resume. Dele Alake, who doesn't know him? He was Abiola's media person before he died. He was one of the chief editors at Abiola's company, then Concord. It was then that he met Asiwaju. He looked very young, but he's already 68, and he's almost 70 now. So Wale Edun, his trajectory. Wale Edun was commissioner for 8 years under Tinubu. Dele Alake was commissioner for 8 years under Tinubu. They've been with them.
Do you think a lot of these people are living off past glories? They were young and trusting back in those days, but they are old. Are they old and decrepit now? And are they coming off the back of reputations of days gone by, and they are not at all attuned with contemporaneous realities?
Don't be an apostle of absolute and residual mindset. Don't be a political simplicist. One man. Everything that you just said now described how Asiwaju was presented, right, to some few Nigerians who doesn't know him. At a point, people could believe Asiwaju wouldn't be able to, you know, put 2 sentences together. But look at what he's doing now. So then if I have to put this question back to you, were you impressed by what Dele Alake did during the election, stemming the tide of the vicious and the media guillotine of the opposition cabal? And then would you
even Enigmatic was even Joel of Nashville was impressed by him, so that's a high commendation.
So that answers the question. Is he good on the job as going to be the person who will coordinate the communication? Don't forget, his role is special duties. So before now, look at the role he played post inauguration day of Tinubu when he made that statement of subsidy is gone. He swung into action. He has been a prominent player. He has been a prominent member of every decision Asiwaju has made before this announcement today, since he was inaugurated into office. Right? You could see him during the during the NUT, NUC, the NLC, all the prominent meetings they've had, all the negotiations they've had. He has been playing his role before he was officially confirmed as special duty. This is the guy that is like the N'Golo Kante of the administration now, because he could deploy him to any ministry to do oversight.
This not Manchester man, no. We don't know.
N'Golo Kante is in Saudi Arabia now.
He's in Saudi now.
Yes, God. I wish I was a footballer. The amount of money they are paying those people, those Saudi people. Anyway, carry on.
So, if you say you are not impressed by Dele Edun's, job and how it demonstrates, is the man that you need to stem the tide for you when things are rough. He came into the picture when things were going south for Asiwaju's campaign. So they needed people on ground. They found a way to bring out Ajuri. They found a way to bring out some very brilliant media guys to counter the political the media narrative. And they did a very good job.
Just speaking of Ajuri, are you expecting him to be on that list of 20? Because that would be a waste if it wasn't the Ajuri in Galali or something like that.
Yeah, I know that Ajuri is willing to come back, but he doesn't want to come back as a spokesperson or a media person. I think he wants something different. He has made it clear. But they are putting him up for something. It's going to be one of the team. So that's Dele Alake for you. Talking about Wale Edun, you are talking about Wale Edun because probably you don't know him. Anybody, I'm challenging you, go and Google Wale Edun, or on Arise TV. When Wale Edun, he was tipped to be the Minister of Finance for Buhari or the Chief of Staff for Buhari then. But Buhari did his own thing. It shows the different people. Wale Edun, prior to that time, Abati and two other people. One might just take time to go and look at Wale Edun's, go and check Wale Edun out. I'm not going to be I'm trying to be conservative. So I want you to...
I know it's Kulata's man. Kulata always swears by that guy, but carry on.
One man, Wale Edun is a seasoned, brilliant, idealistic economist. He's a man you always want to have in your team if you are serious about about monetary policy in your government, in your administration. If you want to succeed, right, as Asiwaju is aiming to succeed, especially especially Tinubu harping on the monetary revitalization or monetary policy ideas and revitalization of Nigeria, you need somebody like Wale Edun in your cabinet. So there is still some, I was told this evening, right, that Asiwaju is putting him there, maybe temporarily, when Senate finally reconvenes and they are settled, that he's going to probably be the substantive CBN governor. But that is still on the realms of speculation. But for now, let's focus on the job that he has. Like, once again, I will refer you to read that political presidency advisory policy. You will see what he's going to do. Then when you are talking of, and then you can see his academic level, of course, from, I think he had his, I know his master's is BSc in economics, master in economics, all in UK. And then he's the current, I think he found a bank or something. So he had an intimidating resume. You can't even, one man, you need to check this man out. When I listened to him for the first time, I was shocked. I was marveled that how did this man get all these folks? to work with him as a governor in the first instance. Just like the deputy governor of Lagos State now, and one man, that guy, Ashwaju spotted him in New York while he was working as one of the heads of Barclays, this popular bank in the Wall Street, as one of their. He completed his PhD then already in information technology, the information security. So then when you are looking at Zacchaeus, that Zacchaeus Adedeji is a product of OAU, first class, a chartered accountant, is 45 or 46. He has almost 15 or 16 years experience, cognate experience in that field. He has held several positions in that capacity. He is currently the DG of sugar and whatever in the federal government. Very smart, very brilliant. If you know people who know him, they refer to him as professor, right? It was those kind of students then that were doing tutorial or whatever for their fellow classmates. So he's very brilliant. He knows the job and is very, 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 very cerebral in what he does. Very cool from Oyo State. Then the Verheyen, the lady from the oil and gas industry, he was with Shell or Chevron, 20 years plus of experience. He worked, I think currently is the DG or co-partner of an energy and oil and gas company in Nigeria or Sub-Saharan Africa. So, like I said, these are subject, one man, you cannot question subject matter experts. So when you are talking about subject matter expert, you are either a subject matter expert in economics, subject matter expert in finance, subject matter expert in information technology, subject matter experts. They are loaded with ideas. You cannot play them. They know the policy, they know the rules, they know the industry standard, the standard practice as expected. So when you look at the other guy too, who again, that lady among them, Salma, she's from Borno State. She was a commissioner of finance, commissioner of health under Shetima, if I'm not wrong, under Shetima. And that was at during the heat of the Boko Haram. He stemmed the tide of their he did a very good job. And I think
is this Salma Anas?
Salma Anas, yes.
Yeah.
So what you've seen so far is like I said, and then the guy from Uwajumogu from Imo State. Check his profile too. He's equally a younger. I think he's 46 or 45. So he's concentrating on the youth with a blend of the experienced guys like Alake is 68, Edwin 61, Salma I think 50 something. The other three of them maybe 50 something or whatever. So far so good. And then no Ribadu. There's a conflicting report that his position is equivalent to that of NSA. I can't really speak for now, but so far so good. Is he going to do a good job as a as the SA security?
Did you want to come in, Prince? I think Prince wants to interject. Prince. All right, carry on. I think you will carry on.
Yeah. So as the security, SA security now is antecedent, is professional antecedent precedes him, and then people can check that out, And then I know from behind the scene there have been a lot of petition and agitation against him. They do not want him in that capacity because he knows, they believe he knows where the skeletons, quote unquote, are hidden, and people are scared. So one of the mandates that I heard that he's been given is he needs to trace the funds spent on security, especially within the military or whatever, for all this while. And he has that track record. He can do that easily. So he's an ally of Tinubu way long, for a very, very long time. They've been coming together. All these folks that you see now, this Arolo guy now.
Tinubu ran in for
thanks,
president.
Hello?
Okay.
Yeah. Hello, Prince. We've been trying to get hold of you all day. Are you back home now? Oh, Prince. Oh, okay, carry on. Carry on, enigmatic.
Yeah.
No, Enigmatic, let me quickly say something to you so that you know. That Nero Ribadu, I think when this guy wanted to make him the NSA, there was a report that the generals kick against it, that because it's going to violate his seniority, that is going to be an issue. So for you to be an SA, you have to be higher ranking in the military, at least for you to command such respect that office we need. So that's what I read on Sahara Reporters, though.
Yes, that's a reason. But Ashwaju you told them that what the question he posed to them, that where is it in the Constitution that who say we cannot change it, and then he was referring them to the US, that the current NSA in the US does not have military experience. In the past, the NSAs they used to be political scientists. They used to be policy wonks, right? In Nigeria, they used to be folks that has knowledge of security. You could have a national, like Fayemi can be a fantastic national security advisor in a country that understands that. He has his PhD in security and whatever war, right? And he has a lot of experience in that field. He has written so many theses and stuff like that. In the Michael,
okay, one minute. I'd like to interject, you don't mind.
Okay,
go on, Prince.
Yeah, that's enigmatic, right? Enigmatic?
Right.
On D, yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So I want to make sure I heard him right earlier. You said that you can't question subject experts. Is that what you said?
Subject matter experts, yeah.
You can't question them?
Yeah, I mean,
I think it means that in the broader sense. Not.
I don't understand how you. I don't understand your context of defining what I meant by that.
Well, that was just a statement that you made, so you can explain further if you want to. But to the point, my point, I was going to make a comment also that.
To answer that, there's no even a president who you question the president. So even subject matter experts, part of the question is, even when you get to a panel, you are being questioned and you provide answers. So have you questioned them? Yes, that you've just questioned them. Then it behoves of them to actually hold their ground and let them understand that, yes, I'm actually an expert in this field, and I have the capacity to take on any professional intricacies that come my way.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I make distinction in asking a question and questioning somebody. If I question an expert, meaning that, hey, your proposal, I don't think is going to work, and that's questioning an expert rather than asking a question. But I mean, I enjoy your analysis. You have a solid background on these people that you mentioned. You seem to know a lot about them. Quite frankly, I don't know their background. I just know them by name for the most part. But when it comes to leadership, no, I mean, the reason why I like Tinubu is not because he's maybe book smart or he knows accounting or he has industry knowledge and is a good politician, but he knows how things work. Tinubu is, in other words, he knows how the world works. He knows how Nigeria works. So him being at the helm, that is fine. He can appoint people that have PhD and masters or whatever, as long as is able to curtail them, because somebody has a industry expert or has a PhD. I personally don't believe that they are capable of not being questioned or to be able to get things right. And the reason why I'm saying that, because in America, for example, now if you go to Wall Street, these are the best people from Harvard and Yale, and they have like even rocket scientists or neuroscientists working on Wall Street. These are real smart people, but the junk that comes out all the time and the mistakes they make, only if one had questioned them, including Bernie Madoff. So Tinubu can amass all the smart people, but it doesn't mean that they know how things work. They need to be challenged and corrected if he thinks they're going out of line with their policies. Because usually in academics, if you make one mistake, where do you go? You go back to the next thing in the textbook to execute. And sometimes it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that in the sense that you have to sense the people, what is going on. You have to be more sensitive and attuned to the people. A lot of tacit knowledge is necessary. But again, I give it to Tinubu. Just like you said, these people are well qualified, and I think he's going to choose the right people to be at the helm of these different agencies. Thanks.
All right, you're welcome, Prince Daddy. So, of course, you can, like I said, right? You can question people, but questioning subject matter expert on competence. I've not seen that, but of course, you can question their ideas, probably their maybe the policy framework. You may have some few objections, or probably some ideas for adjustments, or probably, I mean, that's part of being a cabinet member. But the new Ribadu that I was saying, I know some generals were hands in, because Dambazao, I don't know if you know Dambazao, one man, General Dambazao. He really wanted to be that NSA or the Minister of Defense. But Tinubu is being careful, you know. He wants.
Actually, let me bring you this. This speaks to what you're saying, what Prince Daddy said, and what Ola came in with. Let me bring you this very quickly, enigmatic. He says, why Tinubu changed Ribadu's portfolio from NSA to Special Advisor on Security? President Bola Tinubu on Thursday approved the appointment of former chairman of EFCC, Nuhu Ribadu, as a Special Advisor on Security. Correspondents exclusively reported that President Tinubu had penciled Ribadu down for appointment as National Security Advisor out of 3 names considered for the position. But the new development, according to the presidential source who spoke with correspondents on Thursday, indicates that Tinubu may have scrapped the office of the National Security Advisor and replaced it with the Special Advisor on Security. The Security Advisor's function would, however, remain the same as the NSA's. The presidential source revealed that President Tinubu may have opted to name Nuhu Ribadu as Special Security Advisor instead of National Security Advisor to avoid hurting the nation's military chiefs who may not consider a retired police officer as a competent supervisor, as a competent superior. The rivalry among security agencies in the country is well documented, especially the lack of love lost between the military and the police over roles in national security. The police force has always complained about the military's incursion into its constitutional mandate of being in charge of internal security. The development had led to claims, by appointing Nuhu Ribadu as security advisor, the presidential source said security chiefs will now report directly to the president instead of the NSA. The decision to bypass the traditional appointment of an NSA, if unaltered, will confirm concerns about the silent rivalry between the police and the military. Another presidential source echoed that the decision to do away with an NSA was due to Ribadu's background in the police force, which might lead to perceived bias in favor of the police amongst military personnel, and that the sentiment likely influenced Tinubu's choice to appoint him in a different capacity. So that's essentially what the thinking is. So they are going to do away with the NSA in totality and then just have this position as the security advisor.
So what you are seeing now, one man, this is just a function of naming convention, which is at the exclusive preserve of the president, you know, to exercise his right at will. So his question to them was, when did this change? Does it mean it is right if we have ex-military men as NSAs? We've had them in the past. What has been their achievement? Right? Because it was what has been their achievement, what have actually been the reform they've brought to to the national security architecture of the country. So he gave them the indices of their woeful performances in the past, right? And then he gave examples of the previous ones, the current one before this guy, the current one, I don't know if he's gone now, Munguno and all of them. So it's like trying to do away with some certain tradition. One man, he has set his mind a long time ago on Ribadu, because Ribadu he has a job to do in that capacity. He wants to clean the house, and they are trying to more or less, right, change that idea of national security. They are trying to have a coalition of something that we have in the US here. We call it Homeland Security, right? Where there will be a one-stop, let me say, security portal where information will be disseminated in the tunnel vision way. So now, because of as you just read it now, instead of those military heads reporting to Nuhu Ribadu, they will be reporting to the president. But I can assure you, whenever they are having meeting with the president, Nuhu Ribadu will be there. Well, what? So you see what Ashwaju is doing to them now, because he does not. If he has to go with a national security advisor as contemplated by the military heads, he would have gone for Dambaza, but he doesn't want to go with that one. He considered Dambaza as one of the, it's going to be business as usual, but he wants to break that jinx of the national security advisors from the. Do not forget that is let me use it the way they use it in their parlance. That is the cooking house for corruption in every administration. If you want to allow unfettered administration or your unfettered corruption in your administration, you can start it from the NSA office, because the NFA office does not have they have limitless capacity to handle certain funds. They can have it. You know what happened during the guy that Buhari put in prison. Dasuki, right? So, and this guy, he developed a policy when he came there before Tinubu, before Obasanjo started trying to abuse the process. He knows how to trace funds and recover, and then he knows how to trace funds and recover, stolen assets. He did it, and he even wrote a very quintessential policy in that capacity to this Buhari's administration, for them to use when Buhari came with this corruption, mantra, whatever. But of course, they jettisoned it because Malami was supposed to be the supervisory ministry for EFCC. So you cannot have a thief supervise a thief. So everything collapsed. So what you are seeing now is the man, like, he does not, like I said, he does not have his apron springs. He does not have that somebody calling the shot for him. If he was somebody who had to listen to one person, that person could have probably changed his mind, and then the NSA office will remain as it is. But he has found a way. He has said it. There are so many ways you can skin a cat. If you don't want me to appoint an NSA, quote unquote, because he's a policeman or he has a police background, then I'm the president, right? I can switch the gear for you, and then you're still gonna be my security advisor, and they will still be doing the same job. The only thing is the naming convention that will be different. So basically, and then you cannot dare to try to challenge his ideas because you are a general and it's a police. Then you have to face the president, or you go or you get fired. So, and he has given them, he was giving them the rioting order when he came in. This is what he was trying to do to ensure that they have a one-voice voice when it comes to their security architecture. He has a policy that they are going to basically reform a total reformation of the security. When he was in Paris, everywhere he has traveled to, even to Saudi Arabia, no Ribadu was there. So things will change. People who are expecting some certain pattern of business as usual stuff, there will be some changes. So, but some people are so ambivalent and they are so used to the old ways, they don't want to change. Let's pray that these folks, will deliver as expected. He has done the right thing. He has started rightly. I cannot question the credibility, the integrity, and the cognate experience and the professional balance of this team so far. We were here. If we are talking about academic exposure or whatever, we have somebody in Lagos who was an MIT graduate but had zero cognate experience.
Who's that? Is that Chinedu? Are you talking about Chinedu? Yeah. Are you talking about Chinedu or Chinedu? It's Chinedu.
Yeah.
Chinedu.
I mean, he graduated from MIT but with zero experience. But these people, they have the experience of the job. They have the global view of things, how things work. We are not going to be dealing with a certain Malami and a certain Attorney General of the Federation who's so crude, so crass, so primitive in idea, so lackluster in even the legal profession itself, and even the profession in the legal profession, nobody respects him, because even when people found out that Malami was going to be the Attorney General of the Federation, it's like you are hearing that they are trying to make MC Oluomo the Minister of Transportation at federal level. So that was it demoralized a lot of people. That after 6 months of you constituting your cabinet, you are coming with this BS list. So we should be optimistic that things will go well with these folks. We are expecting the remaining 13 of the essays. So, and then the ministerial positions as it is now, we can expect some political. We can see some political appointments, right, in the ministerial list. But there are some ministries that I'm very sure that he will be looking forward to having technocrats too, as these folks, or subject matter experts, as we can say it, in certain ministries. I would be expecting him to have I won't be surprised if I see Cardoso as the Minister of Finance. I'm not going to be surprised.
Some they're suggesting they will send him to go and replace Emefiele.
Who?
Cardoso.
Yeah, so Cardoso is either. I don't think I'm probably going to see. There's either Cardoso or one guy, I think he's from Kano State, one Samaila Subaru or whatever his name. Very, very brilliant folk too. I'm not going to be surprised if I see the two of them. So that one too is an American, trained business expert and finance. Is very good. So we should be looking forward to who is going to be on that ministerial list. I personally want to see a mix of technocrats and politics because of 2027. The politics, I do not want them in areas, of course, and I will be surprised if I see them in those targeted areas for Tinubu. I'm not going to see normal or our typical politicians in that monetary policy, monetary economy, energy, oil and gas sector of the cabinet. I don't think I will see them. But I see somebody like El-Rufai. El-Rufai is probably going to be the next.
No, El-Rufai is gone. After this commentaries that he ran, the clip that he released
don't say that, man.
Those excessive commentaries.
Don't say that, one man. No, don't say that. Don't even say that. It means you are not reading. It means you are not following politics quite well. So if you are discountenancing the chances of El-Rufai in this cabinet, then you are basically not attuned to political realities. So I'm not going to be surprised, except, right? Personally, El-Rufai does not want it. That is the only thing that will probably stop him from being a member of the cabinet. And the cabinet this man is going to run, right, is going to run a transformative cabinet. And it's going to, there will be, Fashola told them that this man micromanages. That department that is creating in the presidency now is basically created to micromanage the cabinet members and all of them. So you will not see some willful, lethargic, let me say, intellectual Lilliputians now in some certain DGs. Because the ministers, they are pulling the minister will be pulling. Look at this Abdul Latif Abdul Karim that was talking about NDIC the other time. So when you see some certain policy and what Akpabio said in his inaugural speech, right, said they will look into some certain bills that were passed. They will have to make some adjustment or completely right? Completely right. Promulgate some new bills because at the twilight of Buhari's, cabinet administration, a lot of shenanigans happened. So things will happen and things will change. Let's be hopeful, and let's wish them, good health.
All right, brilliant.
Quickly, enigmatic, quick question.
I was coming to you next, but yeah, go on, Prince.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what about that lady? Last time I think Musawa, the lady spokesperson for Tinubu during the election. Did you mention her?
Yeah, Musawa. She's from Katsina State. She's a lawyer. I know her very well. Musawa is probably. I won't. First of all, I'll be surprised if I see her on the SA list, and I'll be surprised if I see her on the ministerial list. Of course, she's not going to be on the ministerial list, but I think she will probably be.
To get an agency or something.
An agency, a DG of an agency. That will probably be something for her. Yeah, Musawa is probably going to be a DG of a certain agency, and there are some certain agency that you will not see politicians because it's one of those any revenue generating agency that they are targeting, like NIMASA, the maritime agency, like NNPC, like this agency that so all these revenue generating agencies, right? They will be focused on experts, and because these guys, their eyes are red. Their eyes are red, and he has devised a means to pay up the debt. It's in that policy guide that I told you guys to read. So they are going to easily pay up the debt by certain things, and they want to ensure that one man, I think 6 months ago, was it 6 months ago or 7 months ago, they summoned 62 director generals of all the revenue agencies in Nigeria. One man, it was a catastrophic embarrassment to Nigeria. Nigeria, you will cry for Nigeria if you follow that process in the Senate that time. These guys were there doing absolutely nothing, absolutely generating zero for Nigeria. $0 for Nigeria. So things like that will not happen in this cabinet because you, as a supervising minister, what are you doing? What is your job? You have 3 agencies under your ministry, and you are not bringing anything, and you are coming to the cabinet meeting. And then look at the custom. They are trying to change the custom. They are trying to have a different custom now because the role of custom is basic. So, man, guys should read that policy guide, and you will see where these guys are going. And then you can have an idea of who is going to be in certain position. I'm not going to be surprised if I see Ganduje, for instance, in some certain ministry, because they know about, they will have some check and balance.
Ganduje has capacity for performance, by the way. I've never been sure why people always try and mock him. Ganduje, he has infinite capacity for performance, as do a lot of them. They say the fish rots from the head. It's the sort of body language and direction that the leader sets that people follow. When Buhari just hides away in Aso Rock and not knowing what's going on, just so long as they call him Mr. President, then they'll run amok. but if there's somebody that is there to actually do business, they will buckle up and perform. I think that's what we might say.
Yeah, I'm not mocking. I think on the contrary, one man, I'm not mocking Ganduje, but I believe those with who can think, out of the box, who understand what I mean by Ganduje. I'm using Ganduje as a reference point now to the political wing of the cabinet now. So Ganduje is not. Can you attribute Ganduje to be a subject matter expert on anything?
Well, he has a PhD in something, so I hope he has some expert. He has expertise in it.
Has he practiced whatever he or Bagudu or whatever Bagudu that is was a bagman for Abacha? So those are the kind of people that, of course, because for politics, for political reasons and political balancing going forward, you will need them in your cabinet to keep them close, and then for the optics, right, of because these people, they are political institution. They have a large political base. So there will be ministries for them. One man, there will be ministry for the likes of Bagudu, Ganduje. So if Fayemi is going to be in the cabinet, of course, Fayemi can operate effectively as a technocrat, right? But I'm not seeing cabinet. If there is anybody who is coming from Ekiti State, I think it's going to be maybe Senator Adeyeye. Fayemi is having a lot of issues. They are not supporting him. He is a treasury nation in the past. I think is catching up with him so fast. So, but let's leave that aside. But as it is now, there will be Akpabio, and that is why he actually wanted Akpabio, because they have there are so many things they want to do too in the Senate and House of Rep. There are so many bills, one man, that were slaughtered in the last minutes of Buhari. Buhari was just putting his pen to everything that came to his desk that would burn Nigeria down. So the one that Abdul Latif came to tell Nigerians, it was just one out of many. It was just a tip of an iceberg of the shenanigans of what happened in the twilight of Buhari's departure. So things will happen, and then we can just be hopeful as a Nigerian. Let's be patriotic, and then let's hope Nigeria will get it right this time.
All right. Let me ask you one question and a very brief answer to it, so that I can. And there's so many other things I want to hear your thoughts on. If you're happy to hang around, but let me ask you this and give me a snapshot answer to it. Do you think Tinubu will build a brand new airport in Lagos?
Oh man. If let me just start by this. Any president after Buhari that fails to toe the path of Buhari, I will call that president a shameless, shambolic vagabond, more than a bastard. Buhari had more than almost 30 major projects in Katsina State. So if after Tinubu, we have somebody from South or Southeast that is not towing that path, then you don't love yourself, you don't love your people. I will expect Tinubu, and I believe, and I think, if I'm not making mistake, I think even the airport, if not already been planned, is being planned to be sited, I think, somewhere in the island. But I can
I think they are citing it in either Lake or Ekwe. That's yes. Really where, yeah.
So expect major let me say major projects, infrastructural projects in Lagos State and Southwest. And then I expect Akpabio will influence a lot of things, especially in Akwa Ibom State. Go and check what Gbajabiamila did, one man, in Surulere as a speaker. So because at a point they saw what Buhari was doing, so if you are not pushing the button for yourself, it's up to you. So the only person who was there and was useless and is Lawan, of course. Lawan does not even go back home. He stays in Abuja to win his election. The only time he had issues with election was now. He has not moved back to home to do any election. So yes, Tinubu will facilitate another airport in Lagos, and beyond that, Tinubu is going to facilitate a lot of projects. And do not forget, there are some certain projects that even Lagos Lagos, there's this thing they've been fighting for Lagos, the status of Lagos to change to, I don't know, I forget it now. But I think Tinubu will facilitate that. And part of that implementation will be to cite certain mega projects and then Millennium, maybe development goals project in Lagos because of that status if it's implemented finally.
All right, brilliant. Thank you.
A quick one. An airport has already been approved for Lekki and International Airport. The approval has already been granted. So I don't know if you are talking of a different one apart from that one, or it's a continuation of that one.
All right.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Thank you for the clarity.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Enigmatic. Stay with us just for as long as you can. Let's go from you, Enigmatic, to Prince Daddy, who hopefully is still there. Prince.
Yeah, hello, woman. Hello, everyone.
Good to have you. I did try to come to you earlier, but it was radio silence, so we thought maybe you were driving or indisposed. But now we have your attention. Let me take you to let me take you to the space. I want to take you to the Naira space. Did you know that there are full-blood Oyinbo Nigerians? Did you know that full-blood Oyinbo who are also Nigerians? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that. Nationalized.
Well, I don't know about naturalized or not, but full-blood Oyinbo anyway. Let me give you a flavor of what I'm saying, and then I'll take you to the headline that I want you to address. But this guy now, a senior Nigeria, all the way via Denmark or wherever he came from. But listen to this fella.
Well, we have said for a long time, I think it was in 2016 and 2017, we wrote a paper which we didn't put out publicly, but we shared with relevant parties, including the CBN, where we said, as long as we don't have a unified exchange rate, as long as we have multiple markets and a lack of transparency, what's going to happen is no one's going to invest in Nigeria. We'll have insufficient investment, we'll have insufficient growth, and we'll get poorer and poorer. And what we said 8 years ago came to pass. I mean, we know during His Excellency Buhari's administration, the average growth rate was only 1.5%, and the population growth is 2.7%. So what we said came to pass. So it's a necessary condition to get enough investment in the country that we have a unified exchange rate. I mean, we are a country of 200 million people. We have millions of people that travel in and out of the country every year. We have hundreds of thousands of SMEs that we want to succeed. We have tens of thousands of importers. And a system where you have multiple exchange rates, where you don't know how you have access to foreign exchange at what price, simply is unworkable. And any system where you have to go to the Central Bank of Nigeria in order to access foreign exchange or to get approval for it simply isn't going to work under those circumstances. And that's what we've proved over the last decade. And I think the reaction to the statement by His Excellency President Tinubu during the inauguration was very positive. And of course, there's been another statement to the press by someone from his inner circle this morning or last night that's come out in the press. And all those signs are very positive. So we view this as a necessary step on the road to economic recovery in Nigeria. So we're very much in favor of unification of the exchange rate.
Oyinbo Nigerian, speaking in glowing terms then about this removal of arbitrage from the currency exchange space. But that removal of arbitrage, wanting a unified exchange system, it comes with its own negatives. And is this a negative though, Prince Daddy? Naira depreciates to 40% at CBN lifts restrictions. So the Naira now, it took a heavy hit, losing as much as close to half of its official value. So how does this calibrate for the financial space? Haven't come off the Naira swap thing that hits heavily the financial market. So this heavy depreciation now, they call it a devaluation. But I insist that is the Naira self-correcting. But however it is, it has hemorrhaged 40%. How do you factor this into economic planning, Prince Daddy?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it was Coletta talking about it yesterday. The unification of the Naira, its exchange rate is good for the country. Naira depreciating or losing its value by 40%. 40%. Well, I think I also mentioned a day or so ago that if the Naira gets stronger against the dollar and the price of commodities, food don't change, then it's not going to be good for the country. So the price of commodities have to be adjusted also as the value of the Naira gets stronger against the dollar. So at this point in time, we can say that the dollar is actually losing its value, actually, because again, we're using less Naira to purchase expensive things in the country. So it's losing its value, even though it's getting stronger against the dollar. And that's why there has to be equilibrium between the price of commodities and the strength of the Naira, and which at this point in time, given the high gasoline prices, and general inflation in the country, it's not good right now. The sooner that we find a reasonable equilibrium for the naira against the exchange rate in the marketplace, the better for the country, and that should help stabilize a lot of things and drive down the cost of goods.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. And to this headline, then, we labored it quite heavily. The voting patterns for what actually happened at the Senate has come out. And as ever, the focus gravitates towards the Southeast because there were major factors in that space. And 70% of their votes went in the direction of Senator Yari, the former now Zamfara state governor. So a lot of people saying that the lessons had not been taken from several cycles in this electoral process, the primaries of the PDP, where everybody agreed that power should transit to the South, but they did not present a candidate and they all voted for Atiku, and then the cycle of the election itself, and now landing on this space now, the opportunity then to solidify a positioning within the South, because of course, Orji Kalu, their candidate, but he fell about a week, 10 days ago. So he was never really any real consideration anymore. So the only other option then, their next neighbor cousin, the South, they have a champion that seems coasting to victory, but they tried to sabotage him by virtue of this now released voting pattern. So what are you then making then of this voting pattern, Prince Daddy?
Well, it's reminiscent of what happened in the PDP, right? Because Peter Obi left PDP, and we all know that Wiki was waxing strong to take on the ticket from the South. The Southeastern, I would say, it was quite obvious they banded together and rather supported Atiku than Wiki. But this time around, you have a strategist in place that is Tinubu, right? From what I heard, actually, by somebody on TV like a few days ago before they voted, that Tinubu actually went around, left Aso Rock and visited some of the senators, negotiated and talked to them to come to a consensus for Akpabio. That's what they didn't have in PDP. For a Southern candidate to have emerged, and that's why, and given also Wike's personality, they couldn't get it done. It's always, how do you put it, when it comes to the Southeasterners, well, it's quite clear for anybody that's paying attention anyways, they would rather go with a Northerner than go with than fully align with the Southwest, and it's quite apparent now. See, how can you have such a high percentage of the Southeasterner vote for a Northerner in the first place when there was so much clamoring and fighting and all kinds of stuff in this past election about a Muslim ticket? But right now, they didn't have a problem trying to vote for a Muslim candidate right now to be the third person in power in the country. Sometimes it's just like convoluted the way they go about their politics. It seems to be quite emotional and illogical in a lot of ways, and that's what happens anyways when you so emotional become illogical. It doesn't make any sense. But at the same time, of course, it makes sense because they rather, it's like, the two prostitutes in the Bible that the King Solomon had to intervene. If one of the prostitutes said if she can't have the baby should be cut into two. That's the case, I would say, for the Southeasterners. If they can't have it, if they can have the presidency or have what they want, they will not give to somebody else in the Southeast. They are not strong supporters of South people. It's quite obvious with Wike and Akpabio this time around, and of course the Southwesterners. So they become when it comes to politics, they become a fish that hooks somebody in the throat, so to speak. And overall, they don't play their politics very well. They don't. I've heard some of their leaders talk about micro zoning the presidency to the southeast. Well, it doesn't work that way. There's one thing to go out there and compete and be beaten. Then people will consider you that, hey, you're a worthy opponent, and they're more than happy to, like, hey, let's bring these people into the folds. But that's not the case for the Southeasterners. They don't play. They don't play the politics fully, I would say. They quit along the way, and when when they can't finish across the line, they want what you say, they want compensation for a non-effort. So yeah, it's quite frankly, I would say it was embarrassing. Really embarrassing, given how heated this election was, and Peter Obi wanting to calling things spiritual or religious war, and now they have the opportunity to correct this so-called balance of the nation, and they gravitated towards voting for Yari from the north. Yeah, that's what we get.
All right, brilliant. So from that to this, it looks as though the international community, they are getting somewhat dizzy by the speed and pace of Tinubu's movement. Baba go fast, that with a question mark. This is from Reuters, by the way, which is what makes it interesting, because this is an international looking on the Nigerian space. So this is from Reuters. It says, Baba go fast with a question mark. Nigeria's Tinubu turns weary investor with quick reforms. So what are you then making then of how the international space, they're responding then to the speed and dynamism of events just within 2-3 weeks of Tinubu's administration? Have we lost your brains?
Okay, sorry, I was talking without
No, I do that as well. Carry on.
Yeah, I was trying to look at the names of the writers of the article. They don't seem to be like Nigerian names, but
yes, Rachel Savage and Libby George.
Right. So that headline or the article is quite interesting. Well, they. And I don't know. I don't know what to make of their comments. I mean, weary investors. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't read the article, but I mean, even Sinbad, I think, yesterday also was concerned about the speed at which Tinubu is doing what he's doing, and I remember him yesterday trying to compare Egypt with Nigeria, that they did similar things and the inflation skyrocketed. But I was trying to look at I was trying to do a quick search and see what Egypt's economy composition is all about, and compared to Nigeria, I saw some similar things, but I don't think in totality it's really resembles each other, I would say. And if you ask me, 80%, I would say, of Nigeria's economy is driven by private sectors or small businesses that are not even registered, I would say. So, I don't think. I mean, people that have traveled around the world, we don't tend to meet a lot of Egyptians, I would say. And I don't think that the economy and the composition of their country is exactly that of Nigeria. With what is going on, obviously, and we expect to see some inflation or high prices in some commodities or some things, gas prices, of course, and the dollar also. But that's sometimes when you look at things on paper or textbook, you're trying to see the bottom line, or what is the conclusion of any proposal. And in regards to, I was trying to look also in regards to this, the dual or the multi exchange rates that we have for the dollars. Those people, apart from the oil importers, what other people or businesses were given the exchange preference. And what is that? What is the impact of that on the economy? See, and what I would say is that it was what do you call it? It was a payday for the inside people, the insiders, to get this favorable exchange rates to do whatever they do. And the way we are going to know eventually is that what the impact of this unification of the naira is going to have on the economy. And as we know, that only less than 10% actually of Nigeria's foreign exchange comes from crude oil or petroleum, well, I guess crude oil. And so, in other words, about 90% or so of the economy is diversified in different areas, agriculture and some other things, of course. So the impact, the benefit, the so-called benefit that's being given to these importers or the people that need the naira is not quite apparent so far. So, which is showing the fraud that's been going on for such a long time in that country, because we can't tell. Yeah, we can't tell. For that, I would say we can't really tell the benefit right now. Yeah, we can't. I mean, so in other words, the importers, they're supposed to pay a little bit more to import the oil into the country, but at the same time, the price of oil is gone up. So eventually, the market will correct itself over time, and we are gonna have a stable naira to the dollar. But again, we have to. We have to expedite a lot of things, especially in the agriculture sector, to get the food of commodities, and things down, really. And when that comes down, then we are gonna get a true reflection of the exchange rate in the Nigerian economy. Because at this point in time, I don't really think we do. It's too short of a time to know the real impact on the country. But we should not be afraid. I don't know about the investors that have been wary. We shouldn't be afraid. And I commend Tinubu, of course, for what he's doing. As much as people want to criticize him and say, well, he's too quick, he should delay, and that they should have the right measure in place, like a Reno or mockery. These are part of the shenanigans that suggestion that they're making. Now, I'm not sure what timeline they have for him to do it, but again, this is how you know the character of a strong leader, making decisions when they are tough, not when things are easy. See, Nigeria has been struggling for such a long time, and we have, for the first time, perhaps in a very long time, that wants to make changes, but everybody wants soft landing. Whereas, people are dying every day. People are dying every day from common things in the country. So Nigerians, I said it before, they don't want to sacrifice. They don't really want to sacrifice, but they will suffer. They're more than happy to suffer for a long time than sacrifice for a short term to gain. To enjoy in the long run. They don't want to do that. But so far, bold moves by Tinubu. I don't. This REUTERS article, I don't. I wish I could have read it. I don't buy it. I don't buy what they're saying. I think so far so good. And hearing people like was it Babati yesterday also, and somebody else talking about repatriating the investments or restarting the investments in Nigeria. A lot of people are going to be encouraged. So it's going to be like a mixed bag. So people like Babati or Kolata that knows the value of this, of what Tinubu is doing, they will not be deterred from pursuing their business or economic goal in Nigeria. Of course, people from outside, that's why I'm always worried about, the so-called maybe consulting firms of people like, from REUTERS writing articles, catchy articles, trying to make people feel uneasy in the country. I'd rather have somebody. See, that's why it's always good to have people with real grassroots knowledge or tacit knowledge. I mean, someone like Babati or Kulata, yeah, I would say they know from the inside out, not people looking from the outside in and think things are bad, it's moving too fast. I don't buy the article. I think we need time to see how things unfold. Personally, I think Tinubu is doing very well, and is making the right moves. I know security is a big concern, but the way Enigmatic was talking about it, trying to get the right mix of maybe army people and police people to be in charge of the security in that country, I think it's a good move. Tinubu knows what he's doing. If he can secure the country, especially our food sources, I think we'd be gold, and all this panicking headlines would be a thing of the past.
All right, brilliant. And to the security advisor, not security, but to the special advisors that Tinubu has just listed out now, were you impressed by the names, and did you expect them to get bigger portfolios?
Yeah, down there, I was listening attentively when Enigmatic was saying. Yeah, based on what Enigmatic said, I am impressed, and because he gave a pretty good background on their qualifications and their experiences, where they're coming from. That's what I was concerned about when I was asking the question earlier. That hey, yeah, these people have degrees and PhD, but do they have the experience to understand Nigeria? And since I think if not all of them are Tinubu's protege, one way or another, then I feel very confident about those selection, because they know how Tinubu works, and he probably has relationship with them over the years, and that is good. So even though I didn't know how qualified they are, but what Enigmatic said tells me that they're well qualified and they have the experience and in working in Nigeria and for Tinubu. So that is good. To my point earlier, I was trying to ask the question to I can't remember his name, Joel, I believe his name is, that if Peter B had won, or Peter B had been the one in charge, it was, I mean, for him to succeed would be really tough, because he has no personality and he does not know how to build relationship, and he's shown that in different ways, from moving from one party to another, and even go to a party and he cannot find it in himself as a leader to stabilize the party like the LP. So again, this is the benefit we gain from Tinubu, quite frankly, because Tinubu can fill his cabinet with all Northerners, for example, and they all will be qualified. He can fill them from the South also, including the Southeast, and they all will be qualified. But of course, he's not going to do that. He's going to have a mixed balance. I don't see Peter B being able to do that. And if he tries to do that, he will only be doing that as a result of a recommendation by some people. Prince
Daddy, sorry for batching it. Can you just mention 5 things you've seen surroundings of Peter Obi that can make any change? Just 5. Anybody is surrounded in the same way, please. Thank you.
Well, thanks. Well, that's what I was saying. I can't. Well, Patatumi, right? Who was Tinubu's friend or man for the most part.
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, you should, because I can answer that question. I don't think he does have any.
Number 1, Alex Okonkwo. Then number 2, Ingenje Media.
You forgot to add Mazi Ingenje. It's always Mazi.
Number 4, I shall minister essay on energy.
Yes.
You can't be dancing like that and not have so much energy in you.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. So that's going to be a big struggle, and it's going to get a recommendation from people to say, "Oh, this person is good," and in order to submit a quarter of the composition of the country, is going to have people that's going to be probably working against him, or people that are just going to circumvent everything he tries to do. But see, Tinubu could have been a VP or whatever in the past, but timing is of everything. And him coming to power right now, given his age, which doesn't really bother me, I think has really prepared him. He knows a lot of people by name. I mean, imagine that. I mean, I was so impressed when I heard on television that he actually left Aso Rock. I don't know if it was in disguise or, but anyway, he left Aso Rock and went to meet some senators to negotiate and talk about it. That was super impressive. That's a leader of work. I can't foresee someone like Peter B doing that because he doesn't even know how to do that in the first place. And it's never a knock every time I mention Peter B, it's never a knock on the man. I'm just talking about what we see and what we've seen and what he's done and what he could do, I would say, because the way they just try to talk about Peter B being the next saint or the most brilliant person in the world, in Nigeria at least, and that's what makes me laugh. It doesn't have it. And Atiku, on the other hand, too, it has to be the worst politician, not because I said it. What do I know? At least Tinubu called him a loser, a serial loser. I mean, it has a lot of money, but it's not. It can't get it done. It just don't have that fortitude.
Atiku is actually very clever. I think Atiku may well do a half decent job if he was the president. If Tinubu had not won, if Atiku won, I would not have been offended. I would have thought that maybe we missed an opportunity, but I would not have been offended. But if Peter Obi had won, I would have been worried. Just because he lacks capacity, that's all. Nothing personal against him. He just lacks capacity.
Yeah, I agree with you. Nothing personal. Well, I don't really question Atiku's competency really, but I'm very reticent when it comes to Atiku. I mean, I don't trust him. The way he dealt with the $16 billion, the power projects, and some other things we heard about him, I just don't trust him. He may do well, but what I was actually talking about is Atiku as a politician is not good. Is a mediocre politician, I would say, quite frankly. I mean, he had such a great opportunity. I mean, he had a golden opportunity this time around to actually win the election, and he just buggled it. It was amazing. I couldn't believe what I was saying. And so, again, and the PDP performed so poorly in Southeast, it was embarrassing because I thought, hey, well, I said it before that, hey, Peter Obi is going to do very well. I'm seeing Peter Obi, getting 67% of the Southeasterners, but I didn't expect him to get up to 90-95, and that's a testament to the weakness, even regardless of the obedient support for Peter Obi. But PDP is not a child's play party. They've been around the block. They know how things work. For the fact they can't secure a solid percentage in the Southeast, it was embarrassing. So, but hey, I'm not a fan of Atiku, not at all. So I'm glad they didn't win.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Prince. Stay with us. Just conscious of how long Ajale Koko has been waiting. So let's go quickly to Ajale Koko then. Did you want to come in, Bishop?
Yeah, I just wanted to add just one word to what our president said.
Bishop, you guys have not answered my question. No. 5 people surrounding Peter Obi. Please.
Oh, they are doing now. Okonkwo, Aisha Yusufu. What's this one? The doctor from Ogun State. What's his name? Doyin Okugbe. The man that Aki Oshitokun. That's 4.
Rinu.
5.
Rinu, FS Yusuf.
FS Yusuf. Okay, Rinu. Yeah, Rinu. Yeah. Anyway,
Bishop.
Yes, sir.
The question.
Yes,
that,
sir.
The question that
Thomas
asking is,
Who are the 5 long-time political associates? Mention 5. It's long-time political associates, as you can mention those of Tinubu. So mention that of
Professor Ajale Koko, you are the one that is now adding that qualifier. He did not. He just said.
Jara. You forgot Oluwatayo Alabi is asking you, have you forgotten Rufai Oseni? So he's part of the team. One of his Rufai Oseni.
That name that you called Rufai earlier on fits perfectly, so we don't want him in this. But I want to just one sentence. I think, in all honesty, I thought about it yesterday. I think Muhammadu Buhari is the price we had to pay to get a Tinubu. Because
that's deep. That's deep, bro.
I think that was the price we had to pay to get a Tinubu. I thought about it last night when we were having this conversation. Because yes, there are quite a number of things that actually went wrong, even though with the best of intentions. But hey, they said the road to hell are paved with good intentions. But if Tinubu is able to pull through, I've had some opinion from some people that really should know. And honestly speaking, they are beginning to eat the humble pie about Tinubu's output. Some people are saying they are not even surprised that he's able to pull, that he has this much energy, meetings after meetings, that he's in the office till late. And so I think, because if there had not been a Buhari alliance with Tinubu, I don't think we would have been able to have a Tinubu president. So the price we had to pay for Tinubu was Buhari.
Are you talking, is this a hand of God sort of narrative? Ajale Koko, they are taking it to celestial proportions. Our people here, Ajale Koko. But Ajale Koko, to it then, this list of special advisors, Nuhu Ribadu, do you think he will get that letter with excitement or disappointment? He was expecting national security advisor, but he got special advisor security. What are you then making then of this list of 7 by Tinubu?
Yeah, thank you, Woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, subscribe if you haven't done so.
Ajale Koko, tell 23 of them to like so that they can get us to 100 likes. We've had well over 200 at some point consistently. So tell them to get us to 100 likes.
Yes, listeners, please do this for us. You know, this platform is it's a global platform. This is where we meet every day to discuss political issues in our country. So if you really enjoy this platform, do it now. Click on the like button so that you know, to help the YouTube algorithm of the platform. We want the message to go to spread, you know, widely across the world. So please do it for us, and God will bless you all. Thank you. So
brilliant. So Tinubu's list, yes.
So for the appointment, I think this you know, kitchen cabinet kitchen cabinet position that you know, to assist, to be around the minister, I mean the president, to assist him in day-to-day activities, particularly as any issue that relates to the appointment of those kitchen cabinet positions. So this position has nothing to do with us, the people. It is an in-house position with the president. They work in the presidency, and they liaise with the president constantly, and with the chief of staff as well. So it's nothing to do with us. They cannot come out to speak to us. They cannot come out to do any carry out any government activity. So those faces that we are expecting are the list of ministers. So list of ministers, I mean the ministers rather, are those ones that will be the faces of the president. Maybe I should say the face or the faces of the president, whatever I can put it. So they are the one that Nigeria can really see as people that are working for them. So all these positions, the kitchen cabinet are going to be working with the president, guiding the president on his policy position, on his ideological, what do you call it? The political ideology and the his aspiration as to the direction he wants to take the country. So they are not meant for us; they are meant for him. So we don't really care about them. We don't really care about them. So those that we really care for, that we should look out for, we should care for, that we can hold responsible, are the ministers. Those are the people that we will see that will be on the street, that will be outside there talking to the people. They are the ones that will be championing the cause of the direction where the president is taking it. Those are the ones that really matter to us as people. So all this list of Edu and all these things, they are good for him. They are not for us, the people. They are just to help the president to carry out his function effectively, in the presidency, so that there's not going to be any delay. There's not going to be any how do you call it? There's not going to be any cause for any delay. The president can easily get a quick advice and he can act very quick, particularly if it has to do with emergency matter. They can sit down, have a good look of any issue, look at it thoroughly, brainstorm, and then come out immediately to tell us on the direction of the nation. So in case in the night, if the president have a emergency call that require him to act within some few minutes or some few minutes, the president can quickly summon them within a short period of time. They will sit down together, they will brainstorm, and then they will act immediately. If it has to do with an issue of emergency, maybe national security or any emergency issue. So those one, this position, cabinet meeting position, they are of no importance to us as the people. They are just for the president to carry out his responsibility effectively. So it's the ministers that their action and their action will make meaningful impact in the life of the people. That their action will dictate, we dictate the position of the president on issues that matter to us as people. So that's where I see it, one man. This teaching position, they are just for the president. So to me, he has not done anything as far as I'm concerned. It's just putting his house in order within his office. So it's for him and not for us. So, and he can appoint whoever he likes, whether what do you call it? Whether they are super brain, whether they are no brain, whether they are less brain, that is for him. Those that are going to work for us are those that will come to the assembly, are those that will manage the resources of the people, for the interest of the people. Those are the ministers that will, we the people, representative of the people, will screen. They will go through scrutiny and hard screening before they are approved for that position. So I'm looking forward to the position of the ministers, not this kicking cabinet. It's nothing to me, one man.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. So, Ajale Koko, before I take you to the next talking, hold on, Bishop. Before I take you to the next talking point, let me do a bit of administrative stuff. Let me just to acknowledge. So, Kulata, as you know, whenever he's not on the screen, then he communicates via super chat, acknowledging Enigmatic, delighting in his commentaries. Kulata continues via super chats to delight in Enigmatic's commentaries. And Kulata, this time, I think, looking to make mischief still via super chat. Prince Daddy only really nods in the direction with a super sticker. So thank you, Prince Daddy. And as ever, Ayo holds a machine gun to the super sticker and fires off a round. Rat-a-tat-tat, it goes. 1, 2, 3 times a lady. So there it is. Ayo doing as it traditionally does. Adbafam joins Ayo in that space, and Ayo opens up the session with a super chat to say welcome. So thank you, Ayo. But it'd be good to actually have other names in that super sticker, super chat space. It's only really a round of 3 or 4 thereabout names that we recycle every single day. It's Ayo, it's Kulata, it's Prince Daddy, and then Alexander Gomez. So the super chat, super stickers, they are not the exclusive preserves of those just 4 names. So other names can join Prince Daddy and Ayo and the rest of them in that space. But thank you for all of that. Sorry, Bishop, you wanted to come in.
No, I just wanted to throw a question, just one simple question to Professor Ajale Koko, with all respect. I wanted to ask, would it have mattered if Tinubu had appointed, maybe just assume it without considering only Yoruba, would they have still be as dismissive that if we are not bothered, we are not concerned about it? Would you have had that, would you have taken that position too? Same position you are taking now?
If you have appointed all Yorubas as a skating cabinet, who cares? Who cares? We don't. They are just meant for him to have himself organized and people, comfortable people that will work with him, in order to carry out his day-to-day function effectively. So it's office staff. They are his office staff. So they are packed all of them together. They are his office staff. Those that really matter, that we work in the direction of what he promised us as the people, are the ministers. All this one, they are just his staff within the presidency to help him carry out his daily activity effectively. So
Ajale Koko, I think you are downplaying. You are trying to downplay the impact of those people. See, even without the ministers, like someone said the other time, these advisors, if you look at how they operated under OBJ, we even have a situation whereby they were swapped. Look at Soludo, used to be his economic advisor, and because of how sound it was, he now sent into the CBN. And we all know the rest is history, because we know that since 1999, we've never had a CBN governor like Professor Soludo. He has been his best so far, because I'm even tempted to say in the entire history of Nigeria since 1960. See, now look at this economic advisor we are talking about. Where did he even select them? Just within a few days, they produced a 90-page economic reform that suggested that they should mark the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Custom, NIMASA, and some other organizations together and declare emergency on revenue generation. You see someone that is working, and they even propose that they should be able to get monthly inflow of up to $8 billion of exports alone from export earnings. So they look at how they are going to make this oil and gas to be so beneficial to those people within the oil and gas producing community. And they went ahead to suggest that they should give the low earner 1 year palliative personal income tax palliative to cushion the effect of a subsidy. See, this is the government that is thinking. When was the last time we ever witnessed this thing? So the economic advisor we are talking about, we are looking at it as like one era, but no. What made them different from ministerial appointment? Because of how the federal character force the federal government to make sure those things that the ministerial position reflects, that they reflect the diversity of the country. So to me, when you look at that, you can see some element of politics there, where you can even select a minister to go and manage politics. But when you look at anybody speaking? So, but when you look at the special advisor, they are the one that creating the vision, everything. Look at how these people are moving very fast. So to me, this is how I believe government should be run. And I think the only prayer I can pray now is this: may God keep giving this man the wisdom to direct us as appropriate. And you see one thing I don't even want to envisage post Bola Ahmed Tinubu is that to have someone like Buhari, or to have someone like that so careless like Goodluck Jonathan. You understand? So that he should be able to do the right thing, that even if some people want to reverse whatever he might have achieved now, to make it difficult. Because we are looking at the government now already that they are even targeting 60 billion external reserve. These are documents I just produced within a week. So, and for people that have produced business documents before, you know that producing 90 pages within a week is not a shy play. And these people means that these are professionals that they know what they do. So you don't need a politician as a special advisor. You need technocrats. But when it comes to your ministerial appointment, you can go for any minister just for the purpose of winning election or whatever you want to achieve there. But because the president must be informed, even like where are people wondering that when you lie to Obasanjo those days, you are deceiving yourself, because as you are lying to him, he knew quite well that you are lying to him, because he had some people, grounded people that would say, "Oga, this man is lying, he's playing politics." That's the road they have. So to me, they are not just his personal staff. They are the people that are joining hands together and a partner in progress for the sustainability and for greater position of the country. That's just the way I see it. Thanks for using this space.
Okay. But they cannot have whatever they are going to do, cannot have direct impact in the life of Nigerian people. Those that can have direct impact in the life, those are the ones that will carry out the function of each ministry as being directed, as in line with the policy of the president. So those are the ones that, people that he's going to put in those positions are the ones that really, really matter. So
I gotta go with all the grammar I just blew finish now. If they give personal income break to low income earner for a year, is that not impacting people? Just imagine someone on $30 or 30,000 per month. I say, okay, you are not going to pay tax for the next 1 year to cushion the effect of of this subsidy. You know, that one is totally different from, oh, let us go and distribute money. Because this time around, you know, you are giving this thing to people that are working. Okay, don't pay tax. It's different from, okay, CBN produce money and go and give. Because you will have payroll and you'll be able to know, okay, these are the people, okay, we are taking like 10% or 15% out of these people money. Okay, we are no longer taking it. Just hold the money there. So it simply means that you've tactically increased the income of those people. That is what it's saying. And you don't need a minister to do that. You just need a permanent secretary of those ministries. Okay, we want to implement this as a new function of the executive president of the country. That can be accelerated, because what we are saying now is this: they can start implementing that policy as early as July 2023. That's a direct impact. So to me, that's a direct impact.
But Ajale Koko, and as well, they can advise the president wrongly. It will impact on people's lives, isn't it?
See, it depends on what you talk of wrongly, because the issue is this: we have check and balance in knowledge too. Because if you're an economist now, if you come here now to say what is not principled in economics, some people will counter you immediately and they will expose you professionally. So the thing is this: it depends on what you mean advised wrongly, because the thing is all about the welfare of Nigerians. So telling the president that, okay, for low income earners, you are not going to pay tax. You are giving people back their money. So that's what it means. That's the form of subsidy. That you know that this thing is going to the workers because you know the number of your workers and you are giving them tax break. Simple, very straightforward. It's not that someone is carrying money to Oshodi market and start distributing to people. No. So advising wrongly, you are assuming that others are not there to.
No, what I'm saying in essence is that their position is important as a minister as well. I'm just trying to change Jale Koko's view on the
Well, like I said, the way I understand it, you need the permanent secretary of those ministries to own. So ministers are just politicians. Those people that will do the job are just like the permanent secretary, and because those are the one really directing the ministry. So the politicians are only using their political power over them. That's what many politicians that's what they do. And the fact that they are very close to the president, but the president will say, okay, I will direct the permanent secretary to do their job. Don't wait for the ministers, and they will do. And nothing says they cannot even get this ministerial appointment as early as July. Even I think July is even very long with the way this man is moving. And I don't want to believe he doesn't know who is going to be his minister. Those people that have been the minister, it is possible that they must have even conducted their background check by now. So with the speed at which this man is moving, you can't blame him, because normally we know that he will have to wait for the National Assembly to be consulted before he can present.
But Ola, Tinubu knew that he's going to win the election. So from my own side, I think it will have everything is ready. I think everything should be ready. Yeah, that's what I think.
We don't know if he prepared the list already. But the thing is this: the National Assembly must be there to approve. That's what I say. The fact that you are not seeing the list does not mean that the lists are not there. You know what? If he has known the list and just decided to keep the list for politics reason, you understand, for political purpose, so that it won't create some kind of disloyalty. So that, you know, when you dare some people by picking this, you know, it's not everyone that will be happy by the time the ministerial appointment the house. But when you were here to choose your Senate president and your National Assembly speaker, you may want to play some kind of politics that will still create some kind of harmony. Even if people will be grudged after this, at least he must have done something to move to move ahead. to put his principal in key position. So to me, I think that ministerial position we shouldn't bother ourselves so much. I don't think this is going to stop anything, to be honest. Yeah, I think we do it faster than Buhari. I think we do it faster than Buhari. But then, if it's not doing it as at what would they say, as at 15th of June, I don't think there's a cause for concern.
I think you yourself, you will do more than Buhari.
The National Assembly, they are on recess now until July 4th.
Exactly. So if they are on recess to July 4th, so it doesn't make any sense to even get agitated. But I know from my experience, I know that the permanent secretary, they are the one directing the civil service, and the civil servants are the one we need to execute that. So, but see, let me tell you one thing. Even though because of the position of the constitution, I can even say part of saving costs can be as well as be okay. Scrap all those ministry and reduce them as much as possible. All those ministerial appointments, reduce as much as possible, and allow your special advisors to coordinate the ministries, and they will still be functional. So to me, I think this government is operating or is on the top gear already, and it's moving faster. Because let's all just look at it this way. If you really want to appreciate what we have now, see, I don't think this guy has moved in any way slower. It's not, you can't compare to, even I can't remember that OBJ was even as fast as this. Because if you want to talk of someone that was a little bit fast, that should be OBJ. I can't even say OBJ was as fast as this. So this guy is, honestly, I think we should just respect the guy. That's just the way I see it. It's not that I'm praising it, but I'm excited. I can't hide it. I can't hide my excitement. So to me, I'm lucky to be alive to see this guy, and I'm persuaded. I'm very persuaded that this guy is not going to disappoint. If you want to disappoint, God will agree. That is because if this guy disappoints now, then I'm sorry, Nigeria is finished. That's the way I see it. Because I think this is one of the very last hope we have for now. Because when you look at the list of countries that forecast, there was a forecast that said, okay, one of the countries that will run into trouble in 2023.
Why did you remove the rest?
Nigeria was listed among them. You understand? Because a country that we are using 95% of your revenue to pay debt. But we are now seeing a government now that within few days now, they produce a document that, okay, you want to shore up your external reserve to $60 billion as fast as possible, and you want multi-inflow of up to $8 billion. Come on. All right, so it simply means that even let's assume that it's even the lower part of it is what you are even able to get. Let's say $6 billion, which I believe that we will get. Because by the time, when he was doing that of Lagos, people believe that it was not going to be possible. If you put proper thing in place, honestly, that the custom, when you are saying custom and the NIMASA and all those other organizations that they should be joined together, you should smell something there. That place, the database is going to be robust there, and you'll be able to coordinate everything electronically. And when you're able to do that, all those leakages that you see before, if you reduce those leakages, you'll be shocked that maybe before the end of his administration, maybe from because this is export only, this is export related only. So maybe by the end of his administration, maybe Nigeria will probably be making like $20 billion a month from not oil related revenue. So to me, I would say we only just have to be praying for this guy, and we don't need to be panicked. That's my point.
Yeah, thank you, Ola. Let's get back to Alake.
All right. Well, I'm not saying that those positions are not useful. But what I'm saying is that not important. Ministers can be held responsible by the people for their ineffectiveness. We really feel and we really see the impact of each ministry in the life of the people. Look at Buhari administration. The most effective minister among them is Raji Fashola. We can see physically the job that he did. He built the second Niger bridge. He's building, he couldn't complete the Ibadan Lagos Express.
Second Niger bridge, I think, is under the Amechi. Is it under Fashola?
Fashola. He built the second Niger bridge. The Ibadan Expressway, he built it, though incomplete. And there's another road. And so he built some housing unit, federal housing estate around the country. So what I'm trying to say is that all these positions of advisor are people that will work directly in the presidency with the president, and their impact in our own life is limited. It's very, very limited. Unlike that, if ministers, if they fail, if those advisors fail in there, we cannot feel it. We cannot feel their failure. But if minister fail in his responsibility, it's going to affect we the people. So it is the president that will feel the failure of his advisor, and the president can fire him immediately. But we the people can feel the failure badly of each minister. So that is why I'm saying that all these positions of this cabinet position, they are just for the president to enable the president to carry out his presidential duty within the president, the office of the presidency, to carry out his presidential duty effectively. And that's it. They have nothing to do with they cannot give instruction to the ministers because they are not, the ministers are not responsible to them. They will sit down with the president, perfect their what do you call it? Their policy position. Their policy position, and it is the minister that will go out there to effect it, to implement it, to make sure that it works with the people. And the minister will go all in. He will go all out, and in any way he knows that this policy should work, he will put his energy and his effort into it. If he have to go and beg some people to make it work somewhere, he will go and beg. If you have to go and dobale somewhere, if you have to go to the king's palaces or the Obi or the Maya palaces to make sure that this thing works, he will do it. The advisor will not do it. So he is the one that really carry out the job. The policy of the president. He is the one that will really go outside to effect that policy, to make sure that policy works and push it hard to the people. And when it succeeds, the president succeeds. When any minister succeeds in his own responsibility, the president succeeds. So that is why I'm saying the job of the minister are more important than the job of these people. Those people, they are to work with the president, and they have nothing to do with us, the people. They have nothing to do with us, the people. So it is good for the president. Fine. He has appointed the best of the best brain to get himself in his office, surrounded with the best of the best brain, to carry out his responsibility effectively as the president, so that ministers cannot lie to him. Ministers that is not doing well, his advisor can, let him know, Mr. President, this is not good. Let us do it this way. And then the president can order the minister, okay, this is the way I want it. My expert that I have around me, this is the way they have seen it, and I want it done this way. So it's just to that position is just to assist the president in carrying out his function effectively. So I pack them in the same box with the president, but the ministers are those ones that are more important. They are those ones that will be responsible, that will be screened by our assembly. They are those ones that will be thoroughly checked by our assembly. They will be thoroughly screened for us to know their competence in different responsibility that are assigned to them by the ministers, by the president. So those are the ones expecting the least. I don't give a damn about this, the people he got surrounded as his advisor. I don't give a damn if he like it. So if he want to fail, he can get himself surrounded with people with less brain, and if he want to succeed, he can get himself surrounded with the best of the best. That is for him. They work for him in this office, and they have nothing to do with us. It's the ministers that will carry out his directive and his policy. Rather, policy is the minister that will carry it out effectively in such a way that will make a meaningful impact in the life of the people. So it is the minister's name that I'm expecting, and I hope that he will not waste no time to roll out the names of his minister, because he said, he promised us from before the election that I will hit the ground running from day one. So far, he has done good, but it needs to move further quick, because Nigeria cannot wait. We cannot. Nigeria must function and function well. So the people that can drive his plan effectively to the betterment of the people are the minister. So it shouldn't waste no more time. The assembly is well constituted now. So I'm giving him next week, roll out those names, and let us start knowing those that I really want to work for him. It is the minister's name that I will comment upon. Those are the ones I'm expecting. This one, they are no use to us at all. They are for him. So he can appoint anybody. Good. He has appointed those that is serving with him or have been his political associate for a very, very long time. And, on that aspect, I think he has done well. He have trusted people with him, trusted associate, trusted, trusted aides and ally, rather, or aides or ally around him. He has done good, and that is the way. That is the way that a politician can succeed, when you have your political aides that remain with you for a long time, and that means that they have a common goal. They have a common objective. They have a common ideology. They have a common aspiration for the people they want to govern. So good for him. I give him credit for that. That most of those names that are in those cabinet meetings are people that have been coming with him since he was the governor. So good. I believe they be able to assist him well in order for him to succeed, in order for him to carry out his job effectively as the president. So that's my take. Thomas, or is it one more?
Yeah, thank you, Johnny Coco. What do you think about the appointments so far? The Daily Alake, all those names that was
like I
put
said,
out.
These are people that have been coming with him for a long time. So look, Tinubu can go to bed. Those people know the way he thinks. They know what he can say. They know what he can do, and they can do it on his behalf. These are the people that these are his very close associates that they don't need to knock on his door. They don't need to call him before they come to see him in his office. In his house. They don't need to call. They don't need to book appointment. They can walk in anytime. Alake can walk into Tinubu's house anytime. The same Wale Edun, they can walk into his house, into his residence anytime. They don't need to give
Bayo Nonuga.
All of them. They can walk into his house anytime. These are the people that have been coming with. They are like his brothers. They've been coming a long way. Gbadabi Amila have been coming with him since the SDP days. We used to be in the same political camp.
That family, I always reference it. He went to Tinubu straight and just tell him. Tinubu just went back and greet Oshibaju. Straightforward.
I told
no
you.
No argue at all.
Argue, okay. These are the people that have been coming with him for a long, since he started politics. Since he started politics in SDP. He has been there with Gbadabi Amila. They have been doing it together. So Gbadabi Amila can tell him, brother, go down, and he will listen because he trusts him, and they are very, very close. So he show leadership that. When a political leader must be a person that of Tinubu status. A political leader of Tinubu status must be able to have political associates that reliable political associates that be coming a long way with him. And that is what we can see in those appointments. Those people that appointed, majority of them are those that have been coming a long way with him. So that is one important thing that you have to look for in a political leader that really how do I say it? That really have a focus, that really have an agenda to pursue, because to achieve those agenda, those associates must be able to assist him. And so what we have, he have himself surrounded with his long-time associate, and I believe it should be able to perform effectively. We cannot fail. We cannot fail this time out. So it should be able to effective. So that.
Oh, thank you. What of the fight of this guy, Rufai and the REUTERS? they nearly blow themselves on a rise. What is your take about that?
Oh, that one. Look, that is this thing. It doesn't matter to just their job in their in studio. So that shouldn't be our. I don't see anything. Just expressing his opinion. Roto, or what is on, is expressing his opinion too. So one opinion might be stronger than the other, and I mean, we shouldn't come to mock Pai. I don't think it's good. I don't know what we want to achieve doing that. It doesn't. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it's necessary. It's
Do you
not.
think Lotus has collected money from Tinubu? That's why they're trying to.
No. I think I think that guy handled their business. Business. How do I say it?
Yeah, business section from abroad, from UK. Yeah.
Section of their of their TV. This thing. So I don't know his background. Maybe he's. I believe that guy knows what he's talking about better than Rufai. So, but even if what Rufai says doesn't have a very strong appeal to some people, I don't think we should come here and try to mock him. He is not going to help anybody. I mean, we are not going to achieve.
But do you think Rufai should just examine his ways? He can't continue like this.
No, Rufai is Rufai. You can't change Rufai. Rufai, whether you like it or not, is one of our best. You might not like.
Which best? Which best, Ajale Koko?
One of the best brain in journalism in Nigeria today.
Yes.
So,
really?
Yes, sir.
That's not true.
Huh?
You are looking at it from a biased view. Rufai is not at all. Nothing professional.
Ẹ̀yin Tinubu ò gba ti Rufai àmọ́ yìí àmọ́ bí tẹ́ wà.
Well, you see,
no, I think Rufai is okay, if not because it's political.
Did not see what happened between him and
Thank you, Ola. Thank you, Ola. Political kini yẹn náà lọ ti hear it torí Tinubu ni wọ́n ti like ẹ̀ náà.
What happened between him and REUTERS today? I've not seen that. I will go and look for it. But this is not the first time that if you read REUTERS' body language and his countenance when Rufai is making some of those his outlandish, very something, you just look at it like one kind and say, is this guy normal? You read REUTERS' eye or his countenance, the face, you will see him. The kind of disgust, are you normal? Do you know what you're talking about? You see that thing on his face. And it's done it like 3-4 times that I've seen. I've not seen what transpired between them today, but I've seen him before. Like, what do you know what you're talking about? That's the kind of look on REUTERS' face. But anyway, I mean, it's okay to have divided opinion. But for me, Rufai has not conducted himself. He doesn't even conduct himself as a journalist. It's like he's putting people on trial, and he wants to just know you. You know, it's too. Yeah, that's it.
Why is everywhere quiet?
Bishop will drop ni or kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀?
Me drop. Sorry. No, I said what I concluded what I said. Except maybe you stop hearing me midway.
Well, anyway, for me, I think Rufai is one of our, whether we like it. We might not like his politics. We might not like the way he's the way they attack Tinubu and APC on their show, but that doesn't mean that. I mean, if you guys are very, very objective, and you don't want to take that politics in play into consideration, or look, that guy, I think, is a smart guy. Is sharp, and it should be encouraged. It should be encouraged. So, but must we expect him to do better? Absolutely, yes, he can do better than the way he's doing. And every human being have his own. Every human being has his own. How do I say it? His own. How do I say? What am I trying to say? Every human being has his own shortcoming. So it cannot. No human being that is perfect. So Rufai is not perfect. We should look at him that is not perfect. Even Dr. Abati, that is very smart, that more analytical in his presentation. Sometimes you listen to him, you can say, Kiloshi Abati, why is Abati talking like this? So that's to tell you that we are not perfect. Rufai is not perfect. But to want to mock him or to describe him as a guy that doesn't have anything up here, I think that is not good.
Well, if I can interject real quick, Angelica, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yes, come in here.
Rufai is well, he tries to be smarter than he is. I think that's the problem, really. He knows. I mean, he has a lot of information, but eventually, when he draws his conclusions, they tend to be off. They tend to be off. He has this. He has a syndrome. I don't know what to call it. Trying to argue with Ruto that happens to be a real financial guy, it doesn't make any sense. But one thing I'll give Rufai and the Arise for is that I think just like you guys say, they play to the gallery. They know what they're doing. They know what catches the headlines. And I think somebody also suggested that perhaps Ruto and Rufai, they're doing it on purpose for clicks. Maybe that is the case, but Rufai is. In terms of quality journalism, is not our best. I don't know. Our best would be, let's go to Seun Akinbaloye. To me, Akinbaloye would be our best, really. Rufai is just a sensational guy.
That guy is amazing, man. That guy, Akinbaloye, that guy is amazing. That guy is amazing, man. You can't compare orange and apple together.
Say Ote Ibadan, Okogun Wajalu. It's just a gag up. See, let me tell you one thing. There's nothing wrong with Rufai. It's just his own style. It's just going to offend some people. But doing that, is he really delivering value within that space? Personally, I think so, because everything is not about politics. Because sometimes you may not agree with what the guy is saying, but you still have a way of bringing some people to talk. So to me, I don't see anything totally wrong with Rufai, to be honest. It's just a style.
Rufai, not Rufai.
I didn't say Rufai, I said Rufai, Rufai. That's one now. Yeah. That's one now.
Actually, Goko, did any news catch your attention? I think there's no much news this today.
What do you say?
I said, did any news catch your attention at all? Did you see anything?
No, I didn't say. What else? What do you have on there?
That is Babami.
Yeah.
About Jale Goko.
Alaji Fatai.
Ekaro.
Alaji Fatai.
Fatai, do you want to interject? I have a topic for Ajale Kogi. He hasn't speak on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awobi.
Economic advisor. Ajale Kogi. Like you are.
I will Peter Obi.
Like you are.
Let's
be advisor to Obi.
You'll be my friend, Peter. Will be my friend.
No, he's not your
my
friend.
Honorable,
Your boss. He's your boss. Come on, stop it. It's
my
your
honorable. No, my uncle now. My friend in like street language now. I mean, my uncle now. My uncle. No, he's not my boss. So I don't. They give shishi. So he's not my boss. They give shishi. But I'm my uncle. All due respect, Rufai Oseni.
Yes.
Well, the way me I see Rufai Oseni is Omaburuku Lojoti Lotto, right? Rufai Oseni is an attack. I think is a model is like that of an attack dog. It has its strength, it has its weakness, right? So what they were talking about today, I think they had a misunderstanding, because both of them were essentially saying the same thing, right? Because REUTERS was saying like, I reported that the exchange rate closed at original whatever 400 and something on that day, right? So but actually the people were trading for 600, right? But it's just said, look, the CBN closed at 400 and something, and I reported that, but which is contrary to Daily Trust, the newspaper report, Daily Trust. So Rufai was just saying that, hey, since there is no what is this? The CBN circular. Since CBN circular didn't issue a circular, then it remains 400 and whatever, the one that you said. But I don't know, along the line, then they had a miscommunication. Their message were essentially the same thing.
Let's just listen to them. Let's listen to them, please.
Okay, so what I'm just saying is, let's get our facts right. Because see, we are the arbiter, we are the gatekeepers. What is it backing up your facts? Okay, wait. Well, I just told you that the CBN was manipulating the rates and pushing it back at 470. Was there an official statement to that effect? That's what we're asking you. Okay, so that's what we're asking. Was there an official statement, REUTERS? Okay, so now you're saying that effect. I get you. As long as there was no official statement, then it fell flat on his feet. It's as simple as that. Is it today we know that CBN is manipulating the rates? Okay, so it's not today we know now. Fine. If you admit that the CBN is manipulating the rate, then why are you saying it's not a fact that it was trading at 630? Did the CBN officially come and say the value? They are the invisible hand there that were manipulating the rates. When we argue, let's argue sensibly. Yeah. Did the CBN officially release a circular like this to devalue? Of course they won't release a circular because they are the ones moving the rates. The rates moved at 630. You cannot escape from. You can't it's like the fox guarding the hen house. You can't expect the CBN to come out with a circular when they are the ones manipulating the rates. Okay. You can't do that. This is not a dialogue. This is right ahead. This is a panel. The Daily Trust has been vindicated. The Daily Trust was right. That's it. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
This refine Amadu.
So so they were saying the same thing, that the CBN was manipulating the rate, and they hadn't issued an official circular to say that this was a method. This is what I said. Look, Emefiele went to meet Tinubu. And after meeting Tinubu, he continues to do the same thing he was doing with Buhari, which is you manipulate this thing, you confuse the market, right? You have already devalued the naira. Everybody already understood. It was having a sense that the naira was already devalued. Then you issue a contrary statement saying no, it still remains at this and so and so. So the whole market is confused. So both of them are saying that the CBN was manipulating the rate, right? So which is what REUTERS was saying before. So I don't know where along the line, both of them, maybe but they were both toasting one girl yesterday, the day before.
Rufai is, if I been very correct, I've not heard it before. Rufai is saying CBN had not released a memo, invariably in quotes, that they are manipulating. Who does that? Where? That I will release a memo that we are manipulating. No, who does that?
No. That's no. That's not what he's saying. He's saying CBN. No, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that CBN, both of them are saying CBN was manipulating the rate.
Great.
The circular was recently issued after firing of Emefiele. So the circular was issued that CBN has officially freed the exchange rate. It's now free for the market to operate in the market. That was the circular. So this circular was recently issued. So they are saying that the CBN was manipulating the rate before, right? But now the circular has just recently been issued. This is the bottom line of what both of them are saying, right? So along the line, then they got miscommunication, and I don't know why they were fighting each other.
The question I'm asking you is this: which circular is Rufai insisting that CBN had not released? Maybe Thomas Shipley.
There is only one circular, and that is a circular saying that the naira is now being thrown to the market. There is no more multiple exchange. There is only one exchange. That's the circular. So, but on the day, REUTERS was correcting an earlier report. The beginning of the conversation is REUTERS was correcting an earlier report because there is the discrepancy between REUTERS report and a newspaper called Daily Trust. The Daily Trust reported that the naira they have floated the naira, right? So REUTERS said no, the naira closed at 400 and something, the original price. But the Daily Trust disagreed with REUTERS. So REUTERS now come to correct it that look, that it is true that day naira was selling at 600 and something, the new rate, right? The new rate of the float, right? But it closed at 400, which is a manipulation of CBN. So he's saying it was a manipulation. I was only reporting what I saw at closing of the market, which was 400 and something. So he's just trying to clarify with Daily Trust that it's not there is no mistake from me, right? It is what I saw that I reported. So so that's what led to it was a manipulation of the central bank. And along the way, then they got they disengaged, both of them disengaged from each other's communication. They were both saying the same thing, but how there is a miscommunication between them, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Well, quickly, the miscommunication, you can tell, it did not start from today. It has to do with the tension that's been between them, I would say, because they are looking to disagree for no reason. and I think Ruto maybe can't stand Rufai anymore. Ruto is supposed to be the expert, right? But there comes Rufai, wants to take the mic from him. I don't think it's liking it.
There's nothing wrong to challenge the expert. Even if you say you're expert, there's nothing wrong to challenge the expert.
I agree. Right? I agree, but Rufai is Mr. 2-0. That's the problem. You can challenge. Of course, I just told Enigmatic earlier that of course you can always question an expert in any field. But when Rufai he talks with so much is it confidence about something he's not an expert, he doesn't know much about. He can ask questions, of course, but he's talking like he's the one that knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, I
know. He always believes he knows everything.
Before
that is just what I agreed with him.
Before
like he's like a genius person that is know everything about everything.
Before, Rufai used to annoy me, right, in the beginning. But after a little while, I got to understand his style, that maybe he wants to be, or maybe that is his natural nature, an attack dog, right? So, and for me, anything that is beyond what we used to NTA of before. You remember NTA? The government say like anything, anything above NTA for me is a plus, right? So I mean, it used to be NTA. When you listen to NTA, it's like state news. Toronto. So whatever competition in the media, right? Will everybody will find their level, you know. But sometimes you need people who are crazy, right? To so that the government knows that this crazy guy is going to say rubbish on the media.
Do you know
Let
Fatai?
me know.
Do you know
Let
that?
me
Fatai,
put my house in order. Yes, Babami.
Every politician in that country know Rufai, and every politician, they will always have second thought before go to sit down before Rufai. But no, they know Rufai.
Okay.
Why you she almost cry? Ruben, I told you before you call me that I don't want to deal with this boy. Oh my God.
You see, when they went to meet with Atiku to interview, you see they didn't carry Rufai along. Because
they didn't carry Rufai along. Let me even tell you the latest. Let me tell you the latest. Did you see when at the Sirica went to interview on Arise? I'm sure he also make agreement and say, no, don't bring Rufai. Only Abati. Don't bring Rufai. Don't bring Rufai.
Look, Fatai, I agree with you. We need somebody like Rufai in that field of journalism. We need him in Nigeria. If we don't have him, you will see yes.
That's the comedy. That's for the comedy side of it. For a very serious-minded, Rufai is a complete nuisance. You can have some information, but when you use information wrongly and you are too confrontational, as if people you are coming to fight with them. And the irony of it is this.
Bishop, Rufai is running away with the narrative. He's running away with the narrative.
The thing I don't like about Rufai is when he brings his questions from the rumor mill. He say, "Oh, they are saying rumor is like."
Thank you for that. I don't like. I don't like him for that. Yes,
I don't like, because you're a journalist. You should be able to do a little bit of a investigation.
Journalist,
rumor.
Exactly, Fatai. That's why I just said it. He runs away with the narrative. So if he brings all these sensational questions or things on the internet, social media, and if you don't challenge him, well, he's going to run circles around you. That's the problem.
I'm sorry. Imagine. Okay, let's even assume. Let's give him a fair chance. Now, one of the major problem is that when he likes you, when he brings people that are his favorites, you see how he parry. Imagine that it was a Tinubu or somebody else that Rufai was asking, where is your manifesto? And he said, I don't have a manifesto. It's my word of mouth. What I'm telling you, that is my manifesto. As at that particular time, Peter Obi has not put up a manifesto. Imagine that it was somebody else said that Rufai, he will make it a mantra for a whole 1 year. He will be talking. Imagine they even came here, they don't even have a manifesto. There's a way he does not treat people the same way. If there are people that he has,
I'm waiting for the day Rufai will interview Tinubu, the president. That will never happen.
No, that one will not happen. No, that one will not happen. But in that same interview with Peter Obi, it's not news. Everybody knows that Rufai is a little bit one-sided towards the obedient, or let me say towards the youth, right? But in that same interview with Peter Obi, before Peter Obi doesn't like to have Rufai asking him questions, because he asked Peter Obi the question, say, what are you going to do about subsidy? Are you going to remove subsidy or not? And Peter Obi was saying, I will see if I find a program to replace, then I will see. That was the first stumble of Peter Obi in the campaign, and they had to issue correction later. His team had to issue correction later. No, we are going to, because Peter Obi was going, it's a scam. So Rufai asked him, Okay, so now we know it's a scam. What are you going to do about it? I was like, I will. So I don't have a problem. It's not really his confrontational style that is really my problem, right? My problem is like rumor mill, bringing things from the rumor mill, and number two, the fact that sometimes it goes so like the other day he was questioning this lawyer. What is this lawyer's? What is Kayamo? He was saying, you are a failure. No, that's judgmental. No, ask a question. Give not to. I mean, if you want to give a judgment, you are not asking me a question. Ask me a question, whether confrontational or not. Like all those people, they are not children. Why do I have to pity that somebody wants to be confrontational with one minister that or is stealing all the money or whatever? So ask him the question, but don't be judgmental and don't bring things from the rumor mill. But at the same time, also, Rufai is not exceptional. He's not unique in the Nigeria, especially in this. I don't know. You see a lot of people have the same characteristic of Rufai, right? A lot of people say
it's not a trained journalist, is it? It's not a trained journalist. Rufai is not. It's just someone
journalism is not an easily defined profession field, right? What makes you a trained journalist?
No, I mean a trained journalist. People actually.
Akim, one man we even did a great job more than Rufai. Oh my!
It did not go to study journalism. So it's just
if you have only the people that study journalism doing journalism, then it's not going to be interesting, right?
That's why the professionalism. Professionalism is not there.
Even REUTERS will not be a journalist, right? He studied his bachelor's degree in economics. So if you say only people that went to journalism school should be on television, then you're going to lose a lot of different professions.
Well, I agree. As a newscaster or a presenter,
it's not a newscaster. I think the only problem that Arise has is that they should give Rufai Oseni his own show.
Exactly. So the one you are talking
all those guys.
He should be presenting an opinion show.
Yeah. What is Rufai? What is his qualification on that show? Is he a newscaster? Is he a journalist? Is he a news broadcaster? What is the role? What role can we give him?
They are all journalists now. They are all journalists. Even you see journalism on YouTube. Somebody have a YouTube, right? Like Dr. Damages is not a journalist. He's not a. I don't think he studied journalism, but you can call him a journalist, right?
Well, there's one thing to study. There's one thing to study and be trained. And be trained to do.
You can get training. You can get training from experience. Right?
Yes, exactly.
A lot of people study different things, but they end up working in different areas, right?
So if you listen to the way the interview when he was involved with Ayo Fayose, right? So he was definite in his question to Fayose. Meanwhile, Fayose was never arrested nor convicted of that accusation, but he put the question as if it was somebody that had been found guilty. Okay, Fayose might have done what he was talking about, but there was never any form of conviction. So you cannot be categorical to say, "Oh, you was involved in this or you did this."
Right. Exactly.
That is what I was saying. That
that is where he lacked the training to be a journalist. He's just doing what you and I. Our level of professionalism sometimes.
Even if you went to journalism, even if you went to school of journalism,
one voice.
One voice. Sorry. Even let me just say,
I
give it to you. Even if you went to school of journalism, that is his personality. School of journalism will not change him. That is
true. Yeah,
he's very judgmental, and I don't like that. You are supposed to be. I mean, objectivity requires you not to be that judgmental.
Fatai, one day he interviewed one of the surrogates of Tinubu. You know how they normally do all these surrounding questions. You know, Tundu will do his own, Ruben Abati will did his own, then they always do it round. Rufai asked the guy, how did Tinubu make his money? The guy said, I don't know. Go and find out from Tinubu. Tinubu did his own. Dr. Abadi had his own. When it's the second round, he was still asking the same question. They did the third round. The third round, he was still asking the guy said, I am not Tinubu. Tinubu, I interview Tinubu to know how he's made. You just see a level of bias, partisan, somebody that just wants you to trap you to say something that they
No.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah, Thomas. You see, this is where we're talking about journalism, right? So there were a lot of decent questions that he could have asked. He had an opportunity to ask better questions. This is a representative
policy, everything. Yeah, is there
of a candidate who came to answer questions. Then you're asking a question that is not. Look, even if that guy knows how Tinubu made his money, right? But the guy is not Tinubu, so he should not be answering that question on behalf of Tinubu. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So in the first place, that question didn't even make sense. But Rufai asked that question because that was one of those information or rumor that has been going around on social media space. And that is where Rufai has issues. Because a lot of the things that Rufai will bring into the studio are things that are popular among his followers within the social media space. And that, for me, is the stupidity of it all.
If I can interject real quick, please. Yeah, that's part about Rufai's. Those kind of questions are the questions that get attention, right? No, everybody wants to know how Tinubu made his money, about Alpha, Beta, all this stuff. Just to get the obedience or the people that watch Arise News, all excited. The Rufai is not stupid. I know everybody agrees that he's not a stupid guy. He's actually very smart. He's very smart. He likes to. He does a lot of his interview, like some of the American journalists that are very combative. But which is not common in the Nigerian or African space. You always see an African reporters always respectful to the politicians or the people they're trying to interview. But the problem with Rufai is that he always asks his questions in error, because he asks questions that he already has an answer to, which are wrong, like what he was asking Fayeshe last time he interviewed him. Not because Fayeshe did not engage in that thing that was the question was asking him, but the final result or the outcome of the event, Rufai didn't know any better. And so he's always asking questions in error. But his combative nature, I know he rubs people off in the wrong way. Just like Fatai said, it doesn't really bother me. You should be able to stand up to Rufai. Who is him? Come on. But he has his way of getting people upset. He does.
Brother, Rufai, one thing that delighted me, one question that delighted me, yes. The group CEO of NNPC, right, when he went to, after that subsidy is gone statement of Tinubu, he was there. He asked him, he said, this 500 naira that you people usually circulate about, how did you come about the 500 naira? How did you arrive at 500 naira? The guy was like, I can't talk technical here. Why you cannot talk technical? I think great question. How did you come up with the money? Only Rufai would ask him that question.
But would you be willing, Fatai, would you be willing to divulge such information on national television?
What? How you arrive at? Why not? It's public. You are charged. How you arrive at 5? After you collect subsidy, and then you now jump the price from 100 and something to 500 and something. This is
so
how did you arrive at the number?
If you are one of the independent marketers, you will go on national television and start, itemize
different. No, it's different because they have collected subsidy.
I understand. But even with that, with political correctness, would you, as an independent marketer, give that answer on national television?
It's not an independent marketer. They collected our money. They collected public money.
look, wait. I
What
get
was
it.
military,
But
right?
despite that, would you be willing to answer him on the national television by telling him how you arrive at your price?
Of course, if I was doing the right thing,
Who is doing the right thing in Nigeria?
No, Adewale, the Fatai was not did not put the guy's response in the right way. He didn't say he did not want to answer the question. He just said the time, the things that are put together to arrive at that price is complicated. It's not something you can explain on air right now. He didn't say,
Right.
"Oh, I cannot answer."
He didn't say he's hiding.
It was
I know.
It was a gotcha question. If he has
But he also said said that.
We needed that gotcha question. You can't just jump the price on the public like that.
But you also need to understand that it's not operating alone. There's some other independent marketers or marketers that are
involved.
But not to mention also that
it is NNPC that set that price. It's not independent.
NNPC came around and put that figure and put that price up when probably they noticed other products, petroleum sellers also putting that same price around that 500 too.
NNPC is the original. Actually, was
but
actually
they didn't
the
change
original
their pump price until others are now selling at that price.
But you have to factor in also quickly. He also said, if I'm not mistaken, that they've not collected the funds for this last quarter subsidy on the fuel.
This is what I was trying to explain. This is what I was trying to explain to Fatai.
That one is bobo.
The subsidy. No, you see the subsidy money. The subsidy money that they were even talking about, that money was being paid by NNPC, right? And he's saying that as at the time, the federal government still owe them over 2 trillion naira that they have not paid back to them.
So that one is bobo now. That one is bobo now.
Hold on. One second. Let me clarify something to you. Say you are a businessman, right? If they want to remove subsidies, and then say the subsidy removal is ending of June. So if a government turn around and say, okay, by the end of June, we're going to remove subsidy. By June 20th, every filling station in Nigeria will stop selling petroleum products. They will hold it. Because you're not going to sell at 190 something. Hold on. You're not going to sell at 190 something. Hold on 1 second. You're not going to sell at 190 something or 200 on June 30th. And then go and buy in the market at 500 the following day. Who is that stupid?
Do you want me to answer the question?
Yeah, answer the question.
Exactly. Thank you. So here it is. That is what they call fraud. If you have taken money for something, right? The stock you have taken money for, right? You sell it at that. If you change it because of future, in the future, it's another business, right? You have taken money. I will answer you by giving you this scenario. So you log on the internet and you buy a laptop from Amazon. You buy a laptop. You already paid $1,000, paid shipping, paid everything, and Amazon now gets a report that in 1 year's time, microchip is going to be scarce, and the price of microchips are going to be expensive. So, are you telling me that you say this thing that you paid for yesterday, you pay 1,000? In order to send it to you, you have to pay another 2,000.
No. You see, this is the problem. This is your mistake now. Your example, you are using a 1 year difference. You are using a 1 year gap, which gives you enough time to trade. But if you are going to trade in 2-3 days time, you're not going to sell at the old price, knowing that you are entering the market at a 2-3 times higher rate. Who is going to pay for it? Do you understand? You are making a loss, serious loss. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
There is nothing you are saying that I don't understand. If 1 year,
so what do you expect them to do?
1 month, okay, 1 month. You have paid on Amazon for a product, and in 1 month,
listen to me. No, hold on, Fatai. Let me explain to you. They will trade till on the 25th. And then they will hold whatever they have from that 25th.
Can you answer the question I asked you? I understand your explanation. There's nothing new in your explanation. I am saying to you, you go on Amazon, you already paid for your product, right? You already paid.
Yeah.
You already paid, delivered everything, shipping everything, and because of the price of the ingredients to make a new product is going to be expensive in another 1 month or in another 2 weeks. So are you telling me that Amazon will call you and say pay another 2,000? Because
your example is not right. It's not correct. What you should have asked, what you should have said. No, hold on. What you should have said is that if I bought something from Amazon,
Hey,
that I
Fatah,
am
what
going to
about if
sell.
Amazon cancels the order?
Not even that. That I am going to sell.
Cancel the order.
Right?
Cancel the order
Hold
now.
on.
If the Amazon
Hold on. If I buy some.
now, oh my God, brother, I get your point. If Amazon cancel the order, they give you back your money.
Hold on. Fatai, this is how you should put the question. If I buy something from Amazon, say for $500, and I'm going to sell it for $600, and next week,
Amazon is the seller. Amazon is the seller. You are the buyer.
But I am still selling as well. You need to factor that into it. I am still selling as well. So I am buying from Amazon to go and sell. Do you understand now? So if Amazon price, if Amazon price is going to go up in a week's time, I'm not going to sell that product for that price that I bought it. I'm not
telling you about something you have not sold. Okay, you buy from Amazon and your customer already paid. You already sold it to your customer. You already paid for it. Are you going to go and collect another money from your customer from what you already paid for?
No, you are using the wrong example. This is what I keep telling you. You're using the wrong example.
How is the wrong example? I say they already collected subsidy. They already collected subsidy. Right?
Yes.
It's been paid for. It's been paid for. How can you? If you do anything, it's fraud. It's fraud.
Look,
if in a serious market, brother, this is the
mistake you are making. The petrol station sellers, the people who own petrol stations, don't get subsidies. It is the people who are importing the petroleum product that gets subsidy, which is the NNPC. They are the one that gets subsidies.
You are not telling me anything new. Even this was the argument I was making, that if they want to do subsidy, they should give it to the petrol station. The people, the petrol station are not the one who increased on their own increase the price, right? The price increase came from the holding of the petrol between the marketers and the NNPC, and then that is what affected the petrol station. Even was asking me this question, and I was saying that they are trying to close down the petrol station that started, and I was saying like, no, the people that they should go after are not the petrol stations. The people that should go after, they exist between the marketers and NNPC. That is where the government should go after them. So that's
it is not about who they're going after. It is not about who they're going after. You see, there's a difference in the price now. So if I buy something that has been subsidized,
what's different in the price now?
Hold on. If I buy something that has been subsidized, and the subsidy is going to go next week. So listen to this now. I'm selling it at a subsidy. You are expecting me to sell that product at the subsidized rate. Then I'm going to go into the market again. Hold on now. I'm going to go now.
So how does that concern me? If you are going to go
hold on. So
wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you bought a product, if you have an inventory, right? Because you are going to buy new inventory, go and get your new money to buy your new inventory. You can't tell me because the new deal is going to be different. Therefore, the customer that have paid, the customer that have paid, they should pay another money. They have paid. You have collected money for the subsidy. You have to fulfill your obligation that you have been paid for. If you have an obligation, you circumvent your obligation. It is illegal. It is a fraud. You can't circumvent your obligation.
Okay, quick question.
Of a new event, event in the future that has not existed yet.
Yeah, Fatai, I get it, but here's the question: doesn't that expose what has been going on in the system in the first place? Because obviously, the marketers, the marketer did not feel obligated to sell at a rate that been subsidized already. They chose to jack up the price, and the NNPC or whichever body is in charge did not tell them, no, just put down the price. We already pay for it. Nobody stopped them. They were able to do it.
Yeah, this is what I was saying now. Tinubu should have gone after them He's going after them. You can't take money and buy.
How could he? What kind of business-minded country would that be, going after private businesses? Look, the subsidy is going.
Businesses now, you collect money from me. You are telling me because of a future event.
Who imports petroleum products into the country?
Is that a question?
The marketers, right?
It's a question.
The marketers.
NNPC, and whoever
NNPC is the sole single importer of petroleum product, refined petroleum product into Nigeria.
Other people also have licensing, but NNPC is
after the time of the subsidy,
NNPC is the sole importer.
Yes. So if they are saying
progressive. Hold on a second, 1 second, because I heard Melchior said that NNPC is only responsible for 30%. Is that not right? 30% of the imports or the reserve in the country.
That's also another story. That's what I'm saying. Whoever they give additional people, they give licenses. Maybe they don't have strength for competition or whatever, right? But NNPC is like the major importer anyway. It doesn't really matter. That's why I say, is that a question? NNPC is like, okay, there's no argument there.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to explain to you now is that
make the point you're trying to make.
It's not like okay, we are going to wait until we finish our product before we go back to the market and buy. No, they keep buying the product every day. So once the government have come out to say no more subsidies, NNPC is still still buying refined products. They're not going to wait.
Are you joking me? So you mean that wait, you mean that the petrol that will be used in Nigeria today, it is today that NNPC went to buy it?
No, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. They have to. Look, hold on now, hold on. What did NNPC say last time? They said they have. Hold on. They said they have what could last Nigeria for up to a month, right?
So they have a reserve petrol.
Fatai, so you're saying that inventory control is FIFO, right? Is what you're saying. So whatever they paid for already at the lower cost and subsidy should be what they sell to the public. It doesn't matter if the price goes up, right?
No, I'm not saying it doesn't matter if the price goes up.
You're saying that if that inventory is first in, first out, they already paid for it. Then if the price goes up, they shouldn't be charging the public the new price already.
What Patai is saying doesn't make sense, because even over here in Europe,
it doesn't make sense.
Hold on, Fatai, I'm going to tell you something now. You live, I don't know which country you live, right? If the price of crude oil goes up today now, come, I will show you. You will see you will see increase in fuel pump prices across the country in this country right now.
I don't want to go into that argument again.
So, are you telling me that they are just buying those products today?
I don't want to go into that argument.
Hey, progressive. So, what you're talking about is simply natural market forces. Of course,
it's simply natural market forces.
Yeah, they of course, if they know the price is going to go up in the next 2-3 weeks, they're going to hoard the fuel and create scarcity until, of course, they can make more money in the future.
Prince Daddy, the argument you are making, the progressive, when you go and buy your crude oil, those people you are talking about is not subsidized crude oil. I'm talking about a market condition in which you have already collected subsidy.
Yeah, it's not different. Yes. So it's not different. Just like you said.
Let me make you guys laugh a little bit. You guys sound
you have
too
an
serious.
obligation. You have an obligation. When you take money from me to do a job, you have an obligation to do that job. You don't tell me any other story. You have an obligation to do that job. If you can no longer fulfill that obligation, you tell me and return my money.
And this is what I'm asking. Why do you see instant reflection on petroleum prices when the price of crude oil goes up or down? You get instant reflection.
Yeah, progressive.
What do you mean? What do you even mean?
Guys,
It's not instant. It's not instant.
Let me make you guys laugh a little bit.
Adiwale is coming. Try to come in.
You guys sound too serious tonight. I want to make you guys laugh. So
I'm the one that had the floor before the.
I'm coming back to you now. Let's settle this call.
Let me make you guys laugh a little bit. So I'm on Tunde Note page now. So he listed all the names of the special advisor Tinubu appointed. So someone now commented that thank God that he appointed Igbo man for trade advisor. However, someone now commented, and this comment is so funny. He said, if Peter Obi win the court case, he go come drop all the Tinubu appointees and then appoint Fast, Macaroni, P Square, and Aisha Yusuf. I've been rolling down the floor here. This is so funny. Okay, those are the ones that will become the special advisor to him. That he would drop all these Tinubu's appointee. It was so funny. It's so funny.
Anyway, brother, let me close the argument on the Rufai space. The way I see Rufai, if he could drop the too judgmental angle of his, and if he drop bringing things from the rumor, right? My own rule in life is be yourself. Be yourself. You know, never follow anybody. Follow yourself. Like me, I follow only Fatai. I don't follow anybody. It's what I see in front of me is what I see. How it checks out in front of me is what I see. It's how I see it. I don't follow nobody. So I don't have a problem with Rufai with the style, the confrontational style. My problem is don't be so judgmental, right? Don't be judgmental and don't bring me stuff from the rumor. At least check it out first. Don't just bring me stuff because Obedient are talking about it, then you now bring it on national television. Or because you saw it on Twitter, if it's not checked out, right? Or sometimes you bring this from Twitter, but at least checked out stuff, not like rumor stuff.
I agree with you, Fatai, in totality. Yeah, if they can work on those two areas of his how do I say it, inefficiency, I think he can do better. Yeah, I really respect him, and I think he did a great job. So, and we should encourage him. We need people like that can stand up against the politician, ask questions, and even embarrass him embarrass them something.
Embarrassment alone do me, Babami.
Somebody who is above 40 who never marry, and he's the one that is talking on national television. The grievance of not married. That's why he's always hard on all those politicians. You see all the beautiful ladies beside him every day. He was always
Adewale, if you look that guy, he's up to something. I don't want to say anything.
Youthful exuberance, and when you think you know it all, then you're the biggest fool. He was arguing today with his economic and trade reporter, REUTERS or whatever his name is. He was arguing with him, and it was so temperamental. And I actually commented on the YouTube channel, on their YouTube channel. Is this journalism? I doubt it is. To the point that the other panelists were had to step in, and because the guy was acting a fool. That's not journalism. I listen to you guys. You guys make a very great submission. That's not journalism. The moment you start acting like you know it all, you are correcting. So yes, you can fact check people, but you fact check in such a way that you don't sound, condescending. You don't sound like you're out to embarrass your interviewee. We've had great journalists. They will pose great questions at you, and you will answer it with ease because you know they are not coming with biased mindset. But his own is, I put it to you, you are not operating from the court. Yes, you could know something about what you read, but what about the practitioner? You can't tell a medical doctor what he does for a living. You are not a medical doctor. So how can you claim that you know it more than the professional that have been practicing for a very long time? I guess it has the backing of the owner of the television. It's easier to stay inside air condition and criticize. That is the easiest job anyone anyone in the world can find because it's easy. But when you are put in charge to manage human beings, it's harder than even manage resources. Resources is about, a portion where you needed to, but human beings are the most difficult to even manage. And here he is, always easy to say, hey, and they will ridicule people, they will laugh at people in that studio. And I will look at it, it won't take too long before that channels will crash land because it seems they are all out. And hope I pray to God that whoever they support maybe win someday, and they will want to see how they will come around, to continue to project themselves the way they are doing now. All of them, they have a talking point. It's an agenda set out by that channel that at all costs they must condemn, they must find fault, they must, and to me, I found it very repulsive. I know some of the obedience, tend to like that channel. Yes, sometimes they speak, they speak, they tell the truth, and they're trying to be impartial. But it seems the agenda that they already have usually sometimes they cloud what the objective they've set for themselves. And at the end of the day, they sound ridiculous because it seems all the politicians are trying to avoid going to that channel because it's not just about asking questions. Today he was asking Ogochinyere, the lawmaker from, I believe, from Imo State. No, Imo State, yes, where Uzodima came from. And he was asking that gentleman to commit himself by saying that he will declare publicly how much is being paid in National Assembly for someone who has yet to draw a single check from National Assembly. In my mind, I was like, you must be stupid by coming out and asking this guy. I mean, thank God that guy was so smart. He answered the question in a very political way. I downplay it because how can you make somebody commit for what he has not even, he will look as a betrayer. They will ostracize him in the house. As a matter of fact, he will blame himself even going to the house. So now you want him to commit. Now, someone should get a form of any political office for Rufai, let him fill it, submit it so that he can be elected and head, at least if it is even local government, and see how it will transform that local government. Let's see. Because the Yoruba said, Enundu. But of course, one should know them for who they are, especially that channel, all of them. Then you realize they are taking their public opinion from social media. And that's when I knew they are wrong, that they got their priority wrong. You don't measure public opinion through social media. No, because not everyone who has people with serious-minded people are not always on the social media. But the moment they started featuring social media comments and all that, because those comments were pre-select, those ones that favor their narratives are the one that they feature. But the moment they started doing that, that's when I knew they've lost it. This is not journalism. This is just,
Yeah, they want to thank you. But I just go round off your thoughts. Then I have one more question for you.
Okay. Yeah, I think Rufai and they can do better. But for us to rubbish him or to post any video of his rascality here, for us to be playing it and mocking him, I don't think is the right thing for us to do on this show, on this platform. Because I had one man calling on people that whoever that have 4 minutes or 5 minutes video of Rufai shenanigan, they should post it to Instagram and he will run it on this platform and make a mess of Rufai. So I don't think it's a good idea. We have nothing to achieve by doing that. I think we should leave Rufai alone to carry out his job the best way he knows how to do it. As long as the channel he work with doesn't see anything wrong in what he's doing, I think we should just leave them alone, let them do their job. So, but to me, I think it's one of the best that we have. I wish all our journalists can have the courage of asking questions the way Rufai asked questions. Maybe not the same manner he asked them, but at least standing up against politicians, working hard, doing investigative journalism, get their facts very right, and then post a very hard question to this politician. So I wish they can do that. It's time for journalists to stand up for that country. They can help us. They can help us checkmate these people and do the nation good as well. That's my take.
Yeah, but what do you think about the Southeasterners now betraying their own? The one Akpabio, Southeasterners voting for the Northerners, and they are the one that will be shouting marginalization. They don't give them chance. What is your take about that?
You see, Southeasterners did not betray.
Before you go on, my conclusion was anywhere Yoruba tends to pivot to, Southeast will never go in that direction. And we know that we all indication the Yoruba will be voting for Akpabio. So what is your take?
Well, you see, politics is a matter of interest. And if your interest is battered by some group of people in the same political party or some interest in the same political party, I think you have to stand up to fight against I mean, you have to stand up and register you have to fight back rather to register your displeasure at the way your interest is being battered. So what the Southeast did in APC for not voting what do you call it? Voting for Akpabio. I don't think it should be described as betrayal, but it should be seen as a protest vote against the party in the party that jeopardized the interests of the East. When it is time for the party, according to the how do I say, according to the complexity of Nigeria, according to the importance of this that Southeast represents in Nigeria. They are the third largest group. I mean, one of the three largest majority party in Nigeria. And for that party to lobby their interests and impose the interest of the minority on them for the position of city president, I think the party have not done well. So, and they have to register their protest against what the party did wrong for them. And that is why I think they voted against the party. You see, come on, betrayed the chairman of the party. I mean, he confirmed that when they went to meeting, he said that they consult widely and so I don't see it as I don't see it as a prayer. They just face that.
Babajani Koko has dropped. Network has dropped.
Oh yes, I was suspecting that as well. Yeah, maybe we'll go to. What do you think about the conjunction of the South?
Well, even before the election, I think I already made the way I saw the Senate election. I already expressed my opinion a few times, right? So the only thing I didn't like about it, because my life, I don't like anything that even looks like dictatorial tendency. Right? I never agreed with writing names of adults, writing names on paper for adults, right? They can figure it out, right? But it is what it is. It turned out the way it turned out. Okay, Babajani Koko is back. Babajani Koko.
Their action, to me, I think, it's just like people that are bitter and they acted in voting against who is the interest of the party, for them to show their displeasure against that is not our candidate. So can you hear me?
Let me just.
Can you hear me?
Babajani Koko network is.
Can you hear me?
Babajani Koko network home breakup.
Home fluctuate.
Yes, we can hear you now. Try now. Yeah.
You can hear me now.
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
Anyway, so the only
okay, sorry.
But I mean, even to what you are saying, Babajani Koko. Another reason I don't even blame them is so Ebonyi State is all APC.
Sorry, Fatai, apologies. Fatai, apologies. So, Ajane Koko, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, apologies, I disappeared on you. My little boy was playing up. He suddenly woke up and he won't go back to sleep. So I went to pick him up. I thought he would settle, and it has not. So that's where I went to. So apologies, but carry on. So I will hand over to Thomas. But Thomas, try and mute yourself in between because your system is waffling through. Yeah, but back to you, Thomas.
My system?
Yeah, or somebody. Yeah,
I
think
sure?
we can hear you. No, it's your driving. We can hear the wind from your driving.
Drive, yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
All right, but carry on.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, so Ebonyi State is all APC, and none of the APC candidates Senate from Ebonyi State voted for Akpabio, right? Edo State have 2 APCs candidates, only one voted for Akpabio. The other one Bayelsa and Delta. I think it's Delta. So no, I think it's not Ebonyi. I say Ebonyi. What is that? Bayelsa, Delta, and Edo. So these 3 states. So Bayelsa it's all APC, the Senate. There are all three APC candidates from South. Delta, I think, has 2 APC and 1 PDP, right? None of them voted for Akpabio. 0 from the 2 APCs, 1 Labour. Only 1 APC, I think, is Oshiomhole, voted for Akpabio. So if in this, even in the South.
Sorry to interject. Can you cross-check that one of Ebonyi State again? Because Umahi.
No, it's not Ebonyi State. It's not Ebonyi State. I'm talking South. I said it was a mistake. I wanted to say Bayelsa.
Okay, it's okay now.
No, I'm talking. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, even if from your home, right? If there is a conflict from your home, I don't think it's a strong argument, right? It's a strong inference to say the Southeast vote, to equate the Senate vote with what happened in the general election. That's the point I mean. So the Senate election is more complicated than that, because even in its own zone, right, you had 3 states that were against Akpabio, and if not for Wike, it would even be worse than that. So that's why immediately he went to thank Wike. So if not for Wike's intervention, it will not be that vote will not be the way it was, right? It possibly Akpabio will lose if Wike didn't get involved. Akpabio will have lost. There are many people in the South though, before you even start to blame other regions, even in his own South, not even like 1 person or 2 people, a lot of people in the South. And that's what I'm saying. Is Akpabio a consensus of South before you say you are rewarding South? And that was the point I was making.
You are right, Fatai. It was not a consensus; it was an imposition of the president.
I don't like imposition in my life. I'm not a baby.
I mean, not like at all. I hate
you impose on me, I will go against you.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah.
I think Ajalen Koko and Fatah, you are just looking at it in a simplistic way that, okay, let everybody just vote according to their conscience. But actually, in politics, you cannot vote according to your conscience because there's a lot of game in play. First and foremost, you should also remember that most of these politicians, some of them were sponsored there. They don't have the money to contest the election. And if they have the money, they don't have the wherewithal for people to vote them in. So that is why you can see that most of the people that were voted in through Labour Party, they use Obi. And some use their godfather to get them there. Let's be frank here. Anywhere in the world, there must be somebody that will propel you. You must ride on somebody else. So in this particular election, some people voted according to party lines. Some people voted to who sponsored them to be senator or to be rep or whatever. They sponsored them. And when you are saying you do not like authoritarian something, have you forgotten so soon what Saraki did in 2015? To some of you, you might say he's the best presidential candidate. But to majority of people, he really did a lot of damage to that party that time. Notwithstanding that Buhari is also not assertive during that time.
Who are the majority people you are referring to?
I'm trying to say my own opinion here, so you can also
but I'm just waiting for the majority people you are referring to.
Let me finish. So this is not about authoritarian or dictatorial something. You as the president, you will also want a house that you have majority to support your policies and your program in the future. Now, let's just put everything on the table today. There are 2 candidates, Yari and Akpabio. If Akpabio have lost that election, I don't think Tinubu will do very well because Yari and the people that sponsor him, they want to constitute a club in the wheel of his progress. That I'm talking about Tinubu now. And as a good president, and as a good politician, you already seen the handwriting on the wall. Are you going to sit down and say, okay, let the forces just play out itself like that? So sometimes you have to exercise you have to cajole, you have to beg. Sometimes if you have to force, because you are looking at the future. You are the president. And in a country like Nigeria, that even when a pin drop in your room, you blame the president for it. So you just sit down like that and they just allow everything. So I don't blame him to tell some of his party to vote his candidate because they know what they're doing. Unfortunately,
okay. Okay. First of all, where I wanted to come in also, you said if you have to force, you have to force. If you do that to me, I will be opposite. I don't care what you're trying to do. You will not force me.
Sir,
okay?
Of course.
So
what I mean by forcing you is not maybe I'm teased you, but there must be a soft threat to you that, of course, you can vote according to. Remember,
it's not about conscience. Okay. I understand. Okay, you are saying the context. Okay, I get it.
Listen for just 1 minute. You can vote according to your conscience. One thing, if you have the momentum for yourself, if you are well loved in your community, if everything is favorable to you when you want to recontest or when you want to climb up the ladder to any other political post, then you can do whatever you want. But if you don't have all this in your favor, then you rely on this godfather or you rely on people to propel you or so many other things that you need these people.
These are general explanation now. That is general explanation. That is a general explanation. We are talking specific in the context of this specific event, right? So, first of all, just to repeat it, look, even if you are my God, no, I don't mean the God. Okay, God doesn't even do that.
I understand.
You will never force me. There's nothing, even if it's in my interest.
Yes, of course, I would never force
number
you.
One. Yeah, okay. I'm just saying that it's a side comment. That's a side comment. Number two, you said like I am looking at it, or me and we are looking at it simplistically. No, I don't understand from which angle you are taking that. I am saying not to look at the point that I am making is that not to look at it in a simple.
You are just looking at it that I damn the concept. I just go there and vote whatever I like.
I didn't tell you just go there and that's your interpretation. That's not what I said.
The way you said that you don't like the authoritarian.
What I am saying to you is that what happened there is complex and complicated. So you are saying that I said vote according to your conscience. I didn't say that.
But my bone of contention with you mentioned the word authoritarian, and you don't like people to be authoritarian. I'm trying to explain the dynamics behind it.
Yeah, I don't like it. I will never like it.
So that means you will never be a politician.
Remy, Fatah is not a politician.
What is imposition?
He's a financial manager. He's a financial manager. So why are you arguing with him?
No, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing with him. Why should I argue with him? No, I don't need to do like that. I'm just saying my own opinion. Because as a politician, you are not looking at your own conscience alone. You are looking
Remy, one thing he doesn't understand is that you contested under the party. It's not by your name.
Yes.
And you have to abide by the rule of the party. If you consider yourself a rebel, then you cannot be a good politician.
Okay, Simba, I see like you are trying to explain to me, but I want you to explain why the APC senators in the South, in Bayelsa, all of them did not vote for Akpabio. The APC senators in Delta did not vote for Akpabio. One APC
they don't have APC senator. They don't have APC senator in those states that you mentioned. Hello, Fatah. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. You're breaking.
I said there is no APC senators in those states that you mentioned.
You are breaking.
I can hear you. I can hear him.
No, we can hear him. We can hear you. Get your device.
Senator voted in Bayelsa. This is all PDP state. So they did not vote for
No. The senators are APC, all APC. The senators are all APC.
In Bayelsa?
Yes.
No, can you check very well? I don't think so.
No, I check, you can check. I check. The senators, they are all APC.
Are you telling us that
it's not true? It's not true. Fatah is not true.
What do you mean it's not true now? It's a fact now. How can you say a fact is not true?
I'm damn sure that I don't think APC won any senatorial seat in Bayelsa.
I am saying to you, you can go and check it out. Bayelsa State, all the senators, the 3 senators from Bayelsa are all APC, right? 2 senators in Delta are APC.
Are you confusing Bayelsa for Ebonyi?
Brother, don't play me prank. I said Bayelsa. Don't play me that childish game. Are you confusing? Am I a baby? Brother, don't get me right. Don't get me right up.
Fatai is from Ebonyi State.
I don't know if you guys have talked about the special advisor Tinubu appointed. Have you guys talked about it?
Look.
Okay. Fatai, I have it for you here. This is the 3 candidates for Bayelsa. Bayelsa Central, Moses Cleopas, PDP. Bayelsa East, Bilma Baraka Degi, APC. Bayelsa West, Henry Serike Dixon, PDP. So in 3 senatorial seats, PDP won 2, APC have 1. It's confirmed.
Boy, no. Can you pull it? No. Put it up on the platform. Send the link.
Ogboju ne Fatai no Ogboju ló ń lò.
Kí ló ń worry Simba, kí ló ń worry kí ló ń ṣe. Nǹkan tí mo wò wájú mi ló sọ pé Ogboju kí ló ń worry. All the 3 senators from Bayelsa are APC. All the 3 senators from Bayelsa, they are all APC.
No, what about data?
Ebonyi. Am I even? Are you making me to be saying Ebonyi? Wait. I said Ebonyi. Now you are making me confuse Ebonyi with Bayelsa now. Wait. Okay. Wait. Edo is 2 APC. No, okay. I think Edo is 2 APC. Delta, let me check. Delta, 2 APC, and Bayelsa. Where is Bayelsa? Oh, okay, I see. No, Simba. I mean, Remy. No, I think you are right.
So you have, right. You have to buy 10 cups of coffee for 1 man.
No. No. Right. I was checking about.
Can you please apologize to us?
What apologize to you? I just corrected myself.
I'm just joking. They are telling you, but you are not listening.
It's fact. It's a fact. I don't argue with fact, right? I put it there and I check it out, right? But I don't argue with fact. If it's fact, it's fact. There's no two ways about it. Fact is fact. So 1 APC, okay. So 1 APC senator from Bayelsa did not vote for Akpabio. 1 APC senator from Edo did not vote for Akpabio, right? And which other state he did get 0 votes. So 0 votes for Bayelsa.
Did you guys even get the list of this?
What of Delta?
I thought it was
Delta. Two senators from Delta did not vote for Akpabio. So how do you explain in his own zone these senators? They are APC senators, so in their own zone they did not vote for him.
Yeah, I think that is not that. Like you said if you are a politician, you will not be likely to be dictated to. So you cannot expect.
Now you are making back. Look, it's not a personal attack. I don't hate Akpabio. Me and him, we are not. He did not collect my girlfriend.
There's a caveat for people like that kind of politician. Of course, you will have your way now. If you are lucky, if your candidate have won that election to be the Senate president, and your party is also the ruling party, then your chance is very bright for you to come back in the next 4 years. But the way they are voted now, they have noted them down. But I will write it down with you. If they are still in APC in the next 4 years, they are a goner. Politics is not just something you just say, okay, fine, this is what I want, and nobody can do whatever I want. I won't do it my own way. It's not done that.
Okay, whatever happens in the future, nobody is in control of the future. What happens? My point is,
sometimes sometimes you can control the immediate future. The future is
brother.
not.
Can you just let me land my point and leave it, because it's not personal between me. I don't know Akpabio. I don't have anything to do with Akpabio.
I'm not personal.
I don't care about Akpabio.
Just talking. Don't take it seriously, okay? Just
no, it's that Simba that came in that even got me angry, sir. Actually, me and you were enjoying good argument now. I don't have a problem. That one just came and you think you want to score a chip on.
Simba,
I get out to, you think that you get out to, I give back as much as I get. I don't have a problem to get. I give back also.
But Fatai, I think me and you, we are on the same line that Akpabio is not popular.
It's not popular.
It's not popular. It's not a candidate or even that geopolitical zone. He is a candidate of imposition. A candidate of imposition, party imposition on others. So the Southeast.
Baba Jalekoko, sorry, I disagree with you. What do you mean it's not popular? He won with 64 votes. Out of 64 votes, at least I'm sure that some.
Did he win on his own personal volition?
You cannot win with your own personal volition when it comes to an election.
Brother, Baba Jalekoko, if you have the force of the party, of the executive, you know how many forces he had behind him, and he just managed to win, and the opponent still won 46, was it 42 or 40 something?
46.
Something like that. That is a narrow win, no?
If you are using that yardstick,
that's a narrow win, no?
People around. What about president?
No, he won. He won. There is no argument. He won.
You can't say that. What about
he won? You win. Even if you win by one, winner is winner. You understand? But it tells a story about winner is winner. No, he won now. He's the one now. I don't have
to now say it's not popular. What do you mean it's not popular? If it's not
popular,
no,
he did not win. That's a question mark there. That's all.
Look, let me tell you. Do you know that Tinubu have to go out to go and talk to some people? Because like 2 days before that election, the figure that Tinubu and his camp are getting is that Yari was leading. So Tinubu have to go out on his own personally. He has to deploy his vice president to go out and talk to some people. So it's an imposition Senate president. He didn't win on his own.
I just think
popularity.
Whatever you read, you just believe it. Who can say?
Yes. So
sometimes it's not straightforward like that. It's not just easy straightforward like that. Remember, Akpabio need only 55 votes to become the Senate president. Initially, they have 70 people that are rooting for him.
They are lying. They were lying. They have 70.
Okay, fine. They were lying.
They were lying.
They were lying. But that is why you know that Tinubu is a good politician and is a good strategist. This is the guy I want, and I want to be with him, and I want to protect him, and I want him to become the Senate president. So if he went all out to campaign and cajole and beg a lot of people to vote for him, I don't see any big deal about that one.
Brother, we can agree. We can agree on one thing. It was an expensive Senate president. It cost a lot of efforts to make him Senate president.
Yes. That is the case.
That is very expensive.
That is the case, Fatai. Yes.
It's very expensive.
Do you know, those who are saying that, those who that voted for Yari, do you know how much each one of them have collected? You don't even know. So
I'm not talking in terms of money. I'm not talking in terms of money. I'm talking about the efforts. The effort they have to do to make him president. Very expensive.
The brainstorming.
Even the president himself.
Kò jọ sùn.
Kò jẹ́ kí bàbá yẹn sùn. Àpábí òwèrè kò jẹ́ kí bàbá oníbàbá sùn lóru.
Uncommon Akpabio. Kò jẹ́ kí bàbá kò jẹ́ kí Jagaban sùn.
Sorry to digress a little bit. I was listening to one of the playback. Thomas, sorry. I just want to ask Baba Jaleko this question. I was listening to one of the playback while you and Prince Daddy, you are talking about Trump and Obama, and I can say, so what I deduce that I see a lot of obedience in Prince Daddy, that woman Lucy supporting Trump. So now do not twist it and not think so. Prince Daddy is not here today. I was just listening.
Prince Daddy is not obedient to.
Prince Daddy was hammering you, Baba Jaleko Daddy. I was, oh my God, it's really pissed this guy off. That it was fighting. I can't believe it, really.
Prince Daddy is a Trump supporter to the core. He's a strong supporter to the core. And he was giving all those praises,
so I think
all those accolades.
I will call him obedient Trump. Anytime.
Okay, I get you now, Remy. I thought you were calling him obedient. I was saying no. This one is
no. I was just listening.
Yeah. I get it.
It's really amusing.
I get it.
Oh my God! The way he was defending them, and then actually, to be frank with you, also, I'm not totally Obama work in terms of what he does and his beliefs. Sometimes he tried in the economic aspect, but the way he handled the relationship between Africa and
he did poorly there. He did poorly.
And to be frank with you, why on God's sake?
He did poorly.
Although we know that Libya is ruled by a dictator, but it was the best country. Look at that country.
Oh yes.
They just destroy everything.
Oh yes.
Everything. This is a good dictator. From the start, he brought water to the country for irrigation, for everything. This is a magnificent project, and because of hatred, because you do. I think
my brother, you know even what just like I can't stomach it is that even if you want to take him out, take him out is systematic, like tactical. You just destroyed your country.
And you just let the guy just like that. And all those
just destroyed your country. Like what the heck?
In Africa. So from the handwriting, I think, I'm sorry to say this, I might be biased. I don't think the West really want Africa to develop, because they are doing everything to make sure that that continent will never develop. Look at us when Boko Haram was fighting with us. What do they do? Look at what Ukraine is fighting with Russia now. All of them are giving Ukraine all the support, militarily, financial, everything. But look at our whole. They will want our so-called people, every little thing, they always believe that, oh, I will go to United Nations, I will go to US, I'll go and report, I'll go and do this. It's high time we ourselves in Africa, we have to sit down, rethink, reorientate, and govern our space according and make our people more comfortable. Because at the end of the day, if there's a war in Nigeria, they will even put more pepper into it. Nigeria will be destroyed to pieces immediately. So anybody that is saying, let's burn the country, please, that person is stupid. Just look at that example of that Libya. Libya is almost at par with most of these European countries, even sometimes more beautiful, more organized. And what is Libya today? It's nothing. And another thing that he did that I don't really like, although we live in a world of openness, but you can't force LGBT on Africa. Why? For God's sake. I don't know about this. Why should it be a yardstick for you to help us? Why are you
be careful. My brother, be careful. They will come. The West, they will come after you if you say anything against LGBTQ. They will come after you. They will allow be telling law. I didn't know Anthony.
But Remy, what baffles me is We have our own culture. We have our own culture. You can't force your own nonsense culture on us. No, you can't do that. This LBGT. Do you know what people are passing in this country? Oh my God! People are withdrawing their children from schools, taking their children to Christian schools.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of trouble with a lot of Nigerians or everybody in abroad. You have to be forced to speak your local language to your children and teach them the etiquette and social and cultural. So because if they totally imbibe in the Western culture, it's a 50-50 chance. If you are lucky, your boy or your girl will still listen to you. If you are unlucky, he or she, because that individualism is there. If you are lucky, she will pick the positive side. If you're unlucky, she pick the negative. And when they go negative, it's very difficult to come back. So sometimes it's like, oh, I wish best life for myself and my family. And then when you get there, you are facing another trouble entirely in totality. So it's I don't get it. And at the end of the day, everything I always blame our leaders because every little thing, everybody wants to go to report to America, report to Britain. I don't know. It's sad. It's really sad.
Kí bàbá mi ẹ̀ rántí orí yẹn ni. Díkí láti máa ṣayé yìí sí o, kò yé ni.
Ayé tòótọ́, ayé tòótọ́.
Ayé tòótọ́, ayé màlé. Ìdáhùn yẹn nìyẹn, ìdáhùn kìíní yẹn nìyẹn.
But it's just unfortunate. It pieces the country. Yeah, it's just.
And I've also listened to the new those special that Tinubu just appointed, and I'm quite really interested in that energy special duty something. That woman, is it a woman, right?
My brother, Tinubu told you people before. He said, "Team ship." Now your team ship. Team ship.
I think although now I think he's just the way he's doing this kind of stuff. I think I continue to like it because when you continue to pick a lot of intelligent people around, and even if you are now appointing some ministers that are politicians, before they say stupid idea to you, I think these people can help you vet it, whether it's realizable or not. So I hope that he can rule very well. And I hope that a lot of Nigerian distractors, or the people they call the Nigerian owners, they will not feel threatened and try to fight him dirty. Because that's always what happens. So, and of course, he's also a politician. He knows their game. He knows where they come from. One thing that surprised me now is that kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ibo ni wọ́n lọ sá pamọ́ sí bẹ́ẹ̀ babalájálẹ̀ kòkò. Do you know where they are hiding?
They are not hiding.
No. And the rest.
No, what happened is what happened is this. You see, the news item that dominated the media spaces now is that of Tinubu appointment. So those ones are irrelevant now. So Tinubu is the phenomenon now. So once Tinubu is well situated, have his minister and everything, then
So Nigerians will now focus more on them.
You know the same thing. You know the same thing happened.
That Nigerian media is also another thing. I don't know. I know they say it's not good to be regulating the media, but sometimes what they spew out there is, to be frank, you guys have to talk about Rufai Hussein. When I listen to him, I always think you already have a predetermined mind to humiliate some people. It's like I'm here to humiliate you. Sometimes the way he asks the question is very, very unprofessional. But sometimes you ask a person that have a lot of logic, and it's like I want to
Ijakoko ni Rufai, Ijakoko.
Any come.
You know what? When you always talk about one day I was going to and I they have a group picture with Ruben, but this guy was so short. I was like, oh my God, short people are devilish.
Kilo day. Our time was to 7 feet in co. Emma Buao.
And 7 feet down there in your little and the back about to do my job.
No, Rufai. Abikele so talo sambe Rufai yoga.
Koga okuru baje ko ju 4 feet.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okuru like
5 feet.
Something like that. Why go be 5 feet? 5 feet 1? I'll be 5 feet 2.
Wow. Rufai kekere akere koru.
Akere koru.
Anyway, just a nuisance.
Yeah, Baba mi, ohun kankan ló yẹ kó máa kò ń ṣe olórin ẹ kó máa pè bẹ́ẹ̀ Rufai kó máa pè ní atawẹ́wẹ́.
Fatai, English now.
Yes, brother.
Actually, I'm not using that one to castigate it, but I just think that sometimes it deliberately wants to communicate his interviewer.
Yeah, sometimes it does that.
Yeah, it's deliberate. It's just a deliberate, and I think it's not professional at all. And sometimes I can see that about and the rest.
Remy, do you think those politicians doesn't deserve those kind of?
But we can't just like we said now, we can't generalize. We can't generalize.
Let us embarrass them. They have
no for what?
I don't buy that.
Why do we have to embarrass anybody?
For the show now, for us to enjoy the movie.
Such atmosphere doesn't last long, and it's no ideal.
I have a lot of followers. So.
You can disagree with people, but when you set out to ridicule people, your objective is defeated. You know, you sound as if you are the authority on a particular subject, but some people know more than you do. Not everything being said on television is.
What is that guy? Their business correspondent that day.
REUTERS.
Oh
he did it yesterday. He did it to him yesterday. Yes.
I think I'm going to have a physical fight one day.
It took the other lady and Abati to step in because he was arguing with him, and the other one, was kind of like took his word back by accusing National Daily News of
you people don't know, maybe. Brother, you people don't know. Maybe they are fighting over one girl. Or you people don't know.
I think Rufai is still beef from the previous conversation they have.
He doesn't like it when somebody can't have upper hand or is winning or it sounds like you're winning. He can't take it. He has thin skin to that. He must have the last word, and it's not right. Journalism is not like that.
And you will know somebody that have a devilish man. He will not ask his question. He will let the other people ask why he is thinking, ranking his head. He's just looking at where am I going to emulate or embarrass. That is, and when he comes with his own question, it's always like that.
He set out for a gotcha question. Let me get him. Let me ridicule him. Let me make fun of it. Let me make headline. You can't get truth out of people.
So now I ask a question. Now that you are against APC, I'm not saying you cannot be against them. Now that Tinubu have won, what are you guys going to be saying? What are you guys going to be doing? How are you going to even go to this your correspondent? How would they look at them? They will just
he will repent. If he doesn't repent, I want more good Tinubu. They will come after him.
If Rufai is living in Lagos, I would advise him not to go to some places because they will beat him.
But Remy, to be fair to them, I think they are
on action Tinubu have taken so far. I think they applauded him.
They are finding every means necessary to condemn any of his actions. See, good morning, madam.
Good morning, Madam Gideon. I don't
good
know.
Morning. One man is not in the studio. He knows how to hail her very well.
Greeting to everyone on the platform.
They Tinubu's action. So I think that tells me that they are looking for good Nigeria. They are not necessarily.
That's a lie. They are looking for where he will make mistake for them to pounce on.
Let me tell you the fact. But it's still beef that Tinubu orchestrated his principle towards election 2015.
Coca, at least when Abati speaks, he tries to be objective. That Rufai guy has gone off rails. I saw a clip of him this morning engaging with the fan favorite.
Wait, Madam Gideon is saying something.
Babati, hold on.
I don't see.
I thought about it, and still they do okay, still they try, not Now, Rofa, that one you're wearing a shirt, everything. I don't know what Tinubu wear everything. But what did we want to talk about yesterday is that Tinubu go surprise all of them. That man, he come for Nigeria. That man, he come for Nigeria. The man only did anything. As I that man come for Nigeria to come repair Nigeria for us.
They don't prepare now. They don't prepare before now.
But my only point
that
is
people
that,
never understand. They never understand that man, the pay of that man. What's the legacy where you want to live for grant? I talk for you one day say, what's the make Obasanjo no want to make Tinubu call before because he know say his name don't die, his name go finish. They don't go here. When I go back with the tell una, Tinubu come repair Nigeria, not be safe for another thing. He come repair Nigeria. But people they say they do this thing because of this thing. Not be you. The what did that mark head since night the mark can't do for Nigeria. Now what they pay now be that was since. But as far as the Buhari no carry head for one place, he let the carry Benny head. The good man with Buhari take come, not let they not enough use that. But Tinubu not be person that they push around. Tinubu.
No.
I was.
Even though that man, what he did in mind, what he want to do is that even though say for another 4 years, they don't vote for us, he not consign us.
So, Mama Gideon, just look at the surprise of what he did yesterday. We are thinking Ribadu is going to be the national security officer. We are thinking why this said he is going to be the finance minister. But just look at the way he's playing this, playing it. I can't believe it. When I saw the list, I was like, I thought these people are ministers now.
Even yesterday, they don't, all those people, because they meet me, say, sister, why you say no what's in this mouth? They say, I don't tell them. I said, this man not come for Nigeria, cause for Nigeria. Then they say, not because of that one. The man, what is they in mind? Many things they that man mind. He not talk for campaign. He not talking for campaign, but you see him. I Nigeria want to talk, but Nigeria go back feel the pain. The pain they will feel out. They will cause this man again. But from there, you see how Nigeria want to fall for the pathway. Nigeria, we are happy for Nigeria. They are happy for our country where we say they don't meet the opportunity of this man. Obi, what did your Obi head? Obi, now go father what? Now you go.
But Madam Gideon, Obi forgive you consumption to production. No, you not gonna miss that one.
My prayer work. I know they are saying God, thank you, because what he got, no God, not appreciate. God disgrace them. He disgrace them where he say, no be you say what you na they talk. You not say una. You not say una. First of all, na say na you not carry that one.
I already know that country, anytime. That country needs a strong leader, a brave one, a stubborn one. In fact, a mad one.
But we go see what Tinubu go do. Another 4 years, they go this thing goes, they go punish Tinubu. People go punish Tinubu for
Madam Gideon, somebody write this comment and they're very interesting. We say, I didn't even notice also. We say OBJ never congratulate Tinubu. Anybody know whether as OBJ?
No, I had to congratulate.
Oh, really?
That's a word you don't want to become president. He can never congratulate now. And you know what?
Ìjà ti tán náà, ìjà ò tí parí ni.
Ìjà ti parí o, bàbá yàn ní
ìjà kókò bàbá mi. Bàbá Jálè mi ìjà kókò ni bàbá Bátánjọ́ náà ìjà kókò. Kò ní gbà, kò ní gbọ́, kò ní gbà.
Bàbá òwu.
You know,
let's calm down with the slander, please. Leave away alone. Don't deal with the man.
See, there you go. Hey, gentlemen, you remember when the Tinubu had a town hall meeting in a court one time? And somebody drew my attention to it. And I'm seeing on a Twitter that when a question about oil and gas was asked, energy in particular, he directed it to a particular lady in the audience. And that lady was one of those special advisors that he appointed.
Okay.
Olu. And 3 of the special advisors are below 50. At least the oldest is that lady, 46. I mean, 2 of them 46.
Right.
The psychoactivity is 45. So
the one he picked for health is the one I'm particularly interested in.
45, 46.
I love her resume.
I mean, this is. I mean, 45, 46 is still youth. So you can take that as youth, and to me, that's a big. So
far, Adewale, in addition, you can see that this assistant have been following him around for a long time ago. That means truly he really prepared for this presidency.
Yeah.
He really prepared for it.
I mean, he requested for 20.
Joale, can you give me? Do you know what Bayale maybe you guys didn't pay attention. Remember when he came to Abeokuta and he made this comment? It's starting to make sense to me now. When he said, "Mi o toro gari lowo won ri." I never.
Mi o toro fura.
That was
by contract lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀.
That way, when he gets there, it does not. See, this is the meaning of I am for everybody, I am from nobody. This is the actual man that could have said that. Because at this point, he has leverage. Could anybody anything?
No, he's the Godfather. The Godfather of the Godfather. It makes more sense
now, just to remind you guys.
Abdul Salam visited him in Asurok today. Yesterday.
No. So not see. Let me go back to that movie again. That movie of I was quoting the other day of Maku. Oleku. You remember when they will usually send the powerful men. They will always send the powerful men in society to come to you now if you are pro-reform.
They are begging now.
So once you start seeing Buhari and former president coming to they are there on behalf of this cabal.
I was like, are you kidding me? I'm visiting Buhari.
It's not there for anything positive or anything beneficial to Nigerian people. It's there on behalf of some people. That's true.
When he was asked about the subsidy, I was watching him answering the question. Alake was paying attention, and he didn't actually answer it directly. He was just saying that the president has make an announcement. We are going to support him. I was like, we knew them, or we know these people.
But the one that really surprised me was the special assistant on security. I think
no Ribadu.
Yeah, but I really, because I came from work about an hour ago, so I was just catching up on Nigerian stories that. It's not going to do the typical NSA. He wants to merge it with that special, where it will still be special assistant on security, but it will still manage that part. It will still manage them. It will still manage it.
My fear is that appointing
the police officer,
I think he retired as the AIG, AIG or DIG, so thereabout.
So you think the military will not?
Brother, can you give me 1 second before you?
Wasn't actually for military, but most of the people who have been appointed were all most of them are army, so that's why people.
Brother,
like yes, sir.
Brother, sorry, 1 second. I will give it to you just before. I just want to make a little joke. Sorry, 1 second. Baba Jani Koko, if it was Showore that is president now, will Abdul Salami visited? Abdul Salami visited.
Ó ti sọ pé òun máa sá kúrò tí Showore bá wọlé kó òun máa sá kúrò Nàìjíríà ni. That man will have gone. He will have been.
In fact,
tó bá wọlé kò ní jáde, tó bá lọ kò ní jáde.
Babangida will have run away. Ọbásanjọ́ will have fẹsẹ̀ fẹ́. Everybody has to stand up.
So say, lock all the airport down. Nobody's going anywhere. Everybody here one.
It's going to be
Baba tó rẹ yín náà lè díẹ̀ o.
Baba like Jowore is a bold guy, man.
Hello.
Yeah.
Our pastor doesn't vision again. Now they don't change matter. Tinubu go work for Nigeria. And God said, then they call they talk now.
Oh my God. Nigeria politician pastor.
Remy, how you still have church members after promoting this God said will win. I don't know how people still come to your church. I don't understand. Like you said,
some of the churches also
you still have members.
But I know one pastor that hasn't given up yet. Dr. Bakari. What is his name? Pastor Bakari. He said he was not supposed to. Ola Pastor.
Only want to be phone nínú ẹ̀mí ló sọ.
Only 16. Only 16 president.
Ó dẹ̀ máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ o. Ìgbà míì ẹ̀mẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí Jonah. Ìgbà míì Ọlọ́run máa sọ̀rọ̀, Ọlọ́run máa tún yí padà. Bóyá gbogbo àwọn Nàìjíríà pásọ̀ ti di Jonah.
If you be Muslim, your name is Fatai.
Ó ti di Jonah. No, màmá mi Christian ni màmá mi. Bàbá mi ni.
Everybody just want to cash out one way or the other.
Everybody now hustler now.
They're just hustling. It's only God that everybody's.
No, God told me say government na go make Nigeria great. How they change? Me will not be pastor, they change.
But we want to the Jonah. Ọlọ́run yóò padà ni. Ẹ má blame wọn. Don't blame them. Sometimes God can change spirits. Can change message in the spirit.
Some pastors say they talk, say they will still remove Tinubu for that position.
No. You are missing the point. It's not that they have all this prophecy. It's they are constantly changing and moving the goalposts. That's the problem. Remember, they will not give it to him in the primaries. Then he got to the primaries. Then he will be sick. He will not make it. Then he will die. Then he begin. So they keep moving the goalposts. That's the problem. Just stick to one. If God told you one thing, why? How is God moving goalposts? Does God move goalposts? That is the issue.
Abati, do you know primate Ayodele something? There is one pastor, they call him primate Ayodele. That one they see vision every day. And every day, daily trust will put it there. If we see people that will die tomorrow, all his predictions are all lies.
But some people will still go to his church.
Babasi, God. He said God can change his mind. God can change his mind as well.
Let me Thomas. Let me 1 year.
Although Baba tí mo sọ Jonah tí mo sọ ẹ̀kan Ọlọ́run change mind o so mi ò mọ̀.
English now, Fatai, please now.
They no say a person wey God talk say na a person the most foolish person then go take make people believe God. Now Tinubu is the way that they talk say na Peter Obi na be Jesus Christ. Tinubu na be the foolish man, but na God the one used to deliver Nigeria. They don't know that they talk rubbish. Yeah, I see like this. They don't see anything.
They don't understand.
Gideon, make I ask you one question. Those obedient way full for una town there, they still they talk. I've been waiting a day.
My brother, for market, my own market will the way be obedient. Not that if I tell them say, I wanna see this man, my sister. Hey, Now confused, so they confuse also. They say this man will die tomorrow. We surprised they never die.
Then I don't open. Then I don't open now.
If they do election today, my brother, they do another election. They say they do rerun election, another election. Obina will get 2 million votes.
So that they tell you say now confused, then confused where they come vote for Obi that time.
They'll say the man when they say he go die, he have the trick.
But please,
they condemn Tinubu, they condemn man.
Please, now we'll fund. In my opinion, I think the money came from the churches that funded the Obi. Forget the money they were donating. I think
no. Some of the money also come from Nigeria owner like Obasanjo and the rest.
Our market that time.
I think it was the church.
Obasanjo not spend money for anybody.
They share money. They share
something. Now, which money, Papati? Which money you are talking about?
Money.
The man no spend shishi. Peter Obi say no, they give shishi.
I'm saying that even
the
I'm just joking.
Money from everybody all over the world.
No,
I'm just joking.
It's my own opinion. I don't have any. I feel like those churches fund. They put money into that campaign. In my opinion, I think they can.
I don't think so.
They don't put money. The pastors, what did they do? They just deceive their member. They deceive their member with what God not talk.
Because they don't collect money now. It's simple as ABC. They collect huge amount of money.
So guys, who bankroll Peter Obi? Who bankroll him?
Araban B said is a mefule now. Araban B said is a mefule. Araban B said is a mefule.
That one a rumor.
Fatai.
Baba mi.
Chora Baba Araban B.
Especially
that
guys. One fair Labour Party, whatever.
At some point,
I know what you be promised there before. Oh yeah, we got the client. Now we're not going to say, oh yeah, they tip out. The one will be proactive. They give the people, not be small. People wait small for them. Oh yeah, wait, we want give them. Thank God though.
That guy that was always talking, I'm a big guy. Is he really a Labour Party member or APC in Labour? Because already they hear me more. Like
Babati now Labour. Those people they see money they fly. They call oh you want minister team. Only one that you gbogbo wo ni ẹ wá jẹ mí tẹ́sí a máa dá gbogbo ẹ̀rú ni a máa dá gbogbo ẹ̀rú.
Ó ti di iṣu atayanyan.
Iṣu atayanyan ìrọ̀fọ̀rọ̀fọ̀ fight ni ọmọ
you guys are making me angry. Stop this your Yoruba, please. Hakim, let's hear from Hakim.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to quickly ask Gideon a question because she's on ground there. I just want to know what is the feeling of the ordinary people on ground because since they remove subsidies, the fuel prices has gone up, but in some area I feel like they are still like kind of optimistic among Nigerians. But I just want to get the feelings among ordinary citizens on ground, especially you that is like locally there.
For my place, so they are they need to make the carry and promote because the thing not be even poor people but they now that they eat now that they gain not be poor people now rich people they gain. So there are people so we never even know anything where the dust point they will say no the why they suffer now that they come up to 1,000 they will the first. People say encourage them, they tell them say this go better, not be like this it will be. You know understand? Make the mellow down with the government, everything will change. They'll say no be so.
Okay, so people they try to adjust. That now what do you mean by that now?
So many people know say this thing a better thing that they tell them. Even some will come, they'll come they preach like say maybe they will preach for park, but people say make they cool their temper, make they not the best. This thing a better thing. For all of us.
But I hear say Gideon, I hear say transport money don't skyrocket. Everything don't cost for transport money.
Where you feel they go for 500, now 1,700. You understand? But we don't say everything will be okay. Even the market women.
People go still suffer now with that one. That one is too expensive.
So Gideon, like for Benin now, yeah. You know what you be the expressing when something like this happen, like governor supposed buy like more of those comrade buses where they carry people. At least that one will still reduce the pain on people.
It's there for Benin. Not for everybody.
But you know, that be say not many rich now, because if many rich people not go they need to wait like that.
But it's there. It's try, but still there. Like they were for it. Like a new Benin, they have all markets for donor for Benin.
Okay, because at least that one will still be cheaper now.
They go on shoe, they load go on shoe, all those things. They load go there.
Okay, don't they go all those places now?
They go all those on shoe,
all right, let me say not too bad like that.
It's still good.
Yeah, because you see with this thing, this is
people they appear. Not small.
So, but Gideon, when our governor don't decide say civil servant go to work 3 days a week now.
For you now, not so now, and that's what you decide. They say they talk. I don't know. I never watch them. Now so that they talk. Say 3 times in a week they go work before everything is settled. Now I say you know go back car give them. Make they say they go the work. They don't go buy this thing.
Even if you buy car give them, they will still buy petrol. They will still buy fuel now.
Not gas now. Not be gas that they use. Not be fuel now. They use gas now.
Okay, they don't convert on to gas now.
Many car for Benin, so they use electric, so they use car. This thing.
Do you know what is going on now? People are changing their petrol generator to gas now. You can change.
I think that is the future. You know, that is the right way to go, especially in that country.
It's okay. When things become expensive, you go for substitute. You go for alternative.
If vice president, he want come out leave and go APC, they want to go back to APC now.
Gideon, now even be the thing. Now the part of the thing we go drag the price down. We go force the price down for the petrol. So if people they go for alternative, it go affect the demand now. So it go force the seller to reduce the price. So it's okay now. People should seek alternative.
Yeah, but now Gideon, na true say gas price don't go down.
It got like the one they buy for 8,000 before. No. That's the way my brother go back from the buy for 5,800.
Okay.
It's good now.
But Gideon, what of cost of food? Cost of food.
Food depends. Everything go up. It go up. I don't tell you like they go up. But people where they buy, where would they? If you still go there, all those ITV, then they go they interview people. They'll tell they say they know say now the quest subsidy. As far as say no be the first they shop the money. Now got big people first now they shop the money before. May everybody now as they remove and they like her. May one of us suffer around together. Small time everything go do okay for everybody. Then no.
My sister, give me 1 second. Babajale Koko, I think one news that one man maybe missed is that Tinubu just inaugurated the economic economic council, the whatever the coordination is, so which the governors of each state and this and so with that one now, it is them now that will how can I say it? They will be the economics in their own state, right? They will now. It will be the time now. It will start now. How the measures they will be taking, each state will be taking, right? It will start to come out from the National Economic Council. So I think they will start to take measures now since the next is being inaugurated.
I see Fatai that is talking. I think what the government should do, in my own opinion, right? That $800 million loan that Buhari took before I know that they have not given them the money before Buhari left. What the Tinubu government should do is give that money, go to Innocence Motor, ask him to produce mass transit buses that uses gases or other alternative energy instead of petrol, and distribute it to the state for them to use it as public transport to state governors to use it as public transport, a way of subsidizing transportation within the state. I think for me that would be a better option than giving 5,000 naira stipend to people you don't know. I think it should just go to Innocent and say, look, this is what we want. Maybe each state 100 buses, depends on the size of the state, and they just, because Lagos probably wouldn't need it because they already invest a lot into their BROT system. So there are some states that will need it, and it should just, do that. That will help Innocence to grow as well as trying to create some level of cheap transportation for the masses. I don't know.
I think they would debate it. They would debate it in the leg, in that leg. Yeah.
Sorry, Fatai. Thomas, let's hear from Sheson, who is a new voice to this space. So let's welcome Sheson and hear from him. And then UFC has not spoken as well, so maybe we hear from him as well.
Well, one man, also myself, I have been marginalized on this platform.
You are being marginalized. You are the chief shareholder.
Let's marginalize that
majority shareholder.
And they even abuse the people of Owu people on this platform.
No, that's unforgivable.
Àwọn Yorùbá gidi sọ̀rọ̀, àwọn ará Owu sọ̀rọ̀ náà. Àwọn Èkó sọ̀rọ̀, àwọn Òwu kan sọ pé àwọn sọ̀rọ̀, àwọn Òwu àtijọ́ Òwu tó lé wọn tó ti fọ́ Òwu tó sá lọ sábẹ́ fìdá.
Let's hear from Sheson. Do we have Sheson in the house?
Sheson, on mute. Sheson.
One man, can you hear me?
Hello, good morning.
I can hear you.
Hello, good morning, house. I'm not a new voice. I'm not a new voice. I do come to the platform. This is Fash speaking.
Níbo ló sá lọ láti jọ yìí, Fash?
No, I need to regulate my sleeping pattern. I live in London, so I don't sleep until 6 a.m. Okay. Complaints.
Yeah.
Bàbá mi, I don't take picture yìí lágbára.
Àwọn ọmọ Tinubu nìyẹn. Na Tinubu
sọ̀rọ̀. Picture yìí lágbára o. Picture Fash. Picture Fash yìí lágbára o.
Fire. Ìjẹ̀bùdá Fash.
Budanu. Oh my God. Yeah, let's hear from Fash. Fash, how are you? How are you doing, my brother?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm always, I do listen to the show every day, but I just listen a little bit and I go to sleep because I don't want to participate because I need to regulate my sleeping pattern. So that's
that's all right. I think one man should really pay us we are in Australia and I think in America as well. But you guys living in London, if you are a person who like sleep very well, you can't really listen.
Yeah. No, it's not about liking sleep. Sometimes when I started watching it, then I got addicted. So something I'll start watching from like 11. And you don't want to miss. The show, and you don't want to miss any part of it. But sometimes I get sleep in the middle of the night and still wake up, but it still affected my sleeping pattern. I'll try sleeping in the day, so that's why I need to let me just take a break. I want to speak regarding to the Akpabio election. The election per se wasn't about Akpabio. It was about people trying to suppress Tinubu's power. Some people from the northern part of Nigeria, they believe they don't want to hand over the Senate power to Tinubu because he had the presidency already, and they think they can sponsor Yari as well. It's not only about Yari, it's the power brokers. They need to at least fight. They don't want to release everything to Tinubu. If we were left to Akpabio and Yari to contest, I mean Yari might have gotten the number needed. but it's not about the both of them. It's about the cabals. They still fighting back. They still don't want Tinubu to go with all the powers. So that's why Tinubu have to get involved. And the way he plays his games, at the end of the day, he won the game. So that's what I need to say about that. But I don't know about the other stories, so I don't know what to say about them. If anybody can give me the outline.
Yes, yes, I'm here. We talk about the Southeasterner in the Akpabio's election. They didn't vote for the South or South. They vote for the North. So what do you think? What do you think happened there? I think they should have vote for the South.
Yeah, that's how they play. They play their own politics. They play politics with emotion. Politics. Sometimes you have to behave. See, you behave like moon sometimes to achieve your aim. You have to be on the queue. You have to surrender for some people. Then you can be on the queue, so it can be your turn. They play politics of emotion. That's the problem. So they should have supported Akpabio. If they support Akpabio, it should be in the book of what's it called? In the good book that okay, they've supported Akpabio. And one thing about Nigerian politics and about Tinubu, he watches every one of them. Anything you do is in his book. So in the nearest future, that will help you. And if they have done that, it will help them in the nearest future to have people support. It's not Nigerian politics is not that bad. If you support people, at the end of the day, they will support you back. So that's what
Yeah,
they need to do.
that's
That's what they should have done.
yeah,
They
they
should have done.
reciprocate back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they should have done. They shouldn't have left Akpabio for Yari because they felt they won the seat and it wasn't given to them, so they have to break the house because they couldn't accommodate them in that period. And if you break it, at the end of the day, you can't come back there anymore. So that's wrong politics. They play a very bad politics. And what they did now, we still go and wait for them in the nearest future. That's what they don't know. And they can't blackmail everybody in Nigeria. Politics of blackmail, crying, that no, it's what you do, it's what you show that you will reap. That's Nigerian politics. Regardless of the cry, they cry. And some people that doesn't know about Nigerian politics, they always sympathize with them, like, oh, they've been marginalizing them. No, if you know about Nigerian politics, you stand firm. And what to me, what I always say is that me, I don't care about the crying. If they should allow them to blackmail Nigerians and be giving and Nigeria gives them power, the other region will do that again. Like, oh, can't you see what the Eastern people did? They try to blackmail Nigeria, and Nigeria gave them power. Let's start doing it. So Nigeria should start firm. They should learn how to play the politics. Until when they know how to play the politics, they will achieve what they want to achieve in Nigerian politics. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'm done on that.
Yes. Before you guys continue, Dewale, please change your tag. You love Trump. You know you love Trump.
Hell no, I don't like that.
To join the train for Trump
No,
24.
sure.
When we bring back our leader,
He's on his way
take
to
America back to
jail.
where it's supposed to belong, away from
Nah,
all these liberals. So
no
join
way.
us, stand with America. Do you love America, Dewale? Do you love this country?
I love me America,
Are
but
you
I
a
can't
proud?
stand.
Are you a proud American?
I am a proud American,
I don't know. At this point, I doubt it.
but I'm not a proud of indicted, about to go to
It
jail
does not matter.
ex-president.
Even OBJ went to jail. Get leaders go to
No,
jail.
that's OBJ.
It doesn't
But
matter.
this is not OBJ. This is
we are voting for Trump. Even if he's in jail, we're going to put him back in office.
No, you can ask Prince that he said he's not going to go to any jail. That he's going to be the president.
Yeah, that's even better. That's even better.
Okay, we shall see.
This anti-American rhetoric has to stop. Bring Trump back for next year.
All right, we shall see.
At least Biden is falling down every day. So what is going to happen?
The man is not fit for office. Dewale knows it, but for some reason, because he doesn't love Trump, he's not being.
Or maybe Biden is another Tinubu. Baba, where they fall down.
No. What do they have? Kamala Harris? That really?
Please, can I ask the position for Unu Ribadu? Is that the position for National Security Advisor or what?
Advisor. Yes,
that's okay. National Security Advisor. Okay.
Yeah,
but it will still be it might not be directly in charge of the NSA, but it will still have some kind of control over the NSA, but not.
Okay. Is this guy, is Mogonu going to remain as the
We don't know now. Maybe he's going to replace him sooner. I think.
Can I bring up a name, guys? Can I bring up the name of this former military governor of Lagos? What's his name?
Marwa.
Yes. You know, this guy just signed the deal.
It's special advisor, not national security advisor. Special advisor.
I won't trust him. I won't trust Marwa with such a very crucial position. No. Remember what Obasanjo did? He retired all of them when he became president. This is someone who has the capacity to turn the government upside down. So I wouldn't even trust Marwa with that.
What do you mean by upside down?
No, they want to let me finish. I wasn't even referring to him being in that position. I brought up a story. I don't think Thomas saw my link in the private chat. That Marwa just signed a deal with India to block any form of all this free flow of drugs to India back and forth with the developers. So that is the story I really wanted to talk about. But you know. You guys were talking about, but that was the reason I brought up his name came up in my mind. But I put a link up.
I don't know, but I think the guy is doing a great job.
I mean, amazing. He's doing amazing job. So
because that particular position is a tough position. Remember, Dora Akunyili, she lost her life one way or the other, directly or indirectly, and they also kill her husband. It's a tough job. So I think they should just let him be two people. That guy, he should continue doing what he's doing, and then the custom officer boss.
Is he NDLA? Right? Is NDLA?
As a matter of fact, I believe
NDLEA,
Ribadu is even more.
Custom officer, the head of the custom officer.
I believe Ribadu is more professionally qualified for that NSA than Marwa. We're talking about intelligence officer. He has been
they are thinking about antecedent. Our Nigerian military don't like being bossed around by
I think Tinubu just uses intelligence.
So they prefer to have the
military. You need hold on. That position is more or less like a spy position. You needed somebody who is going to be your eyes and your ears and your nose in every corners of that country. Now, the moment you put in somebody who is already have a conflicted interest. Remember, Marwa had already contested for presidency in Nigeria before, and he's also a politician. And this is a man that has held sensitive position as an active military officer. Now, you cannot put Marwa and Muguno side by side, even Ribadu, because Marwa have ambition, and he will explore every opportunity given to him if he's put in a sensitive position. And you can't just put somebody that, never really your ally right from the beginning, put them in such a sensitive position, because special advisor knows about the secret of the entire country. So if I'm going to plan, not military coup per se, but political coup against you, I know what buttons I can press, who I can suggest to be put in certain place and all that, because I have a dossier of virtually everyone in government. So putting Marwa in that position is a little bit is a political game that I wouldn't want Tinubu to play, because Marwa is ambitious.
Yeah,
highly ambitious. What of Azam Mustafa?
Who?
What about Mustafa?
Who's Mustafa?
Azam Mustafa. Former Abacha's right hand man.
No.
That one.
Adewale, sorry to butt in. I'm thinking ahead, and I'm thinking that is it I'm thinking, is Tinubu really preparing Ribadu for the next 8 years? Because giving him a special attention and Ribadu following all around for the last 2 or 3 years, and this guy is from Adamawa, the Northeast, it might be possible that Nigeria will go.
What of his vice president? What of
No. Look at Nigerian president. Once you hold a position for 8 years, I'm telling you from my personal opinion, if you're a vice president in Nigeria, you can never become president of that country. Go and write it down. You can never.
Ribadu is not as good as Kashim Teshima.
You can't say that.
Political value of Ribadu. You can't compare to Shetima now. Shetima holds more political weight than Ribadu. For now, things might change.
Now, but because Shetima is not the vice president, I'm thinking Tinubu might be grooming 2 or 3 people for the next 8 years. And I think Ribadu will be one of them. And if he said Ribadu very well, Nigeria will buy into it. It's still Nigeria still believe in that guy. I think still.
Brother, that theory is not a bad theory. It's not a bad theory about what you said about Ribadu. Maybe
he's young, he's vibrant. How old is
it's not a bad theory. It's possible, but who knows?
Yes,
but it's not a bad theory.
Because I'm just looking at all these people he's putting in position. They have been with him for the last 22 years. It seems that these people already know that they are going to win this election, and he has already mapped out everything for everybody. This is what you are going to handle, and start preparing.
Because at any rate, he gave him his platform before to run for president. What is it?
I know, but I'm thinking if he sell Ribadu, Adamawa is a game changer, man.
Because Adamawa to go and fight, to go and what is it? Atiku to go and cut Atiku's leg.
Atiku will come again.
No, I agree with you. No. I agree with you that it's a good theory. I don't know, but of course nobody knows for sure, but I think it's a good theory.
Because you can see Tinubu way of doing politics. He carry people along. Look at all those people that have become governor of Lagos State. And to shock you, yesterday, Sanwo-Olu was in the birthday ceremony of Ambode. And he made a statement.
Do you think that they will give Ambode like a ministerial?
After praying for Ambode, he said, we also welcome you maybe soon. You'll be servicing, you will be of service to Nigeria. Maybe that's
Sanwo-Olu said that.
Yes. In the in Ambode house yesterday, celebrating his 60th birthday. So don't be surprised.
What did he say? What did he say?
After praying,
can you play the video? Thomas, do you have the YouTube? You can find it.
One man. There's only one man that can help. Yeah, you can send it.
What I had is that after praying and appreciating him for being governor of Lagos State before, he now said, he should be kind of preparing to serve Nigeria in a more better position, and soon we wish you will serve this nation in a better position. So that 1 or 2 or 3 lines he said, I'm thinking maybe they are preparing a position for Ambode soon. So don't be surprised that if he gets a position in the national government, in the central government. And you know,
but that's not bad. Ambode is not a bad guy.
What I'm trying to say is that
Remy, that would be miraculous. That would be miraculous if Tinubu should give
if he gets a federal position, that means that Tinubu was not against him. It is the generality of the party people in Lagos State that were against Ambode during that time. So for him to give him another position in the future, that means this guy carry a lot of people along. His word is his bond. This is a very good story. A sitting governor went to Ikorodu's house, or whether he live in Lagos, I don't know, to celebrate the birthday with him and wish him success, and also tell him to get prepared for national service. I was shocked to be what is going on here. So because the guy is also good, I think he's an accountant, or I forgot who he is. Yeah.
You remember the APC primary that was done in Eagle Square there in Abuja?
Yes.
And shortly after the party dropped him, He was there now. He was there with Tinubu and all that. It more or less like, that optic just to show that, there's reconciliation, everybody's back in the same family.
Also say Aregbesola before that Lagos State election. Everybody is begging and coming back. So you can say, this is politics for you. But
Is he back now? Is Aregbesola back now?
Since when? Aregbesola already back. He's already back in APC. He went and campaigned for Sanwo-Olu all around in Lagos State before that election.
Nicola, excuse. Do you know what is excuse? Only say issue.
That's a video.
We are very
This is the video, I guess.
Happy that this kind of moment has happened at this very moment where I'm marking 6 years. I want to show appreciation for all the kind words that you have said to me, and you have actually even expressed in the media. I believe strongly that God will, strengthen your courage and ability to actually deliver greater goods to the larger humanity that you've always wanted to do. This is just what is expected, and I believe strongly that with what you have done today, I know that we are all going to work in a way to ensure that you leave a good legacy. Amen. Thank you very much.
His Excellency Governor former governor of Lagos State, 14th governor of Lagos State, 60th birthday. First, we want to thank God for your life, and we thank God for keeping you well, hale, and healthy for 60 years. We want to thank God for your time in the service of Lagos State, now, and we believe in the future. Your commitment to building our nation and our state. We want to thank God for giving you good health, for giving you a sound mind, and for making it possible for you, for your family, for all of us to see on your 60th birthday. Our prayer is that you will live very, very long. Amen. God will grant you the grace of a long age, in good health, in a sound mind, and that even you will still be called upon to come and serve your people, to come and serve mankind, humanity. And God will give you the grace to be able to do that. You've been a jolly good friend and brother, and we thank God for you, for your life, and for all of us. And so we want to toast to a fine gentleman, to a Nigerian, and to a Lagosian that means so many things to all of us here. To my brother, my friend, my predecessor, Mr. Kim Nambode, on the 60th birthday. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! God bless. God bless. God bless.
Ìjà parí nìyẹn.
Even to serve the nation, even you can see they know what they're doing.
Yeah, but
Ambode is not a bad guy. I won't object to.
I'm just trying to say that.
No. I'm just saying it. That I won't object for him serving under Tinubu now.
So if you are a bad politician, after he has lost that to be re-elected, he will continue to make trouble. He went solo, kept quiet, and now chances are coming back to him.
But he was humiliated too. You remember they went to his house. They destroyed
That is what politics is all about. Tinubu was also humiliated in Osun. He lost everything.
We're still talking about the rap. There's still a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah, go on. Yeah, sorry, Yarim.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is that Tinubu was also humiliated in Osun. At least he lost, even in Lagos.
No, this time around, his home was attacked. His convoy was attacked.
So whatever you say, Adewale, how would you feel that Lagos State, that Tinubu ruled for 8 years, put a lot of people there? He lost the presidential election. That one is even more how can you call it? Worse humiliation than
That
what
will
Logan.
not happen. That won't happen again. I can assure you.
But it has already happened. So it's a big humiliation to him also.
No, see, this is what I think.
Adewale, do you know how come the Obedient is still dragging Tinubu for losing
He
Lagos?
knew he was going to lose Lagos. See, people don't. When you know what you're going to gain is more than losing something. It's like playing chess. Sometimes you have to let people win first. You see, during Bisi Akande's biography, he said, even when you are winning, you think you are winning the battle with Tinubu, don't rejoice yet because the end of that battle might be different. But you don't want to fight him. You don't want to be opposite of him. You want him to be on your side, fighting the same cause. Because this is a guy that will let you have the upper hand first. I mean, come to think of it, if you win Lagos, the margin wasn't that much, but it's also significant. And at the same time, you clear the where it needed to clear. And then you make up the loss you had in your home state from other states. Then that means you are not lost. Okay? Because more or less like, okay, you think you see me here, but here I am. I've laid eggs in other places. So at the end of it all, that humiliation is more or less, I let you have your way. Why I go over there and do what I need to do. Ekiti gave you more number. Or your state that was known to be PDP gave you more number. So the figure in Oyo State already nullified the laws in Lagos State. So any politician or any political person will understand the game that was played. So, and I can assure you, APC will try as much as possible, not the way they were, disenfranchising people and stopping people from voting simply because they look like an Igbo man.
But
No.
Adewale, if they truly rig Lagos for Tinubu, nobody will doubt it.
It will have been too obvious. You know why? Lagos State is the different state. This is the only state where virtually every single person that went to a polling booth have a phone in their hand. Okay, so the allegations and the evidences, that will be gathered in Lagos State will be enough to nullify the election in Lagos State. So they will not even try it. So the only thing they could resort into, or their full soldier could resort into, is to go out there and practically stop people from voting other candidates. So because they knew there's no way they could rig it in Lagos State. Everyone went to the polling booth with phone in their hand. So
every hands on deck.
Exactly. So, and at the end of it all, you see, what he did in Lagos State shows that this is a master of the game. Yes, you can win in my home state, but guess what I'm doing? I'm going over there to consolidate and to build up my number. You think you've had me in my backyard. No matter what even INEC award will be in Lagos State, it will still not make up for that almost 2 million. Because the margin in Lagos, if you look at the president, Lagos, even when Tinubu himself was voted as a governor, hardly you will see any governor go beyond the threshold of 700, 600. During the time of him and Jimmy Agbaje, it was usually around 600, 500 that, winning numbers. So, and with this one recorded in Lagos, almost a million voters. Now, there's no way Obi can claim that his margin was way above what was given to him. Even if there's any error, it won't be that significant. But the motion that has been set on, the rumors, what do the people call this thing? When you set something in motion and people are already passing it across, like that tollgate. I sent a video to somebody where some young kids got hold of Tinubu's number and they were abusing him on the phone, and he was responding. That wasn't an AI at all. That was a real telephone conversation that was recorded, and these young ladies were, abusing him, saying that he owns.
Is that the one where the one when what do you call it, the Lekki tollgate?
Yes. This one was somebody sent it to me, and I forwarded it to a couple of people It was very infuriating because the way they sounded, nobody will have, even if you hated this person in such a way, you dare not address them the way they spoke to Tinubu. In the middle of all that, he was calm. He was,
It was
you know,
calm.
he
Yeah,
was calm,
I've listened to the
and he
audio.
was
Yeah.
trying to reason with them and talk to them, but they won't listen. First and foremost, they said they own the toll gate, and he
And
ordered the toll
Adewale,
gate.
Tinubu even doesn't know that they are recording him, isn't it? He was just
No,
speaking
probably
normally.
he didn't. He
Yeah.
didn't know. But you know, the bottom line is that for those who say well, NSAS was not politically motivated, and I differ from that argument because they knew. See, most of these people they can put one or two together and be able to calculate what will be the outcome in the nearest future, and they knew he's going to contest. So what can they do? We need to discredit this particular person, and the young people they bought into it. And at the end of the day, they believe he owns the toll gate. They believe he owns the
Alpha Beta.
Alpha Beta. I was working in the bank when Alpha Beta, I'm talking about 99, when Alpha Beta was created. Alpha Beta was created simply because they knew that Lagos State Inland Revenue would not do a good job because they are full of people that are going to embezzle. So what they did was to contract. Alpha Beta was created so that they will be able to identify and identify companies registered in Lagos State and forward it to Lagos Inland Revenue so that they will be able to audit them. They'll be able to recoup the money back. That was what Alpha Beta was doing. So for every single company being referred by Alpha Beta to Lagos Inland Revenue, every time the company income tax is being paid into their account, they will cut them a check. They have a percentage that they will cut them. Now, is it possible that Alpha Beta is giving a kickback to the government official like Tinubu and Co? Of course, it is possible. I strongly believe that it happens. But that was
But
how
Adewale,
yes.
what baffles me is when people say paying tax. This country I am, Adewale, if you know tax I'm paying, it will pay a professor in Nigeria conveniently.
You know,
Tax.
they
Tax. This
said
country
they,
with
they,
tax.
they said Tinubu was the one that ordered military. Remember when that protest started? It started as NSAS. The IG then invited them to Abuja, right? Some of these young entertainers there, some of them boycotted that meeting. If you remember, Macaroni
The
did
video
not.
went. The video went there.
The video went there because he believed that okay, this is a real cause that these people are fighting. But those who are financing that gathering, that protest, they knew what they were doing. That's why they were faceless. They did not show up, but just push the entertainer in the front, let them keep rolling that motion so that people will board into it. People bought into it. People were protesting abroad and all that. And then the IG disbanded, right? It disbanded that unit, but they were still saying no, that some of them, but they absorbed them back into the force. Of course, you can't let them out of the force. You can't just create unemployment for them. So they have to redeploy them with the assurance that they will reorientate them and train them, give them additional training. That was when I knew that they were up to some games. When they said no and they went back to the spot. At that point in time, they were not even blocking the road. They were still by the side of the road. This time around, they completely blocked the entire toll road, linking the entire Aja. Sorry?
Go on.
So they blocked the entire road. Business activities paralyzed. Everything was on standstill. People that had nothing to do with the protest, they couldn't go to work. And there were a lot of, anxiety and all that. The governor of the state went down there to plead with them, even to the point that he even held a placard at the first instance when they were protesting for the NSAS stuff and all that. He went there and addressed them that yes, he would take their grievance, their voice to the president. And he actually traveled to see Mr. President in Abuja. Guess what happens? After that, they blocked the road. The military showed up. At first, they said Tinubu's son came over there, led some group of military officials to remove the
cameras.
The camera. Now, where is the video of the Tinubu son? Nobody could find it, right? And at the end of the day, they said they shot. Whether they killed somebody or they didn't kill anybody, they said Tinubu was the one that ordered the military to show up.
So they were sorry to cut you. So at what point did it turn from being a genuine protest to becoming an anti-Tinubu, or when did you get attention?
It was shortly after the police force disbanded that unit and reabsorbed them back into the force. I think the following week was when they decided, okay, you know what, this is because the military had not showed up at that time. That was when they went on the full gear, when they started eating, partying, having a concert on the main road. And so the moment the police came, they chased them away. Then the military now showed up. That was when the shooting now started coming. It happens toward the evening, or I think was it February? I can't even remember the day, but on the 20th or something. So when the military came, everybody's camper and all that. The following day, that was when they regrouped, and the area boys and now joined, infiltrated them, and they started causing mayhem in the street, burning houses, burning places, burning hotel, burning a television station, and all that. Because that was where the rumor of, oh, he owns this, so let us destroy. He owns that, let us destroy.
But that has some element of tribal sentiment to it as well.
So everybody now begins to wonder. During that audio, leaked audio, they asked the man that, did you order? He said, I'm not the GOC. I'm not a military person. How could I?
It's not even in Nigeria at that time.
No,
it wasn't in Nigeria.
A guy asked him that there was a rumor that you are no longer in Nigeria, you are in France. He said, how true is that? For someone who is highly intelligent, you don't expect to give up your place. I mean, your information where you are. What if they will come and burn the place down? He said, well, that is almost true. But I can bet you at that moment, Tinubu was not in France. He was in Lagos. Because I think a day or two, he surfaced and went to the Alausa to commiserate with the governor. So they already knew what they were doing. They were pumping money. They were sponsoring. My own pastor was there, with that NSAS. Pastor Itua was live. He was there blocking the entire road. And I said, look, this is a pastor. His brother is also close to all these politicians and all that. But I understand he's trying to chart his own course. But all those rumors were going around. There were a lot of, in fact, most of the property that was destroyed in Lagos at that moment was almost 2 billion or over 2 billion naira property destroyed. TVC was burnt down. They almost.
It's more than 2 billion naira.
I don't know the exact figure, but
new bosses they low.
What did the Lagos State do? They held a public inquiry tribunal, whatever they call it, and military admitted that they came, that when the governor called upon the government, then the military now answered and came over. Governor said, well, I didn't call. I only reported that they needed help. Eventually, the military came over and started shooting. Okay, where are the dead bodies? I actually I argued with my brother, my own biological brother, because during that time I said, look, this is the report we are getting. They said, don't mind them. It's a lie. They are just lying. He said, just watch and see. You will see how it's going to end. That is not true. After all, he lives in Lagos. He understands. Ambo's brother is his friend. They went to school together. So he knows first-hand information. However, Lagos State awarded monetary compensation to those people that were affected, right? Those people that had bullet or whatever, but they couldn't produce any dead body. But nevertheless, all those things were just schemes that had been put in place. Rumors had been set in motion so that it can poison the mind of people. So it can make, paint this person in this bad light. And at the end of the day, people bought into it. Guess what happens? That snowballed into the political discussion and started having effect in the political arena. To the people that would have voted their conscience, now they're getting their conscience poisoned, saying, okay, this man, was the owner of this and all that. And at the end of the day, it reflected on that general election because people already bought into it that, okay, this man is evil. But when he was a governor of Lagos State, giving scholarship and giving free work to their children and all that, Nobody ever. He was one of the most popular governors during his time in 1999 to 2007. He was highly popular, even when he was having battles with his deputy. He was still popular because Lagos State, Ogun State, these are the states that you can't hide. River State, you can't hide as a
So,
governor.
Diwali, can we ask you a question? Do you think that if that what you're saying is true, do you think that Tinubu should open up an investigation into what really transpired during the NSAS? I mean, at the federal level now, I know the governor, someone who did some, had the committee look into it. But for the sake of, if what you're saying is true that it didn't have anything to do you think now that it's a president issue, at least launch an investigation to find out what happened that day?
No, Babati. See,
Just
sometimes you have to let the sleepy dogs lie. There's no point in reopening the old wound. What he can do now, what I think he's trying to do now, is to do his job and let his job speak for him. They've already blasphemed your name, your character in the public. It's easy. Babati, I can go online tomorrow. If I'm one blogger, put something on Tunde and say, Babati, this is the man that will be sponsoring Boko Haram and all that. Guess what will happen? I started doing hashtag. Before you know it, that lies will travel. People will buy into it. Even it will take years for you to be able to clear your name. Not be able to talk of you being a public person. That is who make it worse. Now, for Tinubu okay, this is what he's going to be facing. He has gone beyond that. I mean, the travail that he went through during the election is even enough. And those are the impact of the rumors and all those things that have happened that it has to deal with. Electorate are, one. But when you're now having, multi-dimensional obstacle that you have to scale through before you get to where, you got to the finish line now anyway. So what is the point? But his work will be able to speak for him, and perhaps if he didn't have a hands in it, we exonerate him. But him being the landlord of Lagos, there's no way they will say that he is unaware of what was happening at that time. Do you understand? But at the same time, he gave his word to those young chaps by saying, "Look, how could I have called military to come and kill the younger one?" Those kids were like, "Hey, you have children, your children, you already have money. What do you want? What do you need?" As if he was the one holding the key to their life. As at that moment, he was not even holding any public office. But sometimes we have.
The reason I didn't want to bring that up, but it's like, but let me bring it up. Is that also at the same time, Nnamdi Kanu was also urging some of his people to join that movement to kind of, increase. It kind of inflamed the tension went up a little bit more, I think, because he also introduced some kind of tribal sentiment to that movement as well at the same time. So,
you mean they're doing that NSAS thing?
Yeah, because I remember some of his broadcasts talk about support them, join them. So if you remember one of the interviews I was watching when they interviewed Buhari around that time, the briefing they gave Buhari was that look at this, the way this thing is going, and the way this Nnamdi Kanu is urging these people to mobilize. They want to take over your government. That was the reason why they moved in. It was
but at that time they were already constituting a nuisance on that road.
Right.
There's no passage. Everywhere was stamped.
The initial start of that movement made sense. I feel like when this tribal sentiment and all these other movements joined that group,
I wasn't sure of the tribal. You know why I say so? Because I know of people who actually participated in the.
No, I'm not. No. Diwali, you're missing my point. I'm not arguing that the people didn't have genuine concerns. Like any other movement, people would latch on to your movement to promote whatever they're doing. Even so, they had his own revolution join. Like, what are you doing here? Like, everybody would just come into that because that is the wave of the movement. They would join and latch on to whatever you're doing. The initial movement itself, the way it was structured, people didn't have any problem with it. What I think happened is we started having people joining from other parts of the country, but they had their own agendas as well. It kind of went out. It just kind of went out of control.
It was the mechanism working, the invisible hand working behind the curtain, but they did not unmask them. Remember, federal government freezes some celebrities' account because they knew money were being transferred
right
into their account. for those protests. I mean, people were cooking food, taking foods for
I mean, they
days.
were well organized. They had doctors. They had ambulance.
It was a later part of the protest that they're now becoming more organized. At the initial stage, there was no organization because they didn't want to show their hand. I want to believe later part of that protest, the government were able to identify the real actor behind the curtain. They were able to identify, but it was still using people to front because I mean money were going through the banks and all that. They froze some people's account because they knew money were going up
but
and down.
Tinubu is just the scapegoat for
I mean, it was so obvious that what was done then was a calculative move to discredit because they knew it was going to contest.
Right.
And if you move from somebody's political capital, you already make some impact that will benefit you. You already set that in motion, and people already think majority of those chaps were not probably they were in there maybe in diaper when he was a governor. So they hardly even know who he was, other than they hear his name, popping up as a Lagos.
I have some in my mind. I'm thinking something, but what I'm going to say now is
go
just,
ahead,
just my own opinion.
Yes,
I'm thinking the cabal in Buhari, in conjunction with Osinbajo, might have a big hand in this.
In that protest?
Yes. The reason why I said so is that there's a lot of activists like these influencers and singers that they really support Osinbajo to become Nigerian president. Most of the NSAS you are talking about, they pitch their tent in support of Osinbajo. He can play it.
It's possible. It's possible.
Because for all Yorubas in that Lagos supporting Osinbajo, the youth, they didn't support who is Obi is not in the.
It was him at that point. It was him against Tinubu that they were like, oh, he's a young guy.
But as at that particular timing, the politics has not been eaten up that much per se. It's possible that they were probably not showing that, but nobody would have thought that someone like Osinbajo would be the perpetrator of that at that stage because
that would be of a little bit of a
stretch. Nobody would think that way. But after the primary, you can see how he behaved.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh my God!
My own concern was not so much of the protest; it was the propaganda. Because they're like. Because the way they made it like they kill that river is just dead bodies everywhere. Just blood. I'm like, where are these dead bodies? This like people just massacred. The way they made it.
No, they couldn't show any dead body. They said, they were scared that they buried the. Okay, where are the people that were buried?
Hold on. If you read the report, they said the gun they were firing so much, people are jumping into the river. Go back and just look at the coverage. They said people are jumping and they could not swim, therefore they died in the river. They found all these dead bodies floating. The way they were describing to the foreign press, it was like, my God, this was some kind of massacre. Like people just that's the way they described
it. I would.
And it was not true. It was not.
That's your angle. I probably would say no because at that moment it affected Buhari's administration more than
globally because it was a global story. They had CNN covering this thing on.
They did a special report on it. This lady, what do you call that lady?
Amanpour.
Was it Amanpour? This other
was Amanpour and this other British shows.
Yeah, that British lady did a special report on that
ABC because I watched it on ABC. Even the talk shows in America, all this lady, the View, they had them covering all this. It was
because it was man.
So if it's not in that line, can we say is the opposition from PDP? Because Obi is not deeply rooted that time.
That's the one. You remember earlier when I asked you, like, if it's this murky and we don't really know where it came from, and you're absolving Tinubu of any wrongdoing, one would think that he has the power to investigate who ordered that attack or against people on that rail.
Do you think I don't think he needed to investigate.
I think they already know.
They already know who was behind it, but a lot of things can need to be said in the
Who did it?
You know, to be honest with you,
just speculate.
To be honest with you, I mean, with everything being played out, and Obi ended up inheriting the
that space.
inheriting that follower. I mean, the NSAS protester. You now said who benefit the most from that outbreak of that protest the most? PDP did not benefit per se because it seems those people that protested actually hated the PDP. They didn't vote for PDP per se. So, I mean, this thing happens in the Southwest. It was developed in the Southwest before it started going to the South, Southeast, and all that. So, I mean, if you look at the beneficiary of that outbreak, then you will now realize where do you think it's coming from. More or less like a scheme.
I still believe that thing come from the cabal in conjunction with
Dewale once again speculate. Just
of course. I'm not sure about that, but I'm calling at the end justify them. If you look at the beneficiary of it, then you begin to look at it. There's no way somebody will put all this energy and effort in making sure you destabilize somebody's credibility, and then the credit goes to somebody else, right? So you find a way to redirect that glory to yourself. But who inherited that space? It was Obi's movement, right? That followed that trend all the way to Labour Party. So in my head, it may not be Obi directly. It might be people that actually believes in him and are trying to find a way, okay, this is what we're going to do.
To me,
you know what? That's a very interesting angle.
I still believe it's from that angle. The cabal over there, in conjunction with Oshibadu. But when Oshibadu lost in the primary, they redirected their effort to Obi. To me, I think that's what really plays out. Because Obi was nowhere in contention at all.
So you pretty much, Remy, anybody but Tinubu is just, that was it. Anybody but him.
And it can't be PDP.
But the finger point more to people in APC and the obedient and the other, not from the PDP at all.
That's a very.
It's an in-house. It's an in-house from opposition.
You know what, Remy? You two, you're not far.
Yeah, but before we finally conclude, during the primary, and at the time when Obi had already left PDP and went to the Labour Party, that movement wasn't much on the on the Oshibajo's side per se, because if you also look at it, yes, the youth love Oshibajo, but at that moment, that NSAS movement had already moved en masse to Labour Party. As with PDP had their primary first before APC, and at that time, Obi had already left PDP.
Adewale, you're forgetting one thing. Obi left PDP 3 days. 3 days.
We are comparing timelines now.
Yeah, so you cannot say that. He left and quickly joined Labour Party within 3 days or 1 week.
But APC had not done their primary after that time.
I don't think they have done their primary at that time. I said they are still waiting that if Oshibaju have won that primary, I think all these NSAS men would have voted for him. But when he lost out,
remember, Obedient wasn't already established then, but majority of the people already thinking towards that end. I mean, as at the time, Oshibaju should be selling ice cream. There wasn't much about Oshibaju at that time. There wasn't much about him.
Yeah, but they want to capitalize on the NSAS movement. I think a lot of youth in the Yoruba land, especially in Lagos, they were rooting for Oshibaju.
As at the time,
I think they're just waiting for that.
As at the time Obi went to Labour, it was already popular.
You understand that most of the obedient, they will say that they wouldn't prefer Oshibaju. They wouldn't prefer Oshibaju than Tinubu.
But they have the first choice.
No, that is BS. Because push left to shove, I will still maintain that if you give him a choice between Oshibaju and Atiku, the same people will vote for Atiku over Oshibaju. The same people that you talked to that they preferred him over Tinubu, put Oshibaju against Atiku, they will vote for Atiku. That is all BS. I'm not buying that.
I think at the end of the day, Tinubu be a strategist. It just outmaneuver and outplay everybody. That's what transpired.
I think it's quietness sometimes. Sometimes he doesn't react to issues the way the public would have expected. So that gives room for a lot of speculations and and then he uses that space of silence to be able to regroup, calculate,
but that
and
is
back.
real power. When nobody can predict your next move,
Exactly.
When they fear you, they make mistakes, and then you jump on their mistakes. And
So at that moment, he already knew that Lagos State votes were probably going to be a little bit shaky, and working towards it. Now, him coming out to work on his image in Lagos will be a more or less like a fruitless effort. Now, why would I say that? Is because this is a state you've governed before. Now you now begins to employ PR to help you launder your image. You are already the news. You are the image. Remember when Tinubu went to Aso Rock to inform Buhari about his ambition, every media already following him up and down. As a matter of fact, it was like the number one, just waiting for him to make that pronouncement. At that moment, he said he has not made up his mind yet, that he's still consulting. So he knew that Lagos State is going to be a battle because number one, the same religion stuff was not even in the equation at that time. It was just about his ambition. Abeokuta speech was not even included at that time. So at that moment, he knew that, okay, with this number of youth already having a different tone now, then it's a really battle, in Lagos State. But the timeline I'm trying to establish is that.
Sorry to
go
go.
ahead.
One thing that I regret about Nigerian media is that there's not enough. In America, for each campaign, there's always a documentary behind the scenes, what happened. All those so that you can document history. We don't.
They don't document.
They just copy and paste.
You know how Obama was running for office and they had the camera following from day one.
Yeah.
So we need those kind of things in Nigeria. We can follow him from day one. What he was doing, all those kind of, but we don't do all those things. It just
we'll do it because he should be over one.
You're just looking for negative sensational.
Those are the people that will go out and spray your
It's even my sister that let me know this, that when you read some headline in Nigeria, they'll tell you, today 500 people killed in my sister said it's all lies. They are just selling their newspaper. And when you look at the bottom, maybe 2 people died. During the NSAS movement, they said more than 500 people died. I started calling my people in Lagos because I have a lot of relatives and also cousin and also family member in Lagos. Where are the dead body? I know Nigerian people, when it involves money, even if they want to lie, they'll bring out somebody that this person died. But nobody died. It's
Remy, what is that lady that fled to Canada? There were dead bodies everywhere.
Yeah, that's DJ. Look at that girl.
What the hell?
I think she just used that. She just used that way to jack back to Canada finally.
I think she's alphabet people too, I guess.
Yeah. So of course. So of course they will take her now. So up to now, I'm still waiting for her to collaborate with, because they said
because she's already seek asylum or whatever there in Canada or whatever.
Yeah.
She just used the opportunity to jack back, and I know she's not going to be the only one.
That was very damaging to Nigeria because it was a global story. They were like, you have no idea. Even at work, they were asking me about Alake. I'm like, now.
I almost joined the protest. And I was arguing with my brother that, look.
When one of my friends in America called me and said, look, in that protest, they are doing a lot of stupid things. They were molesting each other sexually. They were smoking weed.
Oh, yeah. It was becoming.
My friend told me, don't believe in it. It's all scam. He said, how can people that are protesting doing all sorts of terrible things over there? And when they went to Abuja, they don't have. Who are your leaders? You don't have leader.
No leader.
I don't get it.
Remember when she already offered to be the leader?
They kicked him out.
Because he didn't fit the what they were planning. Yeah.
Some people died, though. Some people died, but
no, we're not.
I don't think
Hold on. Okay. Hold on, please. We're not saying that people didn't die, but the way they had it on the media,
the magnitude,
like a massacre or something, like just shooting people.
They were spreading fake news then, showing people that died, the event that occurred in some other places. They try to make it seem it happened there, but some people died. I still have some videos.
No, the question is, did people die on that spot that day?
Yeah.
How many people then?
Okay, listen, I want to ask you a very good question. Those people that died, why did they not come out that next of kin or their children died? Nobody came out.
Yeah, most people that were left there are people that when you go to that exit, there are many people that not even have relatives in Lagos. They
What
stay
do you
in all
mean?
those.
Or even if you don't have relatives in Lagos, a lot of your people will know you are in Lagos.
I'm a Baptist, and if I tell you,
This is not about
I can. Let's be realistic. I can show you footage.
Okay, like how many people do you think died during the protest?
It can't be more than 6, 7.
6?
Yeah, but there are a lot of people that
Can I
have
ask you a
bullet
question?
wounds.
Did you see their corpse?
I saw the dead body.
Do you have the video?
Yeah.
Can't you share it with us so that we will know?
Yeah, I'll go and dig it out.
Remy, did you ever follow with that panel set up by someone about NSAS? I think some family members.
Yeah, I followed.
So on that one, I will agree with Session. Some people came forward that they lost family members. And so, but it wasn't like 100 or it wasn't even 10. It was like
no. It wasn't massacre.
But that's the way it was.
Yeah, now, politically motivated. You know what happened to Tinubu? This thing has started for long. Why Tinubu was governor of Lagos State doing good? Those PDP governors, they weren't doing anything. All they did there, buy houses in Dubai and spend money to blackmail Tinubu. They spend a lot of money. This narrative about Tinubu, it has been coming for long. And one thing about Tinubu, he won't say anything. We believe his achievement. We do that for him. But he left all those things, all those little children. That's why they growing up. That's what they heard from people. Tinubu is bad, Tinubu is this, and nobody to counter, such narrative. So that's why they believe all those stories.
If you study very closely, they've learned from that era, and it's very proactive now. We counter any narrative now that he's the president. So if you notice, he has before you say one thing, he already has his boys saying 2, 3, 4, 5. They are already waiting for you. They're not waiting for you to build up any tension. Remember,
if you go on Twitter page, so many people putting out whatever he has done daily,
right?
Weekly. So there are a lot of people to counter you everywhere. So,
you see how they you see how they you see how they killed that he was born in Guinea narrative before it turns into Jubilee from Sudan. That's what I'm saying. So that's what they are doing. They're very proactive now. They have learned from their own mistake, also learning from the Buhari experience as well.
And you can see that his first appointment is that digital media, that Gio Olusegun or whatever the name of the guy.
And where Tinubu's problem came from, when those PDP governors were doing that, only Tikule Wapani today Yupani, he had problem in Southwest as well, mostly Lagos.
Yes.
Where he started having his problem.
In Lagos and that
the problem, the mistake, it wasn't a mistake. He has a lot of politicians that works with him. And those people, they work with him with the belief that, he's going to make one of them the next governor. And what Tinubu does, he won't pick any politician, to be a governor in Lagos. He would rather pick a technocrat. Go and look at those people that rule Lagos State. So those politicians that have been working, for him, waiting to become governor, they now become enemy. So they too, they fuel up all those narratives and all these Afenifere. You had problem with them. So those Afenifere, they too, they connive with all those Igbos, Igbo PDP, to fuel all those narratives as well. and all these in Gen Z, they don't even know when Tinubu ruled Lagos. Most of them were still
They just
young.
accept anything online.
They just So and what made what caused everything? Those people they believe Tinubu held on to Lagos State money, so it's affecting their life. And they don't do, and most of them they don't like Buhari, and they believe Tinubu put Buhari there to suffer them. So everything just mixed up. They took advantage of the protest. It's not as if they planned it. They took advantage. The PDP.
Yeah,
They took
especially
advantage of. Yeah, you know
Guys,
What
do you
PDP
know
just
when?
knows.
Do you know when everything got south? When they started shouting Buhari must go. And I was thinking, what the two things that can let Buhari go? God forbid for him to die, or for you to vote for him at the last election, or for him to resign. I think
Thomas,
that is three. I mentioned three.
And terrible for them that Buhari is suffering from a post-traumatic distress. They kicked him out of office the first time in 83, 84, I believe, by IBB. And like I told you, on live TV when he was interviewed, the briefing they gave him was that the whole plan of the whole project was to kick him out of office. That's what they told him.
You can say that Buhari is a stickler to rules. He doesn't want the National Assembly to bring out any impeachment move against him at all.
So how the hell we now wait for it to now because that thing was spreading across, I think it was Lagos, and it was moving to the middle. It was kind of
Babati, when they start Buhari must go, I say, these people don't miss
that was
it.
my point to you, that the initial start of it was genuine, but the people joined I'm not saying but in particular, but you get my point. They have to join it with other agendas.
For example, look at Femi Falana's son, that fast. I really like him. He was saying that they will go abroad to do medical something. Recently, we went to UK for medical checkup. People were dragging him online. You said that our politicians always go abroad for you yourself. You're already in abroad doing the same thing. So these people, I just don't understand.
No, Remy, let me explain something to you very quick. You see, there are people that their job is they are like that as buffers between the rich and the poor.
Yeah.
So ordinarily they grew up rich, but they anger around the poor. So he is not one of you.
Yes.
Faz is not fighting for you. He's there to calm you down. He's there to act like, if you notice, anywhere these so-called middle class, upper class join the so-called poor people, they always find a way to the top. They will always lead the movement. They will always be the face of the movement. That is their job. He's not one of you. He will act like
but a lot of the people won't believe it's one of them.
But it's not. All these cooties, they're not really one of you. They are blue bloods of Lagos, of the rich in that country. But they've been placed there. Their job is to calm you down. They act like you, talk like
if not because
some people
say Femi Falana went to Asura to meet Tinubu, you will never know that he went there last week Saturday or 2 weeks ago to meet Tinubu and discuss about. They said, "Oh my God!" And this is the same guy that he never see anything good. His own.
But that's what they do. They are blue bloods. Yes. They're not really poor people. But that's the problem. People think that they're actually fighting for them. That's what makes me laugh. I'm like,
hello. Yeah. Somebody said Tinubu should investigate what happened. He will never investigate. You know how many? We don't know many things that happen. All these politicians, they know many things, but they can't say out. They can't talk. You know, you guys can remember when Tinubu went to Abeokuta to speak about this fuel scarcity and Naira, whatever. He wasn't even per se about the Naira too much. What he was speaking to that day was mainly another June 12. One fair interim. If you go to all this obedience space, you always hear military will take over, all this kind of thing. It was planned, well planned. Tinubu, they got You know, they got it was leaked out to them, so they quickly they fought back then. You know what the obedient plan? They, you know, in what we don't know in Nigeria, almost everybody in Nigeria, they are politicians. In the military, most of them are politicians. The doctors, they are politicians. The professors, that's why you see them on television. One, you see a professor criticizing the government, the other one, you know, backing the government. So everybody, they have their own people. So the obedient, they've gone through, to the military that they know, you know, they've talked to them how they can get how they can take power after Buhari might have, that day on that inauguration day, if Buhari might have left there, how they can take over and stuff. So they got the gist and they quickly blocked that all those loophole. And if you listen to all this, the obedience, they did a lot.
No, their plan was
they,
this. Their plan was
let
that.
me please let me finish. Let me just finish this. What they want to do, they want the youth to protest, and the way they want to do is that they went through the pastor. If you know all these PDP people, they spend most of their money on pastors and celebrity. That's what they do. And all these pastors they spend money on, those pastors they went to the people, they start preaching to people that, oh, God said, OB is coming, something will happen, something will occur, the military will take over. They will rig the election for Tinubu
Oh,
and
so pretty much vote to be or the military takes over. That's what's the bind they were trying to put people into.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. What they try to push that the youth, okay, they rigged the election. At the end of the day, the youth went out to protest. I want during the protest, because of the rowdiness and the unlawfulness situation of Nigeria, the military
Yes,
took
military will
over the
take over.
government.
Yes, exactly.
They will take over,
So
and when they take
I don't know
over,
whether you
they plan. It's all planned. All
it's a
those things
do you know there
the
is a
pastors.
do you know
Let me
there's
let
a
me.
leak audio between Obasanjo and Charlie Boy?
I know about that one.
Obasanjo was
You
advising
what?
them to occupy Nigeria. They should
It is
go.
Yeah,
doctored. That audio is doctored.
doctor, all
Okay.
those one are doctor. So what they're trying to do with the pastors, they know all this obedience, they listen to pastors, and the pastors started telling them God said to them that there will be an uprising in Nigeria. You know what that means? They want to use that to push the youth out to go and protest. So during the protest, so the military can take over. After taking over, they can they have their own military too, like Irabo. When they wanted to arrest Emefiele, he had some army, guiding him all about. Yeah, it was Irabo that gave him all those military, and Irabo's wife was the one that printed all those naira. So Irabo is supporting the PDP and the obedient, so they have their own military. So when the Tinubu they heard about this, they have to quickly block it. But Tinubu can't come out and tell people that this is what happened. You just you just be telling you briefly, like briefing people, but they won't tell you. They have to keep secret. That's what I'm trying to say. They tried it. Those pastors, they were saying the same thing. God said there will be an uprising. Oh, the youth will protest, and the military will take over. At the end of the day, they will give the power back to Obi. They planned that thing quite all right. They tried to use the pastors, the military, but it didn't work. Jagaban now is
But
everywhere.
that was a little bit a lot of mistake on their plan. Nigeria is not only a Christian faith; they have other faith, and in the northern part of it, all their plan does not deeply rooted there. Nobody's and Nigerians are more wiser. If you go and protest and soldier kill you, you just died for nothing. That's over. Because
Yeah,
nothing.
they believe the northern youth, they are not after Tinubu. They believe it's between the southerners, it's between Tinubu
Yes, so if
and
you say that, just kill
Obi.
yourself, no problem now. You say if you go and put there and you kill, that you just die for nothing. So that's why a lot of people do does not put. And Nigeria now, the election has come and has gone, and a lot of people in the southwest probably they might have different ideology. But when the election has been called and the winner has been announced, everybody just move on. And you can see that the space moved to the southeastern part of Nigeria, or people from that origin continue to agitate till today. So and now even the agitation have slowed down drastically after the inauguration. So people already move on. And if you are following the court cases, you can see that there's no substance, nothing to really defend there. I was even expecting the article will bring that this is my goal in River State.
Yeah, right. There's nothing going to come out
Obi,
of it.
Obi brought television to court from this back.
Television
He even brought a mathematician professor.
The mathematician with the blood and everything. I think for his part, he just want to discredit the election.
Is he coming to do Is he coming to do tabulation or calculation?
It's for you're right, Raven. It's to discredit the election. Then
yes.
That's what they want. They want to discredit the election.
Both of them. I was thinking that by next week Friday they are done.
Yeah, but Remy, if you notice, Obi, the only people that are left behind Obi are his lawyers. Everybody has pretty much abandoned him now. He doesn't know yet, but just
does he even go to court again?
He's abandoned. Nobody. I'm telling you, it's just his. Once next week comes around and he loses, you will not hear anything.
Who is paying for those lawyers? Who is paying for those?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's the money from diaspora now. You know, a lot of people are dummy headed, contribute a lot of dollars.
Diwali, I have friends. I have friends that are paying for that. I'm not kidding you. I have a friend. I hadn't spoken to him for a long time. I called him.
That your friend was paying for the service fee.
Because in that space.
Do you know they have WhatsApp group all over the place contributing money?
Give me a second. Diwali, he said that they have been reassured by the lawyers that they are going to win the case. And when he was telling me I could not, because this guy has a PhD, he's a smart guy, but he's mentally. He's yet to recover from that. I have to even encourage him to even come up a little bit. Like, guy, it's not that. You see that that obedience space here. Oh, what's Jubeshe? I'm not kidding you.
Wow.
People are really emotionally invested in this guy. I'm not kidding you. They had everything, money, passion. I'm telling you.
But Jonathan should have taught them a lesson when he became president, and the man with no shoe, only for him to get there and became a
monster.
Diwali is more than Diwali. This guy is from the east, so he can't, and they're from the same state, so it kind of is deeper than just money, or is more because he told
you know what happened. People not even about people in Nigeria. You know, my partner, she's from South Africa, and she told me where she works. All those Nigerian Igbos in their workplace, they were all down.
Yes, yes.
I said, don't worry.
My bias.
The guy told me it was literally crying almost. It's like,
wow.
It's like, Jerry, are we not Nigerians? It's like Jerry, talk to me. Are we not? I'm like, I've never seen.
Like I told you the other day, I said it's about
it was like
identity politics. You want to see someone that looks like you.
Right.
Not necessarily that what it's going to do is going to affect you directly. As a matter of fact, if Obi wins the election, you won't even remember who you are. You won't even remember you abandon everything you have and go and vote for him. So, but it's about somebody who look like me, and I get it. As a matter of fact, that was my bias towards Obi. I wanted him to win so that at least we can have at least one Igbo man becoming president in the lifetime of these folks that believe in him. But I don't even believe that he's coming to do any good job. The reason why I said that is that Nigerian space, it's only if you're a godfather of the godfather, that you have the gut and the political backing to undertake some changes, like what Tinubu is doing. Jonathan could not even do it because he had to take order from people that put him there. I mean, hey, can Jonathan say no to Obasanjo? But as things stands now, you could see the emissaries, the previous former head of government coming to meet Tinubu in Ascot, maybe probably to plead on behalf of somebody or some causes or some interests and whatever. But you
Good
have to be, have the gut, the political gut, to be able to undertake some changes and all that. But I get it. It's like when the Clinton lost the election to Trump. People felt bad. I felt bad because I wanted Clinton, at least a female. I've always championed anything that has to do with female and anything. I always support it. But but that night when she lost,
it was bad.
I just, what? Enough of this. I knew it was terrible. We talk about it, but I never for once okay, you have to grow up. You have to look at this and okay, so this player is a game to them. Yes, it's about your life. But
the point you made about that anti-politics, you're right. Because do you know this guy has never even heard of what a PPP is in Lagos?
Wow.
He's never after explaining what what was in the
and he has a PhD.
No. Sometimes if you know.
Hello, Diwali and Babati. Can I please chip in?
Oh, go ahead.
All right. Good morning.
Like Bishop. Is it Bishop?
No. This play some.
Play summer.
Play summer. It's been a long time, right?
Oh.
How you doing, brother?
I'm good, thanks. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I just want to chip in before we go far from what I think Session said about the outrage of Tinubu in Ogun State. Yeah, okay. Before I say that, I came across a video this morning of Dele Alake on NTA as he went to make a statement on his new appointment of national special advisor on media. And one thing that fascinated me was when I read the comments, it was on NTA, and people were applauding the Tinubu's government of bringing back NTA to life. You see, that's a strategy. So your first appearance as an essay on media was on NTA, early hours of today.
Play summer. Sorry for cutting you, Joe. Do you know the Democracy Day 2 was NTA?
Yeah, you can see.
All the platforms joined from NTA. Yes.
You can imagine. I was just reading the comments, so I was surprised too. And NTA now
still alive. Wait, NTA still around?
I'm telling you, with good quality now. Their production now is with good quality and everything.
Wait. So NTA in HD, really?
In HD, you can see that again. In HD.
They're on YouTube too.
Yeah. I saw it on Twitter, on
I watch them from
Twitter.
Sometimes I watch them. I watch their interviews sometimes. They're on YouTube as well, live.
They are not coming to limelight. This is part of Asiwaju's strategy. That NTA is national television. How can we abandon them and be following this fake arise?
You can reach more people with NTA now, with all those local. Affiliates now across Nigeria, everywhere. There's NTA somewhere.
Yeah. So let me come back to what Sesson said on Tinubu's outrage in Ogun State. I think he is right in one direction, but he missed the both. When Tinubu first talked about Buhari Lule in Ogun State, that was why he was trying to. He is trying to remind the Yoruba people, because at that particular time, he mentioned something about in Yoruba or in Yoruba or something, meaning like Yoruba nation. And the reason why he chose Abeokuta was because Obafemi Awolowo was from Ogun State. He didn't make it to be president. Awolowo was from Ogun State. He didn't make it to become president. And now it is another Yoruba's turn. So he had to go and hammer it in that place. That now the second one about the oil market act, in my own view, it was recently when he became president and the oil marketers, the major oil marketers went to Aso Rock to meet with him. He was governor of Ogun State that leaded them there as ex-president of oil marketers.
It was a chairman.
Ex-chairman of oil marketers. And they were standing side by side on that day. He mentioned all the Epo and all the Owo. The governor was close to him. So that is those things that you will know that
was already supporting Oshibajo before. He was supporting
Well,
Oshimele.
it's not even about that, but the oil stuff. He mentioned it in Ogun State when even that was close to him because he knew
if he
he
had not
knows those
mentioned that,
guys.
if he
You
had not
know
mentioned, they would have thought that he also know about the monetary policy and stuff.
exactly.
People would have gone with that rumor that he knew about Buhari is going to give him.
Wasn't Obi supporting that? Obi was in support of the monetary policy, the change in money, right?
Yeah, he approbate and reprobate. I think he supported and
He
later
did. No.
he didn't support.
He never said he didn't support. He supported it right from the get go. The same thing with Atiku. Atiku supported it as well. But when it
their
started,
members don't remember that one. I believe.
but when it started hitting the impact was now being felt. So kind of like trying to appeal to the Nigerians that they should bear it, that it will be okay, but never for once condemned it. No, never. It was only Tinubu of all the candidates that condemned it.
Yeah, and finally, sorry, I listened to one other program again today. Do you guys remember this Honorable Kazauri?
The economy was doing like this. The
Like
economy was
this,
doing
God
like
bless
this.
you. You know,
Doing like this.
he gave some expose about Emefiele a few months ago about how he used to make people billionaire overnight with this dollar racketeering.
He
I
has been
listened.
pounding on that for long. Honorable Kasawiri.
Yes. Okay. So something I saw that got me fascinated today in the same program I saw him was that he mentioned that since that time he came out, he has been giving report to Tinubu. He said he has met Tinubu more than 8 times. Tinubu told him to be buying document, and when Tinubu became president, he has met Tinubu twice. And Tinubu make sure everybody leaves the villa, and he will go and meet Tinubu, only Tinubu and himself. They will spend like 2 hours. Tinubu told him to be documenting those things and be sending to him.
He mocked Emefiele on the social media.
No, that is not the mock. It's not mock. I'm telling you how this guy Tinubu is started.
He said when Emefiele will sound, when he was doing the dollar, he will sound Jim.
When he sends big money to your account, you start criticising him. No, those looks comical to you. But the point I'm making is Tinubu listens to people. He listens to people. That guy, we look at him as comedian, but Tinubu will have gotten a lot of evidence from him. He met him even before he became president. After he became president, I met him like twice.
Sorry, sorry, my brother. Let me just say something real quick. By the appointment of this special Wale Edun as a special advisor on monetary policy issue, is it trying to establish a different ministry on monetary policy, or is it going to bring him as a governor of CBN? Because I've never heard of the monetary policy before, economic planning, finance, or whatever, but monetary policy is what I'm not a little bit sure of now. I don't know if it's going to merge it together. It will bring Wale Edun to head the special advisor at the same time, CBN governor.
Okay. In my own view, what I see with these advisors is that, you see, Nigeria is large. Departments are large. Ministries are large. That is what run Buhari down. In fact, you guys should go and listen to this guy. I sent some of the clips to Waman, if you can play it tomorrow. This same guy mentioned it. He said there was a time he visited Buhari when he was giving him the expose on Emefiele. And before Buhari came, he saw some document on his desk. He flipped over the document and he saw that they were going to change this DSS director. But Buhari's cabinet, it's not that they want to change. Tenor was almost going to be over, and they wanted to suggest another DSS DG to Buhari. So the paper he saw, they suggested 3 names, and this guy there now, his name is not there. So it was like it's gonna be like 20 pages of documents. So when he flipped into it, he didn't see this current guy's name there. And when Buhari came, he told him, you are going to appoint new DG. Buhari said yes. But how come you are not considering this current DG? He said, no, who told you that? So I saw this document they suggested to you now. His name is not there. Buhari said, is that so? He's in his own mouth. He's saying it's maybe, or if it's lying now, they will come and debunk him. Buhari said he didn't know. That is how they pass those things to him, and he will just sign without knowing. Buhari alone cannot scroll through that document. It was his kitchen cabinet he depended on that will prepare those things and tell him we have done the right thing. So what Tinubu has done now, him alone cannot face MD of Petroleum, NNPC. Only him cannot face Minister of Finance. So all these things, these are the guys who will diffuse those stuff to the LCM for him. It's not like he doesn't understand because he has a lot of stock on his head. They will diffuse it to the lowest common multiple and he'll not give his idea. So that is the best way to run government. I don't know about it before, but when I begin to reflect about how he's appointing advisors, and those as his trusted ally, that he knows before this guy will betray me, that means Jesus will tell him, leave Tinubu alone. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. That is what I feel about it.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. I understand what you're trying to say. Like the problem Buhari made. Buhari had his own kitchen cabinet, and so when he wants to interface with all those ministries, they support him. And what Tinubu is doing now is not just having kitchen cabinet; he's having professional. He's putting round peg in round hole. Okay, if I want to deal with monetary policy, you should be in charge with me. If I want to deal with security, you be the advisor with me.
Exactly.
So that's what he's doing. But Buhari just have his kitchen cabinet. Somebody that doesn't know about security.
They are not professional. It's just a family member, friends, long-time friends.
That's the difference.
That's the difference. Yeah, that's the difference.
Tinubu is engaging professional.
That's good. Guys, I would like to shut down now. We are now 10 hours.
Well, I needed to go and sleep.
It's time to go and sleep.
Thomas Dewale could dial. We are on call for next 1 hour.
I have to go to
give me my keep you busy on 1 hour on call. Are you going to share that? Are you going to share that dollar?
I will.
Are you going to share that dollar? I will send my cash app. I'll send my cash app. Send $100. Madura Makas.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. I will see you on the other side. Thank you guys. God bless you all. Yeah. We have come to the end of the service of the service today. This is our own church service to talk about politics. So we are end of this today. One man always say, another day, another dollar. So thank you guys for listening to us. You guys are very amazing. What can we do without you guys? Yeah, thank you so much. May God bless you. We'll catch you the next time tomorrow. Stay tuned. 9:45. I think that's UK time if I'm right. So we'll catch you later. One man will fight you. You have deleted my Tinubu video. Let me find. I always find something to end the section. Where is Dino? Dino, where's Dino? Yeah, thank you so much to all all of our super chatters, Colata, Prince Daddy, Alexander Gomez, the chairman, Ayo, the one man always said the sponsor of One Man Platform. Thank you guys. May God richly bless you all for all what you are doing. Thank you guys. I will catch you later. I will leave you with this. Thank you.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alake. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹ̀mí tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń sẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.